Он ранит ее на Virtual консоль. Очень полезная штуковина, которая позволяет... в общем-то, Virtual консоль V — это такая встроенная типа консолька, которая эмулирует вот эти всякие геймбой игры. И много других игр на Nintendo. И это сейчас, наверное, одна из самых таких удобных консолей для... Ну, это одна из таких возможностей ранить старые игры.
Whilst Plexa's doing this, I guess we can kind of explain. This works a little bit differently to the original game, but basically because we can transfer the two teams meet up, Isaac's party and Felix's party meet up later on.
Он небольшую манипуляцию проводит перед раном, показывает нам ее, но типа...
So we're doing a particular amount of clears for Felix's name, and then a particular amount of clears for Isaac's name. What this does is it reshuffles all of the starting stats.
Нам нужно засетапить игру, короче, и стереть все никнеймы для персонажа, несколько раз вот переделать эту цель.
Like RNG manip, but that's a thing that happens in the run. But before the run, we want to make it sure that it's set up, that everything is working in our favor. And one final thing is, I think we're going to have a great name for Felix. Are you going to go for?
So basically, Felix's name isn't an.
От имени зависят игровые данные, которыми мы будем, наверное, манипулировать. Поэтому он тут ставит Viva. Кажется.
But I figured the 100% name would be more fun. So we're gonna use that one. Where's my line?
VWow. I love VWow.
Это максимально долгий prediction, мне кажется.
This is optimal. This is not a meme. This is very serious.
This is extremely serious. Another name that's possible is a constipated face emoji.
То есть была не Jenna, а Germa.
We need some names for people. What have we got for Jenna?
For Jenna, super serious names. Here we go.
Ладно, что я тут засиделся. Давай.
Удачи, спасибо за компанию.
Удачи тебе на этом золотом солнце. Увидимся.
И остальные ники, по-моему, вводят по донатам Цельсиум.
I don't remember the name, but it's from the French community because they're great.
It is Folin.
F-O-L-I-N, right?
Yep.
Love it. Thank you, French Restream. You guys are great.
Shout out to the brand hanging out there.
For Isaac, we have Orb. 3 O's, RB, in all capitals.
Love it. Very on brand. All right, what do we got for Garrett?
Garrett is Fieri.
Oh, yes. F-I-E, right?
F-I-E-R-I.
Introducing the new synergy flavor town. Let's go.
Ivan is...
What do we got for Ivan?
Ivan is best flavor here. It's Bob.
Bob, yes. Let's go, Bob. And for Mia?
And for Mia...
В этой игре очень много персонажей.
Kitty, nice. Okay.
Очень много персонажей.
Wonderful, love it. Thank you everybody for already donating for those names. We're gonna have a good time. All right, so the timing starts as soon as I hit confirm here. So 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Комментаторы поют дифирамбы раннера.
Yeah, I have to start off by saying that Plexa
говорит, вообще очень крутой чел. First Speedboard and Grandmaster of Going Faster.
The majority of us has been a leader and been an inspiration for many of us. Hence the title that we have.
Замечательная игра.
He is Team Liquid's very own Sir Dr. Mr. Jesse Plexa Hart, first Speedlord and the Grand Master of Going Faster, Bridge Master and the Purveyor of Magical Rivers. Make sure to give it up for this fantastic run. Give up for this fantastic run. It's going to be a great time. Beginning of the story is
Это прямое прохождение первой части, продолжение. Мы тут такая, мы в храме,
Felix is going off to the top
Сразу
of
после
the
нее.
Venus Lighthouse. And if you remember the ending of Golden Sun 1, Felix is up there with...
Это тоже прикольная игра. Тут очень много интересных пазлов, которые решаются при помощи всяких обилок.
So it's kind of like a nice crossover moving into the game.
Очень занятная штука. По-моему, она на какой-то геймбой выходила, это такая чисто геймбой франшиза. Но для своей консоли графика просто поражает. Просто наслаждайтесь портативным геймингом на максималках.
So yeah, there's going to be a lot of cat jamming and
на адвансе, да. Все так.
Just wall-to-wall bangers. There's not a bad song in the game except for Talpost 1.
But we never go there, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we're good.
The only place is, I mean, it's not relevant in a speedrun, but it's barely relevant in casual as well. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's an awful dungeon. Anyway.
And yet we invented this category to go to specifically Talpost 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't remind me. Why did we do that?
Why did you do that?
No, look, we've had a really good year as a Golden Sun community, like beyond all expectations. And like, for us, we were like, okay, Golden Sun got into HGDQ earlier this year. And we're like, all right, we've peaked. It's all downhill from here, folks. And it wasn't. About a month later, FX, one of the great runners in our community, was messing around in Treachery. Following the guidance of T-Water, one of the great members of the Golden Sun hacking community, he was like, you can get Ace in Tret, I'm pretty sure. So FX was screwing around in Treachery, and he started doing...
Вот немного происходит диалоги, в начале игры вообще ничего не происходит.
Iradi got very interested in her work, looking at some of the nonsense that's happening in the other bounce landscape, actually led to arbitrary code execution. So we got arbitrary code execution in Golden Sun 1 about a month after GDQ ended. Which is insane, and a whole bunch of other really cool things that happened in the first game as well. We got like, we could get Jenna back into our party, all kinds of nonsense. So, all right, ES starts off pretty well. We GDQ.
В общем-то, концепт игры заключается, основан на идея, он, так сказать, пост в игре, вселенная игры, она находится на плоской земле. Как до сих пор многие люди верят в то, что земля необъемная, не шарообразная, вот. И вот именно этот игровой мир, он реально плоский. То есть большой мир, он как бы... которые заканчиваются просто бесконечной бездной. Мир называется Веер.
And then after that, we got like 10, 15 new runners in the community just overnight. It was insane. Like, where did these people come from?
Вот и тут, короче, наши герои, они освещали маяки стихий. Они осветили, типа, 2 маяка из 4, вот, в первой части. Вот мы как раз маяки сейчас и начали. И теперь нам надо завершить это дело. Спасти мир, там, победить дракона. Ну, все как обычно. Очень хорошая игра, но, возможно, никто даже не играл здесь, по крайней мере, в этом чате. Будет круто, если такие чуваки найдутся. Вот, это не очень популярная консоль Game Boy Advance. Хотя, конечно, она там, наверное, более популярна, чем другие консоли Nintendo тех времен, например, у нас в СНГ.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like it's been quite a banner year. Like last year we had our like first big push, and it's only been getting more and more steam.
Деревню разрушили еще в первой части.
The 20th anniversary of the original game. So it's kind of like, you know, it's nice that it's like a big anniversary.
Сценарий Пратчетт писал, ну,
We should know. We should get into this game. This game starts with 4 mandatory fights. The first 2 are individual ruffians. We're just going to fume them. They're like, we can beat this little girl, and she's like, boom, fume, bye bye. Because she's amazing. Jenna is the best character in the one of the best characters in the original 2, and that's not me in terms of like, you know, my bias. Like statistically, she's one of the best characters. Incredibly fast. She's a Mars adept. She's powerful with magic. Incredibly powerful on her physical attack. And she has an AOE heal in her base class. So, she's nuts.
Какие красивые файты в игре.
We can stop in this character.
Yeah. They were like, we took her away from the players in Golden Sun 1, so let's just make her nuts in this one. So we are going to get the same things here. There's going to be a regular attack.
Стараемся оптимизировать наше прохождение.
Yeah, 55 HP, and then we're going to do 2 more fumes to finish it off. We should get 2 herb drops as well. It's all going to work the same way. Now, again, we aren't
Наши силы
manipulation, however, because
довольно рандомные.
Mandatory, we are going to play them in a way that's going to be the most optimal for us.
Мы, в принципе, кастуем огненные атаки.
It's going to be an attack into synergy usage.
И это хорошо работает.
What this does is it forces the battle RNG, so the battle RNG advances when any action is taken in battle. So by doing a physical attack, the punch ant will then attack, and then do a synergy cast that pushes the RNG.
К определенным энкаунтерам тут уже заготовлен подход.
To be attacks first, and attacks first are essentially preemptive attacks, and we can get a guaranteed flee from that to basically mean that the first 2 fights are null and void, which is very, very lovely.
It's nice.
Так что все довольно круто. Ранее проходит эту небольшую пещерку.
So if you miss the first fail, you just feel sad about your life, and you're like, why didn't I just do them in it? So everyone just does them in it.
Except also, me, I take the chance and just cry.
Yeah.
Why do you hate yourself, kid?
Yeah. I ask myself that every day, Plexa.
Jenna's theme, by the way, is.
Заметили маяк.
We hear it very, very briefly here. There was I'm going to bring this up right now.
Да, тут маяки, которые мы освещали. Вот этот маяк, он берет и начинает светиться, устраивает землетрясение, и герои просто отваливаются на острове и уплывают.
Is in battle. But if neither Felix or Isaac are in the party and Jenna is, bosh, you get Jenna's theme. That was brought back into the game, and for a week there was bliss. And then a week later we realized that it was better to do something else, so we took it out. And
очень смешно, когда персонаж обращается к орбу. Очень забавный ник поставили.
He's also a member of the Golden Sun community. He's told us more about these games than I've forgotten. So, I don't know, he's a good dude.
Yeah.
Объединяются с пати после вот этого движа.
Oh well.
So we should mention as well that if you watched the Golden Sun 1 speedrun that Plexa did back at AGDQ, you might remember the 42-minute intro. Well, you might be surprised to know that this is actually the end of, well, roughly the end of the intro. It's like 7 minutes.
И тут еще очень большое интро. Мы, в принципе, ресетаем игру, поэтому мы это немножко скипаем.
But it's a really, really short intro, so actually, despite the fact that this is a much longer game, you don't have to spend as long in the intro when you reset. So it is kind of easier to get into. It's just, this game is really, really tricky. Another one of those things where if you saw the first run, it is a very fascinating run. There's loads of great strats. It's super fast-paced. But it's not quite as technically demanding as TLA, because TLA has a lot more going under the hood, and pretty much from the word go, we are like cracking this game open. There's out of bounds, there's retreat glitches from like the first dungeon we go into. So the first like hour of this is going to be really hectic. Keep your eyes peeled, because it's very technical.
This is a very, very, very different run to the first game. The first game is all about speed and then blowing things up with summons. Kinda, we do that at some points, but every strategy that you can think of is used at some point. We really make full and total usage of the class system, which I'm sure we'll talk about at great length throughout this run.
Sure we will.
But okay, let's get a donation or two out really quickly while we still can, because we're going to be non-stop for a while after this.
Oh, of course, I have to get this one in here. We have a massive $1,000
Пока зачитывают донаты, потому что дальше начнется движ.
I cannot understate the great work that GDQ has done over the years
Они даже не смогут дать Хасту поговорить. Комментаторы будут постоянно заняты объяснениями.
Lost Age was a great addition to an already amazing game that ate up probably way too much of my childhood. So here's $44 for the additional 44 gin and 72 cents for the total 72 gin between the two games the Plexa will surely get all off. Good luck on the run and beat that Dillahan. And again, as we said, it's going to be really thick and fast here with technical stuff. So please do keep your donations coming in for Dillahan. We want to see that fight happen. You guys and, well, you folks, everybody at home can make it happen. So do please, let's see that Dillahan fight happen.
Yeah, there will be plenty of time for donation reading. It's just not the first hour of this game.
Yeah. We're flipping it on our head. Like, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird because like the cutscenes in this game aren't as kind of like long. And I feel like it's just generally less cutscene heavy than the first one.
Все, кто играли как бы в оригинальную игру, они знают, что тут есть всякие персонажи, которые... Тут, собственно, механика игры заключается в том, что тут есть джинны. Это своего рода покемоны. И в первой игре вот Джин, он очень любил базарить, а во второй части первый Джин, он, короче, очень немногословный.
It is a great tutorial about the class system. Again, we'll talk about it when it's more relevant, when we are actively changing classes.
Я бы сказал, что это не совсем покемоны, это как стенды из Жожи или персоны из персоны. То есть они как бы снабжают наших героев способностями, они сражаются сами. Или нет, я могу путать, честно говоря. Надо посмотреть еще. Я немного позабыл эту игру.
So there's the first attack first, as we walk round to Kandorian Temple, our first dungeon. And we're already underway with cool things when we hit Kandorian.
And these Jin are going
explaining that retreat glitch.
Oh yeah, we'll get to it. These Jin, by the way, are going to be the main purpose of the main thing we're going for the first section of the game. We're going to be going specifically back into dungeons to get those Jin. They are a very, very important resource. So expect to see a lot of those coming up. But yeah, as we're going into Kandorian Temple, we have something really cool to explain.
У нас тут обилка ретрит есть.
The biggest glitch in this game in terms of just how many applications it has. It has even more applications in this game than it does in the first one. And essentially, you have the ability to retreat, which kind of functions, if you're familiar with Pokemon, with the escape rope, like that. You use it, you go back to the start of the dungeon so that you can very easily get out. It costs 6 synergy points on Felix to use, and you can use it from mostly anywhere in the dungeon. There's a couple of rooms where they specifically disable it. The other thing that this game has is that you can
Нам еще предлагают вернуться из данжи, когда мы жмем ретрит.
In this case, you can also do that with retreat. Whenever you do that on retreat, you get a yes/no prompt like, "Are you sure you want to go back to the dungeon?" And if you do not actually have enough synergy points to cast that, so your synergy points are below 6, then retreat will fail. However, since you cast this from a hotkey, it is also like in a state where it like partially succeeded. So even though you will be still in the same room, the game will think that you are in the first room, which means that if you interact with a door, the door essentially has a number, let's say the number is 5, you interact with door 5 in the room but the game you're in the first room, interact with door 5 in the first room.
Тут такой большой глич. Первый. Это очень клево. Очень клево, ребята, вы готовы к объяснению? Ой, сложно это пояснить, но, в общем, суть такова, что мы жмем ретрит в определенный фрейм и проходим в проход, и игра путает эти проходы, короче. Получается так, что она нас отправляет в другую дверь. Это происходит потому, что у игры есть определенные значения, злочисленные для дверей. И мы игру обманываем в своем положении, потому что после проюзанного ретрита, вот положение ретрита, мы его немножко подканцеливаем. Но он как бы, то есть он не срабатывает, но как бы он в позитив, в положении правды триггерится. И поэтому, как только срабатывает вот эта штука, игра начинает считать, что мы в начале данжа, и мы как бы и должны быть в начале данжа, но мы как бы скипнули вот это дело, отменили перемещение, поэтому все входы и выходы, они ломаются. Вот таким вот путем мы варпаемся в двери. И скипаем добрую половину вот этого всего, да. Только, можно сказать, проще врубили читы. Ну, знаете, друзья, спидраны — это как музыка. Ты всегда можешь там включить какой-то плейлист себе и послушать его. Но наиграть такое на гитаре своими пальцами, ну ладно, знаете, это прям круто, и это реально круто. И вот раннер именно это и делает. Он создает музыку при помощи своих рук. Он создает читы при помощи того, что он просто играет в игру. И это супер круто. Многие не понимают, но это очень сложно. Это нереально сложно. Это требует порой даже большего скилла, чем если бы проходить игру казуально.
Or the Jin can run away.
Or, sorry, my bad. Yeah, this is the thing we should talk about. Ginny run, and you have to reset the screen if they do. And some of them, like this one, fine.
Тут очень прикольная пазл казуальная, где надо телекинезом, короче, натянуть веревку. Как же это круто выглядит. Игра на Game Boy Advance, и тут такие крутые физические пазлы. Веревку можно тянуть, прям как в Last of Us последнем.
Fume, defend. We can do the strats.
Yay!
Let's go! Big fan. And then Fume, Venus, defend, yeah. So there's an interesting thing with summoning. I'll bring it up now because we're actually making sure that it's second cast there. When you summon, there'll be different tiers of summon between 1, 2, 3, and you know however many Ginny go into the pool to make the summon, right? Whenever you summon the first time, the character who summons will get an elemental boost to that element summoned, or the elements that are involved in hybrid summons in this game, because they added in hybrid summons too. So let's say, you know, so Venus would have given
Бои заканчиваются, едва начавшись. Наши персонажи сваливают. В общем-то, ни опыт, ни лук им не нужен. Им нам нужно время.
Felix did just walk out of a person. That is canon.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that. That's just a strange... Sometimes when the retreat glitch is kind of playing around in certain ways, you just kind of like enter the screen in the manner of which you left the last one. So he was going upstairs, so it kind of just, you know, entered that way. So...
I prefer he walked out of a person, but...
oh, yeah, of course. That also works.
Тут пара заданий в святилище пещерки. Надо натянуть пару веревок.
Pushes the story or like the cutscenes in this dungeon to progress we went through a village called Dyla to the west of us right now. It will push.
Нам обязательно тут нужно полутать важную для прохождения штучку.
And then go back to Dyla. So doing it now because we're in here already, make sure that we don't have to kind of do it later. But the other reason we're here is we're going to be grabbing our first.
Он использует ретрит
We need to get to the heart of the depth of the dungeon to do that.
и варпается вообще в отсутствие игрового мира.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Ломает игру.
We really love legitimate, you know.
И скипает большую часть этой пещеры через ОБ.
We're doing it very much the hard way.
So he's aligning with the door below. He's now running straight north until he gets the flash, and then hold left, and he'll find the door. There we go, down to the bottom, and this is where the Ginny is. So these
And you
outer
might be
bounds.
wondering, yeah,
Ой.
you might be wondering what he was
Там
doing.
прогнозы
to
надо
begin
ставить.
with, But yeah,
Ну-ка,
the door
ребята,
in the first
сами
room that you
потом
interact with doesn't necessarily have to actually be a door, it can
отрегулируйте.
also be data out of bounds.
Я иду в all-in.
And you can be sent to that data to get out of bounds. And once you are out of bounds, you can actually keep interacting with all of the data that is stored there. This game kind of
Какой там рекорд у нас, кстати, есть команда для этого в чате. Восклицательный знак буква... А, нет, стоп.
It can all be stored out there, and you can interact with
VR.
it based on what kind of data it is. It will interact with you in different ways sometimes.
Да, я, кстати, немного спешу. Давайте отсинхронизируемся.
So this is Breath. Breath is a fantastic Ginny.
Мы тут берем очередного джинна. Кстати, да, мы же его подбираем.
And then Fume Venus Ray is enough to make sure and confirm this kill on Breath. Also maintaining the fact that we need to have at least 6 PP so we can actually egress back to the start or retreat back to the start. Sorry, Shining Force.
Я что-то уехал, наверное, на минуту вперед. И... А, да, мы, короче, взяли тут джинна.
Stop it, I'm trying to forget that, alright? I'm trying to forget that.
Да, я реально очень далеко уехал. Из будущего просто решил постримить. Не впервой. Еще раз напишите. У меня сейчас 22:43.
The management of PP, making sure that you're above and below 6 whenever you want, is incredibly critical to making these dungeons nice and fast. So, you know, there will be times when you want to try and take damage so you can heal to force your PP to get a little bit lower, and there's times when you have to really hold back on that and stretch as much as
Ставишь на 5-6 секунд. А, ничего страшного.
And we're going to get our first instance as well of retreat acting in yet another way, and that's actually going to be remote interaction with chests. So I'll let Plexa explain this one because I'm not quite sure.
Что если что-нибудь заглючит у него? Ведь странно с Марко. Он сам глючит, он сам все заглючит в этой игре. Он контролирует эту игру вообще по максимуму, мне кажется. Ну, на самом деле, если что-то сломается, у него просто есть сохранение всех моментов. Это игра с Nokia, которая Java. Не, это игра на Game Boy Advance. И он ее типа запускает через Nintendo Wii Virtual Machine, Wii U, через виртуалку Virtual U. Короче. Wii U хорошая консоль, надо будет приобрести когда-нибудь. Да, ну это, короче, да, это мобильный гейминг полностью. Но при этом игра очень красивая. Невероятно красивая для своего времени. Да, и до сих пор она выглядит очень приятно. Можете там видеть, как игры. Можете видеть, как игры, короче, которые сейчас выходят, очень много там игр на RPG Maker делают, и они совсем не так красиво выглядят, ну даже близко нет, даже не близко.
They're usually quite tough, but yeah, that Madra safe door is a huge thing, and we're going to use it multiple times to kind of like expedite movement around. But even though we skipped all the way through Deccan Plateau, we are going to go back there to go and grab another Ginny, and also we need an item called the Pound Cube, which is going to be again an explorative synergy that helps us get around and solve puzzles. But yeah, what we're going to try and do, hopefully, is get this encounter skip by jumping in here, because entering into
Опять же,
and things like that.
налетаем на всякие рандом энкаунтеры и сразу из них сбегаем. Зачем нам нужны эти энкаунтеры? И, кстати, раннер забегает в пещерку, чтобы заресетать этот энкаунтер-счетчик. Так сказать, вот энкаунтеры, случайные встречи, они подкручиваются по счетчику наших шагов. Такой шагомер. И мы можем немножко обузить это дело, если заходим в помещение. Ловим очередного... Все время хочется, короче, их назвать гардианами, как Shin Megami Tensei Eve. Но это не гардиан, это джины, Да, и мы ловим бежим за очередным джином. И мы его окружаем, ломаем, короче, колонну. И он не может сбежать. У него отрезан путь. В зальной игре вы просто приходите, он тут бегает кругами. А вот таким способом мы ему отрезаем путь к отступлению. Очень быстрый файт, я даже не... В общем, тоже не буду ничего объяснять. Файт произошел, он произошел успешно. И, кстати, раннер немножко клипнулся вот тут. И мы завербовали очередного джина. Если кто-то знает, как называют этих джинов, можете писать в чате, потому что я помню, и все, что я помню, это первое поколение покемонов. Не очень удачный рандомный энкаунтер, мы не можем сбежать и получаем по лицу от гоблина. Но сбегаем.
But yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can really talk about. But we got a few cutscenes here, so
yeah, we actually have a breather in the run. Wow, Argic, you're up, buddy.
Oh, here we go. All right, we got a $25 donation from Dark Mathis that says, "Here's to a run of one of my boyfriend's favorite games."
И пробираемся в деревню, тут, в принципе, нечего объяснять.
The real prize would be to see a great runner across an insanely hard boss fight.
Пара ребят рассказывают нам про свою маленькую деревню.
That sounds amazing. I just lost my head over the idea of it. And then we got a $50 donation from Cabbage that just says, "To the hand, to the hand, to the hand." Yeah, please, folks, do keep these.
Аноним задонатил на Дуахана Супербосса. Говорит, вот это великолепная штука. Я как думаю об этом, у меня голова отвалилась. Желаем найти голову анонима.
Thank you. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Мы встречаем заключенную, она подшучивает. Ставит ледяной столб под задницу.
He has there's a lot of lore. We'll go through that a bit later, but yeah, he's a very cool character. He's a captain, a sailor, and he is a very fascinating kind of because like, the Mercury class is a really weird line. So he's like the secondary tank, right? So in the first game you got Isaac, the big damage dealer. You got Felix. There's the reflection there, and you got like Sheba and Ivan are kind of the same. Then you got like Mia and Jenna, who are kind of like these weird opposites of each other. And then you got Garrett and Piers. Garrett is rubbish, and Piers is like really cool, but there's this kind of weird like interplay between his archetype of stats than his class type, and it's so strange. But he's really fun, and
what you're trying to say is that Piers is also rubbish? Is that
no.
We would not be able to survive Poseidon without Pierce, so therefore we cannot call him rubbish.
Yeah, and his greatsword's got a red line down the center, so he's cool. Which is a Shining Force 3 reference. Haha! You thought I wouldn't do any? Well, it's true. The bastard sword in Shining Force 3 has a red line down the center. Haha! And it's literally the same model.
Нам тут нужен Пирс, и мы не называем его мусором, потому что мы тут не выживем в игре дальше.
Would you say he just appears?
Поэтому бегаем по уровням, собираем все, что нам нужно. Невероятно крутая игра. Просто подумайте, сколько тут прикольных пазлов, сколько прикольных уровней, каждый уровень уникален. Это вот не те игры, где происходит на протяжении там сотен часов делать одну и ту же фигню, проходить какие-то лабиринты унылые. Но геймдизайн этой игры, он поистине шикарен. И разнообразен.
Ayers Rock first. So the way you would kind of approach this is that, you know, you go to Madra, you find out that the Madran mayor has gone over to Alhasra to kind of speak to
Опа, получаем по башке. Ну, тут уже быстрее, наверное, побить врагов. И, кстати, когда мы побеждаем врага, мы тратим очень много времени, потому что у нас идет такая прокачка, у нас идет и, как видите, очень много сообщений о всей фигне. Игра показала, и потом еще надо было захилиться раннеру. Закидаться там всем персонажам. Уже с этого момента он начинает сражаться с врагами.
Getting fancy here, Plexa. So these fights are very important and specific to deal with, because like these kobolds can dodge because they suck. But an interesting thing to note is that though there are the Momongas, they're very, very fast enemies, but Sheba, or Blue, can one-shot them with Ray if she has breath equipped. She can do it without, but it's a harder damage roll. They have like 54 HP. I think it is, and she can hit for like 53 to 57 or something around that.
That's with breath, yeah. She absolutely needs breath, you can't do it without. But we're going to stop doing that from now on, because it costs too much PP and we need to conserve it as much as possible.
Враги очень разнообразные. Вот тут динозавр есть. Тут и гоблины и прочие бестиарии. Довольно интересно. Но самое крутое, это, конечно, то, как прорисованы враги. Очень красиво.
The broad axe being picked up there, and then the heavy. Is it the heavy armlet? Just the regular armlet. Just armlet. Yeah.
Вот, пошел закуп.
A couple of elixirs, they're actually really handy.
Оружие, армор.
As many herbs as we can get, I think.
Да, вот мы немножко пофармили по врагам. И теперь мы снарядили свой отряд. Закачали их по-сильному.
The broad axe is a good piece of equipment, and I should note as well that we're going to soon put Felix into his like level 2.
Вот вы можете видеть здоровенный топор в руках нашего персонажа, и он реально огромный. И дамажит очень много. А чем можно еще мечтать? И каждый... Тут говорят, что типа дамаг как будто делится на два, потому что каждые две атаки, они имеют экстра дамаг.
We have backup strats here basically to guarantee that we can always get the rainbow kill. Rainbow kills just give you more experience, more money, is just kind of helpful. But if Jenna gets too low, we have to do the slightly slower summoning strat there. And it still works, then it just means that Jenna is not at risk of dying, which would be a bad thing. Death is pretty permanent in this game. We don't have access to revives for
И мы собираем очередного джина
no freely
с новыми
available
обилочками.
downs in this game, unfortunately. So, death is bad.
So now that we have VWOW in Knight, he's going to deal 45 rather than 41 damage. Just a nice little upgrade. Momongas don't have much HP, as we say, but yeah, it does sometimes not get the kill.
Yeah,
but,
I missed the damage roll. It's unfortunate.
So-
I won't miss it anymore, but yeah. Oh, well.
Even then,
Наш персонаж VWOW уже набивает очень много урона.
You can clear in one go anyway. We often use 2 attacks with Felix instead, just to save synergy points.
С 2 ударов всех врагов бьем.
Is going to be needing a lot of it. And this next dungeon, RUSC, as it turns out, is going to make great use of her ability Whirlwind, which costs 5, and we're going to have to use it a ton, so we cannot use her as much in battle, unfortunately.
Should mention as well that now we've got Felix into Knight. This is a good time to chat just about classes. So classes inherently have like a
Random encounter просто на каждом шагу.
Every character has like their base stats, and then classes kind of add on top of that a percentage bonus. So if you're looking at something
Даже
like
очень
Squire, which is
в
the
какой-то мере
for
везет, что
characters, Squire,
немножко
Knight,
энкаунтер
Lord,
отпускают.
Slayer, they kind of, I think it's like 110% to start, then it's 130%, 150, 170, 190, roughly, I think. Although you might know the exact numbers there, Plexa. But essentially, it's like a percentage boost to all of your stats. And each class has like different ones. Like they're not all just like flat across the board, but there'll be like, you know, a bonus to MP and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think.
Welcome to RUSC, aka your nightmare. No, lots of people really hated this dungeon when they were a kid.
И вот мы используем очередную обилку джина.
It's longer than anything in the first
Это
game,
вихрь.
some margin. And there's 2 bits.
Мы можем расчищать нам проход
Yeah.
в этом
People just
данже.
made their way through here, got lost, and just generally hated it. Fair, but we love this dungeon, and you'll see why in a moment.
This is genuinely one of the best dungeons in the run.
Многие казуальные игроки не любят этот данж, потому что он довольно запутанный, но вот раннеры и комментаторы говорят, что да, клевый данж вообще, им очень нравится, он довольно чиловый.
That was no, that was just me being safe. Basically, it clears things from the memory, as Bowie was saying earlier, and I'm getting terrible encounters. That's fine.
These are hideous. So yeah, if you look at the enemies on screen, there you've got like left, middle, and right. There are actually slots. There are like enemy slots that kind of.
Мне надо было взять тарелку для чипсов, я не подумал.
And there are small enemies and there are big enemies. Or like different sized enemies, essentially. And particular enemies being in slot 2, or just being in the game's memory as a whole, can sometimes create difficulties and intricacies when dealing with out of bounds. Because what happens is when you're out of bounds, as Sid was saying earlier, the game essentially stores its data in the out of bounds
Розовый
area.
каньон, птички.
So like enemies that you've encountered and stuff like that is there. So by being able to clear particular enemy data, it creates easier methods of running.
И обилочками отменяем все штуки. И, кстати, используем ретрит в этот раз уже без гличей. Просто переносимся в начало данжа.
Yeah, this is a fun thing they added in TLA. Like, there's so much content in this game for like a very early GBA game. It's unreal how much content there actually is. But that squishing of content onto a cartridge leads to compromises, and that leads to a lot of areas of reused memory. And part of that is this thing where enemies in slot 2 for some reason contribute to the junk in the out of bounds. So, in particular, the height map, it dictates what level the terrain is out of bounds. It's really annoying. Anyway.
Говорят, что игра очень такая процессор зависимая и независимо от того, там, какой картридж, но враги иногда любят, короче, в оба выходить, подглючивать, так сказать.
There's pretty tough enemies here again. Like this is one of the last things you do on Oceania usually. So coming through here a bit later.
Random encounter.
Picking up broad axe is really helpful because sometimes there'll be like one enemy, and rather than casting the girls, you want to just have Felix's attack twice. Because you're going to be using a lot of PP, and you need to have You need to reserve some for puzzles, as well as being able to get through the fight. So this is wonderful kind of like balancing act of, you know, using it for combat or using it for exploration. And
И игра истощает нас по мане, поэтому мы как бы используем ману, чтобы вот эти вот, чтобы путь расчистить, а нам при этом надо, короче, дальше там файт пуститься. У нас уже мы истощены по ресурсам. То есть игра изматывает пати героя. Поэтому очень важно менеджмент тут ресурсы. И вот уже пошел энкаунтер, в котором раннер не использует вообще никакие обилки. Он использует, чисто бьет в лицо врагу, потому что сил уже нету. Кстати, очень оптимизированно движется по этим кирпичикам. Смотрите, как прикольно передвигаться в этой игре. Есть всякие вот склоны, с которых можно скатиться, есть вот вихри, есть лесенки. Насколько удивительно, что это все сделано на Game Boy Advance.
Experience level does matter. That is a disgusting timing for that encounter.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I've never seen that before. Sorry, I'm gonna +1 that count.
If I had not had my last attempt in this game, then I would have said I've never seen that before, but this happened in my
Один из комментаторов разразился смехом, потому что он такого вообще никогда не видел здесь энкаунтера. Это, конечно, невезение. Вот раннер даже... Ему пришлось использовать обилку. Тут, кстати, он двигал статую, и с ней, если попасть в цикл, можно сразу же получить вихрь и улететь куда нам нужно. И главное, что это как бы не просто уровень, где можно зажать вперед и бежать, тут надо думать головой. Очень крутой геймдизайн игры.
And that's when it comes to climbable surfaces. This next screen, you're not going to see. So we're going to go into retreat mode. We're going to just hotkey and move. Now we're going to jump up onto the thing. I'm going to let Plexa focus on this one, but essentially with the next screen he's doing blind. So he's going to press the A button to make sure he's off a ladder, and then okay, he needs to redo retreat because that was an early fight.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. So essentially the next screen he's doing
Тут немного потный враг.
So he's going to move to the left, quickly jump onto the next ladder.
Буль в чате
And
есть?
then wiggle left a little bit to jump onto the next one. Move up for a bit, hold right, and then we're going to press up, and then doesn't really have to press A, but you know we'll press A to make sure he's off the ladder, and then run right to the next one and come down.
И мы используем такой небольшой обуз.
The reason this is working is because the next screen has a gimmick where
Клипаемся за пределы экрана.
Cast whirlwind on a central stone. When you get to the top of it, it'll bring you back down to the bottom of the screen. But because we removed the loading zones by
Следующий экран, он, короче, такой гиммик, поэтому своего рода. Он имеет, так сказать, свои уязвимости. Да, и в этот момент абуза у нас все равно преследует рандом энкаунтер, что забавно. И мы практически вслепую делаем сетап. Как вы можете видеть, вот тут колонна, которая стояла на пути, мы ее подвинули. То есть мы залезли на вот этот экран, который нам сейчас показали, подвинули там платформу, потому что там ничего не мешало, да. По сути, не знаю, возможно, да, это типа, можно сказать, что это небольшой зип. И вернулись обратно и зашли уже нормально на это место. Вот. Ну, не совсем зип, мы просто клипнулись.
My PP management's been really good. I can actually skip this Trinity Stone, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's always safer just to grab it.
Yeah.
So Sid said that's the end of the outside of Ayers Rock. So this is the interior to Ayers Rock. A very important thing to note about the rocks is that the exterior and the interior are considered two separate dungeons. And that will be important for a reason.
It was about this point in your casual playthrough, you're like, oh god, there's more? And this kept going and going and going. There's like a left side, a right side, and people were like, no, this dungeon is too long. Camelot, what have you done?
There's
gonna
3 colors with doors that go up to 6.
Yeah, we're gonna
Очень запутанный даунж.
considerably, so strap in.
Okay.
Oh, move clips.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Take those.
Oh
Sid,
yeah,
go ahead.
let's go ahead. So retreat glitch is not the only glitch we have access to, fortunately. We also have this. We have pillars that you can
Тут
move.
можно пони застрять при казуальном прохождении.
Stand up. So if you position yourself just right, you can just kind of clip on top of them. You saw how fast Plexa did that. That is not pixel perfect. That is sub-pixel.
И мы подходим к колоннам,
Pixel trick. It's super annoying. You can have the
используем мобилочку и клипаемся сразу наверх колонны.
Basically Sonic now because we've got sub-pixels to worry about.
This is why I run this game.
Расчищаем препятствия, возвращаемся.
Sonic runner, so I kind of now
Четкий
finally
обуз.
understand why I was drawn to this game.
It's the sub-pixels, yeah. I mean, we've got cycles, we've got sub-pixels. I mean, basically a platformer at this point.
Basically.
Actually, the indie category does play out like a platformer because it's entirely scripted and it's purely execution. But that's a different category, and it's about 300 times harder than this one. So,
Yeah. This particular move clip is harder because this one you only get one shot at it. So that piece you're going to do a save just in case. Yeah.
I want to get this just to show it off because it's so cool.
Yeah. So the subpixel, you'll know that
Очень большая
essentially what you can do
платформа,
is
которая очень большой путь.
know if you kind of tap right and then you
Ну,
see
делаем
Felix move,
сейв.
he doesn't actually move anywhere. You're on the right subpixel. So it's kind of one of those things.
Короче, мы залезаем на верхушку,
There's like a lighter line on the left.
вернее, на вот эту платформу, которая должна из-под земли выплыть. Ну, куда, короче, мы должны заехать вот этой платформой, и куда мы ее затащить. Ну, да. Стоя на определенном пикселе.
I've done that every single run of my life, by the way.
И это сложная штука. Ну, мы, короче, кликаемся наверх. И это получается изи первым разом. Это круто.
There's a lot of aspects to retreat glitch.
Yeah,
Говорят, очень редкая штука получения.
The vent is back on. Alright.
And yeah, so that entire screen has just been completely removed, and that's quite a long screen, having to go around the back and like push the stone to clear the vent, and then come around the other way again. It's like a whole thing. So the retreat glitch there makes us fall down onto the bottom of this screen. And here's
what, 50% of the dungeon?
A lot. That's
Красивый даунж.
Give or take. I'm also going to do this the really swaggy way, so I hope you know how it works.
I don't think I know this
И, кстати говоря, мы скипнули, наверное, где-то половину данжа всего вот этими скипами.
Now,
It's очень много.
like to my own horn, but that's called the Bowie door, purely because I was playing a casual playthrough and used the door, and Plexa went, wait a second.
That's the door? Yeah, that's going to be really important in a moment.
Yeah.
I actually need... There we go. Sid and Bowie, like, what on earth is he doing? Well, in retreat mode, this pillar isn't actually moved. I've moved the object, but not its collision, so I can just walk back through it. So I'm going to get an encounter now to reset retreat mode eventually. Hello, thank you. And then once this loads, then the game is going to update the collision of the pillar back to where it should be. And then I can just conveniently move it out of the way.
That's sick. That's sick. I like that. That's really cool. Never seen that before. But that's faster because you don't have to watch the whole like float up, don't you?
It's not faster. It's not faster, but it's tasks faster, but not in practice. It's not faster. But it's
Очень оптимизировано, пробегает.
So it's fine.
Of course.
Exactly.
So yeah, that door, by the way, is super important because we mentioned that the interior
our
and
PP is
the
completely drained, so we gotta go get the sniper still.
Yeah, of course. We do need Felix to be casting. But yeah, so that door now creates the entrance to the interior, being that large room in the middle, not this room here. Where we
Просто от этих поворотов уже немного голова кружится.
We changed the entry
Так,
point to the dungeon.
персонаж пробегает по этим комнатам.
Because, you know,
Влево, вправо, туда-сюда.
It's very important to get RPP, but, you know, one of those things.
Very important. Oh no, it's retreat mode. Oh, I hope this still works. Oh wait, that's a soul blade?
That's the best weapon in the game, isn't it?
That's the best weapon in the game. Yeah, well, pretty good. It's pretty
И мы взяли лучшее оружие в игре. Soul Blade.
That is a real and legitimate Soul Blade, by the way. So we now have the... Do we have someone who's ready on the old McGee don't counter?
I think so. Someone please count them.
Yeah.
Count the McGee don'ts.
Опять же,
Watch this proc first try. What? Oh,
немного ломаем свое вертикальное положение. Заходим в УБ. Все еще в УБ нас преследуют враги. И можете увидеть, как работает Soul Blade. Мы делаем такой Мегида, и она просто вжаривает врага.
So this is a very particular setup. Based on the fact that he had a mummy, he's going to walk a very certain way to get the door. You didn't,
Oh, I had Emu, sorry. I thought I had Ghoul. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We fixed the
setup. So yeah, that was the out of bounds that we were talking about earlier. We needed to keep track on which enemy data we had out of bounds in order to do that. The way he got out of bounds is by once again abusing the pillar collision in combination with the retreat glitch. So he pushed the pillar and Felix just kind of moved there, but the actual collision
Дальше
was
секция
in place.
с
So that's why he was able to pop onto there and just kind of move out of bounds after the game gave him control.
тросами.
Yeah, and now the Soul Blade is gonna do Soul Blade things, so we're just gonna whack everything with our big stick. And it's gonna do a lot of damage.
Soul Blade, короче, всех разваливает.
Very powerful weapon.
Yeah, it's really strong. I think it's like an
Можем всех дамажить, дамажить и дамажить. Хорошо иметь большую пушку с мощным уроном.
Is a triple damage. It's like a crit proc basically, but it's triple damage and it's also Venus aligned. So Megiddo. It's generally faster when you have like 2 enemies or whatever, or maybe 3 as well, just to have Felix just slap them back, rather than like spend all this time casting. Generally 2 is like the best one, but you know, Megiddo.
We just want to see Megiddos at this point.
Разбил врагов Мегидой.
We really don't. The animation is well slow, and they die in one hit anyway. But it's really epic, so you love to see.
Yeah. The thing is, you'll get
each time that happens, we lose 3 seconds. It's still worth it overall, but it's 3 seconds.
The thing with Megiddo as well is that it will proc 1,000,000 times in every single encounter until you get to a point when you need it, and then you're just swinging away.
Exactly. We should probably actually acknowledge how we got that.
Yes,
maybe.
Plexa, please describe that because I have no clue. Memory.
All right. So basically, we have the retreat items glitch. So you may recall at some point I did a retreat warp and I ended up on the world map. What happens at that point is that the game is trying to find a door that doesn't exist, and the game goes and then freaks out and then tries to interpret something as a door. If it can't, it just sends us to a failsafe door. There's no failsafe item. So what it does in that case is just keeps reading memory until it interprets something that looks like give Felix or give the player an item. Now, almost every instance of this is junk. Mostly longswords. There's some interesting stuff that happens at Treasure Isle. You can actually talk to the Narebra fortune teller through a chest at Treasure Isle. It's kind of weird. But it just so happens that
В общем-то, как вы могли понять, Мегидда атака, она довольно медленная. Нам ее показывают просто потому, что она крутая. Просто потому, что нам не так уж и сложно посмотреть ран не 6 часов, а скажем, и чуть побольше. Ну, вообще, каждое использование Мегидда, оно типа на 3 секунды дольше. Теряет 3 секунды, да. Хоть оно и ваншотает врагов, типа.
So yeah, that's the end of Ayers Rock, and we now have the Soul Blade. So we don't really need any more weaponry.
А какая ваша любимая атака в
I
JRPG?
think we're going to grab a weapon for Jenna because it covers some damage rolls. But yeah, for now we're going to be all good. At this point, we're looking for a certain level because we're going to do a reverse. We're going to go through Yampi Desert. Now, if you've played this game before, you'll know that when you go after Al Hafri, you'll go to the southeast of Yampi Desert and you'll jump into a hole that you can't get out of. So this is essentially a blocked location. However, Plexa is a speedrunner, so that doesn't matter. It's completely fine. It's going to be okay.
Megiddo.
Alright,
Rip 3
Soulblade,
seconds.
let's do a deal. If you're gonna do this on these encounters, give it to me on Briggs, please. Please.
Okay, so
It's not
retreat
gonna
glitch.
happen.
Retreat glitch here from this position. Put us out of bounds. We're going to run to the top left.
Нам отсюда не
Yeah, we're
сбежать,
gonna
тут
grab this lucky
такие
medal and we're
пустыни.
gonna go and, pick up a safety item.
Но мы сейчас
Up left for like 5 seconds or 6 seconds.
сбежим, немного клипнемся,
And that
Yeah.
brings us
выйдем в
to
ОБ,
we get
So this is
water
a-
slide.
This is a super dungeon, as in
подождем немного и попадем
it's the closest water of life
в нужную нам пещеру.
game. So yeah, they really didn't want to give us revives in this game. We literally have to glitch into a super dungeon to get a revive. It's insane. But we've got cutscene coming up, so I can take it away.
Мне нравится очень
Boss fight.
атака финальной формы Сефирота, где он там кидает большой снаряд, и он пролетает сквозь планету, там просто все раскурочивает. Вот это прям супер пафосная штука, по-моему.
We got a $25 donation from a Jew Potter that says, "Glad to see Golden Sun and GDQ. Let's see that Dullahan fight." We've also got a $10 donation from Meglo that says, "Would love to see some Dullahan. Good luck with the run." Also got a $25 donation from Kate Karma saying, "Golden Sun, The Lost Age brings back so many good memories. Definitely a long-time favorite of mine. Great game for a great cause. And good
Кстати,
luck with the
чтобы
run."
никто не путал,
That I
напоминаю,
definitely have
что
to read here. $25
это
donation from Anonymous
игра
that
с
says,
Game Boy
"Have to
Advance,
say, I feel
портативной
excited
консоли.
to see Plexa running Golden Sun at SGDQ. I think anyone would agree it's Jenna.
Но
really,
тут
and
в консоли
I think
указано
but I
VUC,
also
это
have
виртуальная
a
машина
personal love for a series that
Nintendo
introduced me to
Wii U.
RPGs. Let's get these
Wii
incentives
U,
met.
Wii
I'm
U.
trading an exciting Dullahan fight today. Good luck, Plexa.
Она позволяет эмулировать всякие старые Nintendo все штуки. Ну, это не эмулятор технически, это virtual машина именно. Это, так сказать, легальный эмулятор. То,
Thank you for that.
то есть вот это именно
So 660 should be fine.
такая полезная штука в арсенале спидранера.
Earlier I was mentioning experience level, and that's, you know, having extra encounters would at least get us to the right experience point. We want to be level 9 here, and then we want 10 levels worth of agility. The 10th one comes from that mince, which is a one-use item on which you can just raise a person's agility by 1 level. With that level of agility, Felix should be able to consistently outspeed the Sea Fighters, which are Brick's little helpers. There's going to be 4 total of them, and well, getting rid of those is A, safer, and B, gets us a bunch of experience to hopefully put us in a good experience point afterwards.
Мы тут вербуем 4 морских бойцов.
We have the Soul Blade,
Морские
yet Briggs
волки.
is still a run killer. We even did Air Struck earlier to get a whole bunch of experience, yet
Тут
he's still a
еще
run
встреча,
killer. But fortunately, hopefully we should be fine here.
которая может убить нам ран.
60 should still be enough there. If you
Даже
get
с Soul
really bad
Blade'ом.
rolls on the speed and turns, you might get one Sea Fighter out turning, but it's a risk worth taking.
If the Soul Blade cooperates, this fight is absolutely free, as you can imagine. By Soul Blade cooperating, I mean we get Megiddo every time we need to get Megiddo. However, the Soul Blade has this really nasty habit of never proccing in any of the boss fights. And if it doesn't proc, then we can get ourselves into some dicey situations. So, let's see how we go.
Рассказывают про свойства Soul Blade, он
He also specifically
имеет привычку никогда не прокать на босс-файтах.
that he can boost Felix's attack power. Gonna do that twice. The first turn he's only gonna have 1 for his attack, which means he can't one-shot the Sea Fighters. So we're just gonna have Jenna do a Volcano in order to finish the Sea Fighter off. And on the second turn, Felix will be double impacted, and he will be able to one-shot all of the Sea Fighters. So prioritizing that.
Опа, друга позвал. Друга позвал.
It cuts out the volcano, I guess. And from this point on, we don't want to see
Друга
Megiddo
позвал.
fighters, and we do want to see Megiddo when we talk bricks. So good so far.
Nice outturn there. Nice outturn again. Very lovely.
Ну, нам надо убивать их быстрее, чем они появляются. Классика JRPG.
Briggs does generally use items before he does anything else. The oil drop is pretty scary because after that.
Друга позвал.
I need Megiddo, please.
Yeah, Megiddos, please. If Briggs uses too many items, he starts getting access to Echo Cut, and he can do very bad things because Echo Cut is very strong. All the Sea Fighters also have Echo Cut, which is why we got rid of them. Please give us Megiddo. Come on.
Наш враг начинает переходить в другую фазу. Он начинает спамить экокатом. И он бьет по всей пати очень больно.
You can just die there. It's just not fun. But we didn't, so yay. First run killer down.
И тут легко можно умереть, но ранее хилится и делает Megiddo.
We have a lot of setup just for this particular fight. This is the first killer.
Yeah, it's truly horrific.
I can feel the years being added to your life every single time you get past a run killer. You're just like, oh Christ, thank God.
Yeah, we got some terrible ones coming up, but we also have a really obnoxiously long cutscene. So Argek, please from my boredom.
Полеха, бывалый раннер. Короче, разваливает всех вообще на изи.
$20 donation from the Buka saying, seeing Plexa's run of the first Golden Sun during last GDQ was a blast. So I'm excited to see the Lost Age this time around. And maybe
вот уже первый час из 6.
Anyways, good luck to you, Plexa. We've also got a $100 donation from White Wolfos that says Golden Sun was one of my favorite series growing up.
И тем временем было собрано $20 000 из 50 на битву с супербоссом Дулаханом.
Donation from Samuel Lusick, who says Golden Sun is a fantastic game. I loved the run at AGDQ and the race at Hotfix. I've replayed all 3 games after that, and they are still fantastic. Good luck to Plexa, and let's get Dullahan met.
О, 6 часов. У меня одна банка монстра. Это значит, что меня хватит еще на час. Ну ничего, ребят, под конец рана мы немножко поспим. Шутка. Типа клаун.
Just I want to reiterate that the Dullahan fight is absolutely absurd, and the fact that Plexa does it as well as he does is even more absurd. You do, I know I speak.
Please tell me, why is this so absurd?
Why is it so absurd? Because I mean, the fact that the thing is like, it's one of those really those fights. It's incredibly tricky, even if you manipulate.
Комментаторы тут спрашивают. Смотри, это Аргик спрашивает комментатора, а почему все так абсурдно? И комментатор чем-то вообще разразился объяснениями, я это не буду переводить. Просто почему абсурд файт с Дулаханом? Видимо, вот этот вопрос. Ну это просто, короче, очень длинный файт. И все. Тут нельзя его никак зачистить. Он просто сильный. Да. 6 часов, estimate 6 часов 6 минут, потому что, в принципе, раннер мог бы пройти игру на 6 часов, но решил сделать еще запас 6 минут, чтобы на всякий случай там эти 6 минут. Если, на случай, если он вдруг немножко подруинил бы.
On a level that you're probably like not always aware of. So much goes into like tinkering this and like, you know, chipping away at different corners to make it work, or it doesn't quite work here, so pull this back, but that's going to be an issue, so you have to do this instead.
Кстати, давно уже не видел, чтобы JRPG руинили Estimate. Обычно на каждой финалке Estimate отваливались. Но, похоже, эта традиция прерывается, и покемонов укладываются, и финалки. И вот ждем конца рана Golden Sun.
I seem to recall that, like, back in the day, the record was sub 6, but it was like a high 5.
Да, кстати, 6 минут на кучу просмотров атаки Мегида.
As in 5 hours and 30.
Очень четкий расчет.
We kind of saw suddenly that there was this thing available, and then just
каждая Мегида,
make of it what you will kind of thing.
Каждая Мегида это 3 секунды.
Impressive bit of work, and it's just been pushed so far. So. But yeah, just meet the incentive.
Каждый марафон должна быть JRPG.
This is also one of the reasons that we actually
Yes, the C5 gives us a bunch of experience, which help us get to level 10 faster. But we're going to exit out the left side here. That's important. That resets our retreat pointer to that door rather than the one near Al Hafra, which is pretty important for something that we're about to do. It's not the Soul Blade. We already got one of those.
Трансляция подрубилась и недавно поесть чипсы. Ну ладно.
You can actually do that trick repeatedly and get as many Soul Blades as you like.
Разбиваем щепки эти бревна.
You can't equip them to anybody except Felix and Isaac, so... I mean,
плутаемся, двигаемся по всяким этим самым штучкам.
You can sell them for money, but you've seen the size of our shopping menu, so that's not really needed.
What are you talking about? It's so expensive.
This is a legitimate problem in the new Dark Dawn route, by the way. We cannot afford to buy anything.
Well, yeah, you skipped through the entire game.
In Dark Dawn, they changed something so when you die, you lose half your money, which is really strange. Felix is just mad at the world, don't mind them. And so the Dark Dawn's now got all these death warps in them, so we end up at the end of the game with like 200 coins because we just have died like 5 times in a row. It's pretty funny.
I found it always fascinating that they didn't have that in the first 2 Golden Suns, because it is a Camelot staple, the half gold. So Echo, thanks for coming. Yeah, that's Blitz.
И заканчивается очередной встречей с Джином.
Yeah, this guy was a real run killer in the old classic 80% before RNG might have destroyed that category, because he'd just run away. You'd have to reset this room.
Собираем этого Джина, и нам пригодятся его обилки.
In this category, it's fine. We outspeed him, we just donk him on the head with Echo, and it's all over.
Yeah, the only way he can still, ruin your day is if you get caught by surprise, so that he gets an action first, and he uses that action to run. It is possible.
I've never seen that. I know it's theoretically possible, but I haven't personally seen that.
Me neither.
Knock on wood. We're past him now, so it's fine. But my next run it will happen for sure.
Oh yeah.
So this is a cool little, like, a tiny puzzle to kind of corral the King Scorpion into a position that we can kill him. We're going to cast a Void here because it just works out. If you cast a Void, then run straight to the pillar, you get the best timing to finish off this particular screen. One more, and then we're going to get to fight the King Scorpion, which, despite having the Soul Blade, is an incredibly tricky fight. So, I will have to... I think we should kind of, like, just chill on the comms and let Plexa focus for this next fight, because, yeah, we do need it.
Yeah, like, Soul Blade doesn't trivialize the game as much as you think.
It's just, it's kind of annoying, but it's just one of those fights where, despite your power, you do have to be very, very precise with this encounter. So, best of luck, mate.
Thank you. Banging theme, by the way.
Oh yeah.
opting for okay, cool impact. Yeah, nice approach. Yeah, good start.
Ну, такой
Attack. Okay, nice.
здоровый скорпион.
Okay, impact again. Smart follow-up.
Стреляет там пролетейлом.
Crit, okay. Extra damage, nice.
Okay, going for the attack again. Wonderful. Okay.
И бьем по нему соулблейдом, и он надо же, он дает крит. 2-2-8 коинов получаем тут. Изи босс. Когда у вас прокают криты.
That fight can go kind of square or sideways, I guess, if Felix gets stunned. So we've got the.
Чем про Антелию сказал, наверное, про этот файт.
We have them for two reasons. One, if he gets smoke bombed in the Briggs fight, then he has a 60% chance to miss. And because we're relying so heavily on the ghetto and attacking, we got to get rid of that. And Elixirs will get rid of that. The other reason is in that fight, if Felix gets stunned, we're in a bit of trouble. So we've got to again use the elixir to get through that. Again, safe door, because that's apparently what that door sends you if you are in retreat mode with the retreat pointers into the first room of the dungeon.
Yeah,
so,
which is why we ran to the west side to reset.
Precisely.
You may have noticed you may have noticed as well that Plexa popped Felix into a different class. So he's got Iron, which is a Ginny that gives inherently a little bit extra speed, but gave Felix 2 Jupiter Ginny, putting him into the Illusionist class line, which is a very, very fast class, because it's Jupiter. And Jupiter's the fastest. This means that Felix will generally outspeed pretty much everything. There's a couple of enemies that, you know...
И вот тут очень разнообразный уровень.
But this is a really, really important thing where we're going to be changing up the class alignment and setup just for this specific area so that we can do things like this. Like lose 3 seconds to a proc.
Тут что, на энкаунтер бьем?
And the Wolfkin Cub, I think, are the 2 that you don't outturn. Everything else.
We don't outspeed. It depends on your agility stat rolls throughout the dungeon.
Камни специально сбиваем, чтобы можно было потом запрыгнуть.
Which is a good place to be. So we should mostly outspeed things, or at least be in contention to outspeed things. And once we get to level 11, we should outspeed everything for sure, which is nice.
It's fairly also nice that you outspeed gorillas, because they actually have very slow moves.
Yeah, see, this time we lost the agility tie, so that's fine. We'll still donk it on the head with our big stat stick, and everything will be fine.
Реально, он каждый раз смотрит Soulblade.
Whenever you use a Megiddo on like such a
красивая анимация на такой маленькой консоли. Конечно, накрутили графона. Просто скачали оперативку из интернета и закачали ее в Game Boy Advance. Вы понимаете, графика это не про мощность. Это вот. Главное, это хороший художественный стиль.
This is nice. This is a good part of the run. A little bit of extra attack is always lovely. But yeah, we're going to be crossing, because we went, left through Gondowan Cliffs over to Mondowan, we're going to be crossing what's called the Kabombo Mountains, because we're going to the Gabomba statue. The Gabombo itself, and then the Gabomba statue. The next dungeon, the Kabombo Mountains, is a bit of a tricky walk. There are some nasty enemies that can do some annoying things, assassins and stuff like that, but there is one enemy we do not want to see. These are the pixies.
Ведет наша дорога в данж Кибубо Mountains.
They also have the ability to cast the spell Sleep, which can put 3 of our characters to sleep if they so choose, which just adds loads and loads of time and could potentially even kill us. Further to this, they also have pretty powerful spells as well. So, as in how hard they hit you. They're very, very weak.
И тут неприятный враг, который может накинуть на нас слип. Если вся пати заснет, то это рип.
So fast, they are guaranteed to get their turns. So,
yeah, they're the one thing I'm truly scared of. Dang.
Если я засну на этом ране, то тоже будет трип, так что... Ранее выходить не получается забраться при помощи Это в
There is
ящике.
a direct correlation between character age and lines spoken in Golden Sun series. Creighton's about 450, so you know. There it is.
There it is.
Okay, nothing happened. Okay.
That's a spoiler of things to come.
Враги кастуют у нас дождь из овец.
It really doesn't save time, but it's swag, so it's time neutral, so I go for it.
Довольно безумная атака.
I don't even think I included that one in the guide. So.
No, you didn't. I also never go for it because. No.
I have an incredibly irrelevant question, but I'm just wondering: is today special at all outside of the fact that you're running Golden Sun? To you, Plexa?
Don't think so.
You don't think so? No, like occasion or anything?
Nothing comes to mind. Oh no, what happened?
Okay, never mind. Just don't worry. Keep going as you were.
Oh no.
You're fine. I mean, genuinely.
Такой небольшой стелс-момент даже. Стражник просто проходит, и все нормально, мы как бы тут просто за ящиком прячемся. Нас ничего не палят.
This is fine. Because we can kill one of them, it's always going to be fine.
Yeah, the monkeys are pretty powerful. They didn't use like they do like chest beat or like.
Враги в принципе щадящие атакуют, не подкидывают всякой фигни. У нас удачная случайная встреча. Мог бы быть враг и похуже, который нас потушил. Как вы уже видели, вот это кидает вот этот спрайт с кучей овец, и это усыпляет нас.
You can pet the dog with a giant stone pillar.
Get on it. Can you pet the dog, Twitter?
I'd love to see that.
What you can do is you can get the ability trimmer, and you can cast trimmer.
Делают шутки про твиттер, в котором пишут, можно ли тут гладить собаку в играх.
And the dog can be happy eating the bone. But we don't get trimmer because it's slow, so instead we crush its skull. So fair trade, I think. This is a fun encounter.
И говорят, что это ранкиллер. Собачка, которую мы могли бы погладить. Типа, мы можем ее погладить, но это будет ранкиллером.
This is why we keep everyone in like with all the gins set to give them as many stats as possible, so they're as tanky as they can be.
Yeah, and believe it or not, that encounter is not even that scary. I'm worried about the 3 pixies showing up and casting Swoop forever. That's why I did a safety save.
That's gonna happen.
I'm sure it will.
It'll be on the last step before you leave this place. There'll be 3 pixies waiting for you.
I legitimately had that this weekend. I was on best split pace. Then I got 3 pixies and they cast Swoop on everybody, and I was a very, very sad person.
I mean, you're getting away
with it. Медида погорели. Горело это.
Yeah, they are.
Разваливает.
The idea is... Oh no, here we go.
О, бой. 2 пикси. Начинает кастовать слип. И она закинула сразу слип и байн. То есть она сковала. Ну, то есть это такой дебаф, который, по сути, тоже станет, не дает никаких действий делать. 2 штуки сразу. Сейчас надо раннеру безумного менюингом скоростным просто снять дебафы эти. Но слип прокает только на одного персонажа из пати. Их все еще 3. И это хорошо. Главное, чтобы пати не вырубили. Или меня.
However, we are going to have a little bit of a change as we are going to get our 4th character in the game, and even though you may have, thought it was quite unlikely that Piers was going to join the party, because obviously why would a Mercury Adept join a team missing a Mercury Adept? But of course, he is going to join our party, and they're going to have a big shift in how we're going to be dealing with a lot of encounters as we now have access to 4 Mercury Djinn. Before that.
Yeah, we got a ton of cutscenes because it wouldn't be Golden Sun without cutscenes. So, Argic, what do you got?
We have a $50 donation from Megiddo, who just says, Megiddo!
Наблюдаем катсценку.
And we got a $25 donation from Shifter.
И Аргик зачитывает донатов, которых его принуждают кричать всякие смущающие вещи. Мегидо! Мегидо! Мегидо? Мощная атака.
Some people are saying that Dullahan's head is a marble with a screaming man inside, but we'll have to wait and see. If you meet that donation, we'll find out. And speaking of that, we have a massive $260 donation from Sycaria, who says, we had Golden Sun for AGDQ, and now we have Golden Sun The Lost Age on SGDQ? So much yes. Those two are my favorite GBA games and the first games I ever completed 100%. I have so many fond memories of these games, and I think I might dig up my GBA again just to complete them for the 8th time, if I remember correctly. I don't think I could ever be bored of those, except for one thing. Here's $1 for every character of the gold transfer code I had to type so many times, and every time was worth doing it. Donation goes to Fighting Dullahan so we can have more Golden Sun today.
Shoutouts to all the troopers out there who actually put in the gold passwords. I know your pain.
Plexa and I still have to have that race.
We do, but I'm sorry it wasn't worth it, friends. You can do everything in the game with a bronze password, and all of your gear that you can transfer is immediately outclassed anyway, so... I too was sad when I learned of this fact, so... yeah, apologies. If you do, however, want to use a gold password, there's a really cool category called True Any%, which uses a gold password. This is a passwordless file if you missed the beginning of this run. And True Any% uses a gold password to give us anything we want in the game, because it turns out the gold password isn't actually checking for items from Golden Sun 1, it's checking for items in any Golden Sun game. So we give ourselves like 3 Excaliburs and tons of busted equipment and stuff like that. It's pretty stupid. Cool category though. Alright. What do we have to say?
Okay, so yeah, now we have peers in the party. We're going to be shifting around our...
И в этой части игры мы получаем 4-го персонажа. И это позволяет нам сильно бустануть все дела, потому что мы можем ходить с 4 джинами уже. Это очень круто. Это очень сильно меняет расклад в наших боях.
You'll then be able to summon big monsters that deal massive damage. So we have 4 Mercury Genie, which means that we have access to why I can't remember the name.
Вчетвером мы можем просто призвать больших монстров и бустить дамаг.
Basically hits really hard with Mercury. So if there's a situation which, you know, there's like multiple enemies that we just
Действуют такие всякие пати-бусты, я вот не зря сравнил эту игру с персоной играми. Там тоже в пати игра становится, с полным пати игра становится прям на порядок проще.
Yeah, except the game is just giving me single enemies, which is great because it's faster, but I don't get to show off the smoke cone machine.
Are you going to show it off once?
Игра нам подкидывает одиночных врагов, это круто, очень быстро.
The little noodle thing at the top. For some reason, the game calculates the length of the rope. For some reason.
Забавное место, мы тут веревки, короче, привязываем шестеренку.
It should be noted as well that we do have one Jupiter Genie on Piers as well. Piers comes at a much higher level.
И вот теперь идет демонстрация вот этих атак, которые мы можем бахать благодаря всему нашей полной пати. Очень больно по всем врагам бьет.
It's specifically breath on Piers that makes this work. Breath is one of those Genie that come with innate plus agility on them, like it's like plus 3 extra agility or something. It's basically a full level of agility. So you stick that on Piers, so you get the class, which is a lot faster and has a much better agility multiplier. This menu is awful. I'm going to say that a lot, by the way. You get the class bonus of like extra multipliers on agility, and you get the boost from breath itself, and then Piers just gets over the agility threshold to outspeed everything. So very helpful little Genie, that breath.
very much worth getting very early on.
If you missed the interview I did a little bit ago, I'm going to complain about the gin menu quite frequently because for some reason it's three times laggier than the first.
Очередного джина, кажется,
Laggier, the more gin you collect.
которого бегает по этим шестеренкам, такая небольшая катсцена.
The input lag is roughly half a second per input, which is just absolutely horrific. But it's going to get worse. But we have some menuing techniques to try and speed it up. But yeah, it's a struggle, and I'm going to complain. So apologies in advance.
Yeah, the gin setup right now.
В игре есть определенный input lag, и мы можем просрать этих джинов несчастных всех. Когда они от вас убегают. И это прям большая беда.
It's just go to the first Mercury gin that's on Felix, then mash the standby button and go to the right, and then try to get them all as fast as possible. And that is something that we'll be doing quite a bit, just trying to optimize those standby menus as much as possible, because yeah, otherwise you can lose quite a lot of time for that.
Not as much time to the menu.
Also, Plexa's been holding on to this damage for a reason. He wants to heal as late as possible, so he's now going to go into standby and use a couple of spells here just to get his PP as low as possible, because we are going to do another retreat glitch. Again, you might remember I mentioned that when you are on a climbable surface, there's no loading zone. So when you try to sort of climb up that ladder, you don't go up to the next screen, but you actually just go to the wall. And we can run around the edge of the wall to the east side of the Bomber statue, and then do the second pound on the right side to reverse the gears, and that's what you need to do to get to the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time. It's way more impressive than the time save it affords you, so it
looks really cool.
That's really cool.
It also made me cry in all any.
Достаточно чего, да?
Basically, in all any percent, we sequence broke to this part of the game and had to deal with very, very strong monsters with instant death attacks and put you at 1 HP effects with very limited resources. And now
вы не проценте, тут очень большой sequence break, то есть ломание игровой последовательности прохождения, которые нас просто в любом моменте могут ваншотнуть. То есть еще больше, чем тут, вот эти клубы.
Damn, I'm secretly hoping I get a Staff of Anubis drop here, but it's whatever. It would be nice though, it's swaggy.
Exactly, it'd be a nice stat stick for Jenna, and otherwise we'll just have to get the Angelica.
I should probably equip that at some point as well.
Doomsayers. We haven't really talked about Doomsayers too much because they've been kind of nice. They have a move called Condemn. It's a one-shot. Advances in its own way with things moving on screen or just in general, it just moves. Battle RNG only advances when actions are taken in battle. I mentioned this at the beginning of the run, but I'll go into a bit more detail now. When you do a soft reset, it only resets general RNG, but hard resets reset both. So the main thing that we can really attack first, very nice. The main thing that we can manipulate is battles by doing a hard reset, resetting the battle RNG to 0, and then working from there. So in a marathon setting, we do allow ourselves particular saves just in case really, really bad things happen, but only a soft reset will be used because it's much harder to, utilize the general RNG from 0 in, a run like this.
We'll bring that up once we get to some of the more tricky boss fights, but I was not memeing when I said that Felix's name does determine puzzles in the game, and that this name is in fact optimal. I'm going to have a puzzle here in Kabomba, and the puzzle's actually determined by Felix's name. And the optimal solves of this puzzle require exactly 4 uses of pound. 4 uses of pound. Unless you're bad, in which case it's terrible. Basically, this room works on a timer. When the timer reaches 0, it will do the thing, and if the puzzle's been solved, you'll progress. The only way the puzzle or the timer gets paused is if you use a synergy. So you want to use as few pounds as possible to solve the puzzle. So this is one of the things that gives you exactly 4 pounds. So it's the fastest way to do the puzzle. And then we get a break, and then Arga can read off.
Просто решили
We
отвалиться,
got like 2
ни с
minutes
того ни
or
с
something
сего.
to kill, if not more.
I think more.
Посмотрим на небольшой
Want me to
пазл.
speedrun donations? Oh.
Yes, speedrun donations. Okay.
Надо забивать
Alright, here we go. Sweet, we got to speedrun some donations then.
части пути.
Righty. We have got a $50 donation from Zalim
Ставить
Neo,
нужные
who says,
детали
my
пазла.
first donation here. This is for all the doctors out there. Let's show them diseases that people will
Чтобы у нас
never give up.
получилась такая
Never.
общая трасса.
Thank you very much for your donation there. We got a $50 donation from Big Ozla that says, here's $50 to make an old man angry. And I can confirm that we are going to make an old man angry later on in the run here.
Yay,
The created being
fantastic.
angry incentive has been met, so look forward to seeing that. We've also got a $25 donation here from Gamer Forever that says, I've been watching GDQs for a few years now. My finances haven't allowed me to donate much though, so this year I am finally able to do so a little bit more. I appreciate that GDQ does help organizations for people in need, along with supporting the gamer community at large. Keep up the awesome work, everyone, and thank you for your donation there as well, Gamer. We got a $25 donation from Cormac that says, stoked to see Golden Sun 2. The GBA Golden Sun games are some of my favorites of all time. And we got a $10 donation from Carl that says, Golden Sun The Lost Age was one of my wife and I's favorite RPGs growing up, and I consider it a classic. Of course, I can join in on a $5 hype train. Consider this a donation for me and my wife. Take down Dullahan. And speaking of the $5 donation train, we've got Aetherfang with $5 saying, $5 train for one of the best battles. Count me in. So let's get a $5 donation train going to get that.
Тут такая довольно смешная статуя,
Getting closer and closer all the way through it here. We do
которую
want
мы
to see that. We
изучаем,
want that fight.
вытягивает
I'm
свой
going to sneak in
язык.
another one here quickly. We got a $25 donation
Звук
from Gold that
прежний.
says, when I was a kid, I started this Golden Sun game not knowing it was a sequel and was very, very confused by most of the story. I just enjoyed the cool pseudo 3D battle scene graphics and the creative uses Psy Energy had out of combat. I've since played and loved the first one and got some much needed context. Donating to make my preteen self proud. Let's keep the hype going. Let's keep it going, folks.
Yeah, that was me too, actually. When I got through to the secret final dungeon, and I could not enter the final secret dungeon.
Катсценки за катсценками. Продвигаемся по этому делу.
I decided I wanted to play Golden Sun 1. I played this game first, and yeah, I pretty much played the first game so I could finish the second game properly. So I relate to that. And you thought you were done, Argic, but no, we got more cutscenes because it's Golden Sun.
More cutscenes means more donations. We got a $25 donation from King of Mischief that says,
Знаете, за последние полчаса всего $3000 залетело.
Yeah, let's go. And we got a $25 donation from Nox saying, donating towards unlocking more content in one of my favorite games from my childhood. And then we got one here that I'm going to love, but I imagine the three of you are not going to like. So we got a $50 donation from Flint. Flint says, oh, a traveling warrior. And I see you're an adept too. You are just the kind of fighter I've been looking for. Won't you please take me along with you? I'm a Venus Ginny. My name is Flint. I must find my comrades. We were separated from each other when the volcano erupted. Maybe you can help gather my friends together as you travel. If you let me join you, I'll prove to be very beneficial to you, adepts. Your psi energy will grow stronger, and your adept skills will also improve.
Мы утали стеклянный шар от статуи.
Or just use our power to boost your own. If you call on many of us at once, our powers will work together. What do you think? Will you take me with you?
Oh, that takes me back. Whew.
I have to say, I love the dedication. I do love the dedication to getting the entire script out there.
И пробегаемся по деревне. Надеемся, что нас не будут душить случайные встречи. Очень долго не было случайной встречи, но вот она появилась. Райер использует Мегида. Вот уже зверь. Не единственного врага.
Okay, so we're going to have a bit of an interesting thing going on here. When we hit, I think it's level 13 for VWOW, Germa and Blue, we're going to actually change up our strategy.
Делаем шорткаты при помощи обилки ледяной.
Introduced me to, which I am always upset about, which is the expected value of certain scenarios.
Мы уже с другой стороны подходили.
Actually, you know, you could fight this, but on average, it's actually faster to flee. Even if you do, you know, have those odd runs where, you know, you fail flee 19 times, on average, it's a better idea. So, yeah, another kind of like mini moment where we're going to just swap to a fleeing approach.
Yeah, this game's a lot about finding what's the, on average, what is going to be the fastest way to clear.
Раннер Убер сидит по 6 часов ранее. А раннер кайфует от игры, даже не замечаешь. Кстати, сейчас мог бы ран закончиться, потому что, как вы видели, тут усыпили двоих врагов, двоих членов пати, и это было очень опасно. Да, это все-таки в видеоигры тут не замечаешь, как время летит. Особенно, когда ты делаешь вот такие всякие сложные техничные действия. 6-часовой ран вообще не ощущается. Ну, на самом деле, это еще маленький ран. Вот. На следующем рестриме, который будет, кстати, через 2 недели после ГДК, а между ними, кстати, еще у нас будет ивент, будет ESA, который будет, сколько там, 15-20 часов персоны. Мы там, у нас пол дискорда, короче, наверное, соберется на этот ран. Посмотреть, посидеть на персону 5. Это будет, вот это будет реально балдеж, концентрированный. А 6 часов это так, пустяки. Просто, что может быть лучше настолько многочасового рана? У нас еще в комьюнити был же Ханда GTA San Andreas, как раз несколько месяцев назад на марафоне. Правда, к сожалению, видеоролики не записали, ой, не залили на наш канал до сих пор, но это будет, когда-то будет. Это точно. Да, Еса дала добро на комментарии, это будет долгая Еса. Это будет первая Еса спустя много времени. И вот, да, я чуть не забыл самую главную мысль, которую я вел. Ребят, заходите в нашу группу ВКонтакте, там, сколько там лежит человек, я сейчас посмотрю. Там чуть-чуть осталось до 1000 подписчиков, и у нас вот есть календарь летних ивентов. Его, кстати, я рисовал, да. И... вот стримфест, кстати, на август перенесли. Да. Вот. И ребятам очень удобно следить за всем, что происходит. Поэтому мы держим в курсе, у нас не так часто что-то происходит, но когда оно происходит, происходит вообще прям редко, но метко.
Okay, so we're going to be running back to Madra because now that we have the Black Orb, we can get onto
Вот, 13 часов Wild Arms 3. Я бы, кстати, тоже посидел на Wild Arms. Wild Arms на прошлом ГДК был очень крутой. Я как раз на прошлом ГДК, по-моему, комментировал прошлый Golden Sun и Wild Arms. По-моему, первый Wild Arms тоже. И это были очень крутые игры. Потому что Golden Sun просто очень красивая игра с крутым геймплеем, а Wild Arms это JRPG с сеттингом вестерн. Это тоже очень круто. И необычно. О боже. Я чуть не просмотрел, как мы получили нового Джина, похоже. Мы получили Джина или нет? Или получили? Это круто.
We do need to go back to the Madrons though and kind of pop in and say hi. You know, kind of like, you know, visiting a relative when you're kind of like in the area, you know, one of those things. We are going to get an item called the Cyclone Ship, which is going to come in handy later on in the game, and also kind of will be used a bit immediately afterwards. But we're also going to grab another Ginny. So we have had a very low count of Mars Ginny and Fire Element in general. If we grab that second one, I think that was, I want to say it's not Scorch. Kindle, yeah. And then we're going to go and grab one more in Madra as well. So we're going to like build up a big chunk of Fire Ginny as well. Because we want to have, you know, as many of all of them as possible.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out everybody who met the created incentive. I know we're pushing to
О, меня пингуют ребята в Дискорде, зовут Вамокус.
But it would have been really awkward if you didn't meet the created incentive because I've had to be saying no to particular text boxes throughout the run to this point. I'm coming up on the last possible instance of implementing what's called the crate encounter. If the crate encounter is above 4, if you say no on 4 text boxes, the angry crate encounter will activate. So I've had to activate
Еще часа 4.
You'll have done, so thank you very much for that. It's a funny cutscene, so look forward to that, like 2 hours. Anyway, that was the last text box, by the way. That one there increments the counter by 1, and yeah.
А где расписание Есы глянуть? На сайте Есы, наверное.
Yep.
Which is nice, because we also leave him behind.
Ну, мы, в общем-то, сами пока не смотрели особо. Мы уже знаем, там тут персона, все дела.
We do not treat Graydon very well, but he talks too much. We just want to go fast.
Anyway, this is a fantastic time for some more donations, Agik.
О, Микаразу подогнал ссылку на Фураро. Фураро хороший сайт, потому что когда падает везде расписание из-за наплыва смотрящих. О нет, там будет Sonic 1 Sega Master System. Зачем я открыл это расписание? Sega Master System. У меня живот заболел.
That says, it is a delight to see Golden Sun, the Lost Age, at a GDQ at last. Plexa, thank you so much for bringing us both this and the first game across 2 GDQs. Golden Sun and the Lost Age have meant a lot to me and many of my friends over the years, and I'm so glad we get to relive that nostalgia very fast for a great cause.
Тем временем в игре происходит сюжет, хороший сюжет, рекомендую всем поиграть, почитать, пройти. По-моему, там даже русики есть от пацанов. Можете на эмуляторе загрузить. Я, конечно, осуждаю пиратство. И не советую вам. Это вам.
Oh, we got more. We got a $25 donation from Anonymous saying the SGDQ2021 Golden Sun run was amazing.
Заходи в Лабака Вамогус. 8 часов.
Good luck, and let's reach that incentive for the
8 часов.
Also, much love to my wife for introducing me to GDQ many years ago.
За предложение.
GDQ events every year. And we got a few more here as well. We got a $50 donation from Pure Spirit saying, let's go Plexa, an absolute beast in the Golden Sun community and an epic game. One day I'll join you on the leaderboard. And a $25 donation from Bensonism saying, let's go Plexa.
Hey, what's up, guys? Pure Spirit is
Нормальная там
first game, and he's doing a pretty good job actually.
звуки.
He's almost sub 4. He'll get there very shortly. And yeah, hey Bensonism, how you doing? Hope work is treating you well.
Это бонусное.
There's a quick cutscene there that
Тут собираем очередного Джинни.
For some reason. But Sheba gives her a ton of crap about it. Sheba is very sassy. She's a great character. Like Jenna and Sheba are just incredibly well written as characters. They're so well done. But yeah, Sheba kind of taunts Jenna for a while and just like, yeah, we want to save Isaac, right? Right? No, Garrett. Isaac, right? No, great moment.
Yeah, nice little girl thought moments. But...
Don't you mean Isaac? Stupid Sheba.
Oh. Shut up, Sheba. Yeah.
Yeah. They're good. They're good friends. It's always fun to see. There's a lot of attention to detail in a bunch of cutscenes between them as well, which Camelot are known. At least I feel they're known for that. But that's maybe just me being a massive fanboy. But there's always like loads of details like hidden in cutscenes that just kind of give away elements of their character, like Sheba's sassiness and.
Oh yeah, they're very good at personalities. Even in these sprite-based games, they just put so much personality.
Okay, so we're going to be popping Felix into.
Немножко менеджментом.
So this will put him into the brute line, and he'll have access to a
наших
which essentially
наши обилки.
Jump into the sky and slam down even stronger, which will one-shot these lads. We're going to be trying to get our
И, соответственно, наших джинов настраиваем.
Kind of like level. So we'll get 2 casts off before we have to resort to like other strategies to get through these. But we've got a few more clips that are kind of cool.
Нас на пути стоит противник, мы его, в принципе, разваливаем.
Again, this is going to be one of those things where Plexa is going to be setting up into a very specific position before engaging in the fight. The other way around before, and that was wrong. So like stepping down here, so he's 2 across, he'll move up so he's aligned like 1 pixel in a certain way. Then we'll like tap down left to get like a little series of 2 pixels between the bottom of the shadow. Ooh.
That's a shame. It's okay, we'll do it again.
There's 3 up to the top, and then
После этих
tap into 2.
Tapping. There we go.
осьминогов.
So there's like
Кальмарки вот эти вот, да? У них этих становится лужи, если их развалить. И мы можем использовать эту лужу, чтобы построить тут большую колонну изо льда. И это позволяет нам проходить дальше по уровню. Прикольный пазл.
What can you do?
Yeah, that is the smaller of the 2 skips in the Lemurian ship. It only skips like 1 encounter and a bit of movement, but we're gonna have one that skips I think like 2 encounters next. So first off, we're gonna body this fool. There's a rainbow. There you go. See a little flash. Yes, it's gonna skip those. So the 2 actualities that are currently on screen at the bottom, we're gonna skip those 2. So that's a lot of fights and that's a lot of time. So.
Конечно, переделывать их в колонны не очень продуктивно, можно было бы переделать их в закуску к пиву, но что поделать. Дальше, в принципе, пару кальмаров мы скипаем, клипаемся на ящик, заталкиваем его под себя и оказываемся над ним. И вот эту часть небольшую скипаем.
In the run, at least, the one with really specific use where you talk to a lady and she drops her water, because only then can you really flip slightly into the pool of water that's dropped and stuff. Move clipping in that regard has a lot more leniency despite being sub-pixel perfect.
you can try it again, basically. That's what's
exactly.
But we got that one first try, so that was really nice.
That was nice, yeah. I recently learned that you can actually engage in an extra encounter by accident, which is really annoying.
By accident?
Yeah, so this one, so not the one that you're fighting here, that one that's on the top right of like
This
the bottom
guy right
section.
here, this guy right there. You can talk
You
to him
can-
through
you-
this little thing.
You can engage him diagonally. I didn't realise this until I was trying to open the menu and got an extra fight. Very upset. Yeah.
Always use select to open your menus, folks.
Right, okay, so we're going to use Frost to hold this platform up. If you try and run it on it, normally it will fall down. So we're going to do a quick bit of setup. We're probably going to grab the oil drop here, which is going to be used by peers when we're on the...
И мы проследуем к
a
босс-файту
little bit hard. Just going to move Breath over and kind of give all of the
с Гидрой.
Mercury Ginny over to Shiva, so she has Wish, which is an AoE heal. Quick safety save just in case. This is a very specific fight. We're going to be fighting against the Aqua Hydra here. We're looking for 7 turns of damage, quote unquote. Imagine Felix's attack, one attack, is going to be 1 hit. We're looking for 7. So because Megiddo is times 3 damage, that's 3 turns. So that's 1. And we're going to basically be trying to keep ourselves alive as much as possible with Wish. Hopefully we're not going to see his AoE water attack. It's very, very scary. That's 4 in total now. So 1 more Megiddo and we're set up to win. Rising Venom, that's not bad, but yeah. That can poison and that's a bit worse, but...
Nice
Pretty good
other
so
small
far.
thing is that we keep Waft set on Pierce so that he also has access to impact, and we can double impact Felix before he ever does an attack.
Довольно
So that's just a case of getting him
просто
started.
файт.
Ooh, nice.
На самом деле нет, но...
And that's 8, so it's almost
Ранее
guaranteed.
хорошо
It's gonna have, I think,
справляется. У него прям очень
round
хороший
2, you
цикл.
have Procne coming out from Shiva, and then an attack, and that should be everything.
Ничего лишнего.
Although, a different setup here.
I told you I'm going for the
Set up
rainbow.
for the Raven Kill.
Oh, of course.
Красавчик.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was me being silly. There we go, cool. That's nice.
Disco Hydra, let's go. Shout out to the
That was a
Disco.
good. That was a really good one. Okay.
Good fight, really good fight.
You love to see those, because you also get the variants where he just spams Raging Flood over and over, and you don't get Megiddos.
That and triple jump.
No
Weird.
idea.
All right, we finally have the boat. The boat is a new mechanic in this game. In the first game, you had to run around on
И у нас
dingus. In this game,
мы
you get a boat.
приобретаем корабль.
Travel in style.
Какая же РПГ без корабля?
Well,
И
yeah,
тут
they
мы можем
can fly
путешествовать
things.
по
You know, why not?
некого
It's
рода
logic. It's-
открытого мира.
This is a really epic moment. Casually, you're like, it's like freedom. You're like, wow, the whole world has just opened up to me.
Ну,
Yeah.
And
на самом деле, сюжетно это все-таки
because on Twitch, if you select your game,
игра очень последовательная. Ну и тут есть пространство для эксплоринга, но в целом жанр JRPG, он, короче, характерен тем, что все JRPG игры, они строго линейные. Поэтому движутся только по сюжету.
Yeah, this is a big shift in how this game operates, and this is where this game can be a little bit contentious for some. Some people find that this is maybe a little bit too open or a little bit too difficult to kind of like make their way around, and it's very easy to get lost or just to kind of like lose your direction, because it is just meant to be at this point you're looking and you're trying to find information, because we know that what we want to try and do right now is make our way back to Lemuria. However, we can't get to Lemuria, so there's a massive question being asked: how do we get there? And then from here, it's just picking up pieces and like finding threads, you know, to find that answer. Thankfully, we know what we're looking for and how to do it, so we can go and do it in a speed run. But if you haven't played this game before and you're trying to figure this out, it can.
Ну, мировой рекорд всего 5,5 часов. Текст у нас получается накинуто на STMA. И это достаточно строго. В этой игре очень много контента. Удивительно, как столько всего столько разнообразия засунули на Game Boy Advance. На скромный его маленький картридж. Японцы великолепно все оптимизировали. Никаких лишних байтов.
Yep, you were not wrong, Sid. You were not wrong.
That is unfortunate, but...
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that going into the boat, but then I was like, oh, we actually have enough PP for all the frost in the boat. That's nice. what was I worried about? And then I realized that actually there's 2 more.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's okay.
Well, so yeah, we're gonna get the Sea God Steer here, and this will get us even further into the Shrine of the Sea Goddess. And this is what Bowie was talking about earlier. We have to drain all of the water out of Dyla first before we can even get this, and that was what that cutscene with the little kids was for in the Shrine of the Sea Goddess. So got it out of the way early, so that we don't have to like walk back and forth now. And then we're going to be doing
Гонка по первому Golden Sun, это, кстати, очень круто. Хотя в начале первого Golden Sun вообще ничего не происходит.
There's a very precise bit of movement as well that needs to be done, and it's kind of handled by preparing. So if you make sure you have no enemy data in the game, in memory by doing the map movement. Immediately hold up when you're moving. We're going to basically see the camera shift to the right, and then it's going to shift to the right again slightly, and then hold down left, and then we'll make it through.
And then we're basically at the end. This is where we need to see God's Steer. And the reason we are here is to get one of the pieces of the trident, the aforementioned way to get into Lemuria that Bowie was talking about. We will need to get a trident and forge it back into a hole, otherwise we will not be able to defeat the guardian standing in the way of Lemuria, Poseidon.
The infamous Poseidon, yeah, he's straight up invulnerable to everything unless you use the trident first. So literally all of
Необходимо тут для пикап, для того, чтобы закончить ран.
So if there was a dream,
Мы ретрутим начало земля. Очередной безглючный ретрит.
They're also impossible to pick up, so the menu is also impossible. But yeah, they're also impossible to pick up, particularly the one in Ankle Ruins, but I'll complain about that later.
Yeah. The reason we need the trident specifically, because Sid was saying that, you know, we have to use it to defeat Poseidon. Poseidon's got this weird, like, barrier over him, and we can't hit him unless we dispel the barrier by using the power of the ancient trident. So, just to kind of specify that, it's not really mandatory to know, but you know, just for those who are kind of interested in it. Yeah, the trident's pretty cool. It also deals damage based on the user, so we're going to give it to Felix, so he essentially gets, you know, a hit off as well. So it's not completely, you know, pointless. It does actually do something. You can use it in a bunch of fights, I think.
It does a lot of things. If you equip it, Felix.
Это был Genesis мод, так сказать.
For some reason.
It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Power of the sea.
Yeah. So, why are we going back to Kabomba, you're probably asking? Well, as you may have mentioned...
Ну, кстати, очень хорошо сейчас залетел. Просто посреди реплики сделал. Он запрыгнул на следующий экран.
A further thing about mud is... Wow, you can go up left there.
Yes, you can. I was going to point it out to you, but you're in the middle of a monologue.
You also, yeah, brought it up in front of...
Раз минус Джинни кидает гейзер атаку.
I knew that.
You brought that up yourself, Bowie.
That's fair. Yeah. That's all good. Yeah, Mud also operates is a really, really good Ginny. There's a powerful one in Golden Sun 1 as well called Vine. Halves the speed of the enemies you use it on, which will be very integral. Yeah. If you're probably wondering why Plexa was pumping his fist to the...
Если бы этот Джин не убежал, то мы потеряли мозг где-то минуту 2. Но Райерс идет великолепно. Практически не руинит на протяжении 2 часов.
What is your record on how many times Mud has run away in a row?
3 times.
3 times.
11%, really by the way. 11%. Yeah, good mechanic. Camelot removed that in Dark Dawn, thankfully. One of the few good decisions that were made in that game.
That's a bit cruel.
There's some really weird decisions in that game, Bowie. You have no idea, man.
Уже было сказано, сейчас я даже послушаю.
I love Dark Dawn, it's a fantastic video game, but here's a really bad decision, and you'll get grumpy when I tell you this.
Oh no, here we go.
In this game,
ну короче,
an encounter by exiting it and entering an area. So something you may have seen before, I dived into Dialer and back out of Dialer. That reset my step counter, and prolonged the duration before
Каждый переход между комнатами в этой игре, он ресетает счетчик шагов, за счет который нам подкручивает случайные встречи. Это очень странное решение, но типа игра не может слишком много. Консоль слабая, как бы, столько памяти держать нельзя, поэтому каждый раз эта память обновляется. Интересно, что будет, если слишком долго, типа, не переходить в другую локацию? Наверное, это будет, можно как-то... Наверное, ничего не будет, скорее всего.
If you have that and the fact that you lose half of it, yeah.
I'm not complaining about the points of no return, but I will complain about encounters being reset on doors. Anyway, speaking of good NPCs, we have our favorite NPC coming up. This is Shop Girl. She is fantastic. We love her a bit in the community. She is fantastic pixel work done on her.
Как раз одно из многих закупок.
Praising her just spontaneously, like, wow, look at the attention to detail in this sprite. It's amazing. I'm like, yeah, we've been noticing this for years. This is Shop Girl. Everybody say hi.
Hi, Shop Girl.
Hi, Shop Girl.
Очень удобный магазин прямо на пути.
Heard someone come in and looking up, going, "Hello, sir. Can I help?" It's very lovely. But yeah, it's just great that like certain characters.
Таким с пушками, армором.
This is cool.
Раут тут очень.
And the nice thing is, it is actually optimal to use this shop.
Оптимизирован.
The very first one where we can get these items: the war gloves, another Psy crystal, and some platinum circlets.
Yeah. So this is a big part of Reg's kind of like contribution to the route as well, which is kind of doing early Gaia, where you know, before we used to do a different route where we'd go over to Aqua Rock first, then go down to Tundaria Tower, and then come back and do Gaia Rock later. However, we're now doing Gaia Rock early, which means that we're going to be lower level and we have to, you know, get through Gaia. It's going to be a lot harder. There's a lot of like timing, a lot of working on this to make it happen and make it viable. This is a backup Water of Life as well. That if anyone at home watching didn't know about that, good, because not many people did know about that. It's one of those subtle things. There's a stone there you can jump on, but
that's the first Water of Life that is accessible in this game by normal gameplay.
Бродим тут по деревне.
Okay, so if you have seen, you know, when we've been talking about those really cool, like using move to kind of get some move clips, that's been pretty cool. Well, we're gonna change it up a little bit. We are gonna everyone's gonna have one Venus Genie, so that we have access to Judgment. Felix is a big, powerful boy, so he is going to deal a lot of damage. We have Piers in base class and Sheba in base class as well. Judgment will deal a lot of damage to most people, and probably kill a bunch of the enemies.
Кстати, ребят, наверное, надо синхронизировать с чатом. Пару раз перезапускал.
Now those cool like movement shenanigans, we're going to see something pretty sweet here as well. A very precise positioning on the
трансляцию, которую смотрел. Поэтому напишите, какое у вас время на таймере. Ну, в основном, типа, 3 последние цифры.
Rather than having to, you know, bring it round by using the bottom. Oh, hello.
I needed that one to connect, unfortunately.
Я где-то на полминуты впереди. Ну, такой пазл с этими штуками.
And I'll just get an extra couple back action as well.
Yeah. This like little area inside the stones is kind of like high PP regen, and also I think there's no encounters in there as well, because it's a puzzle screen. After developing Beyond the Beyond, Camelot went, we really should make sure there's no encounters in puzzle screens. So they learned their lesson from Beyond the Beyond.
Сейчас я все сломал немного себя.
Okay. So, by going inside, we can retreat glitch to go outside and skip the entire first screen of the outside of Gaia Rock, which is actually quite long, because you have to kind of go one way to solve a puzzle, to go back the other way to finish the puzzle, and then go back.
Кстати, и раннер снова использует retreat glitch.
That's a really, really cool skip to skip that entire first screen, which is where I got stuck at.
Я уже сказал, типа, игра путает наши игровые положения, когда мы с нее используем загличенное сваливание с поля боя.
It sends you to some weird room with some modifier attached to it, and when it's applied to the first room, you get sent there, which is incredibly convenient. all the other rooms in the maze do other weird things. We will may be able to use one.
И вот мы снова оказываемся в этой локации.
They behave in a more conventional manner. It's just that the entrance and the exit specifically that do really weird things. My movement here is trying to avoid things that will pop out at me and give you a jump scare. So apologies if I hit one.
Просто карабкаемся наверх. Он, кстати, делает это очень оптимально, то есть он не делает лишних движений, а делает только те действия, которые нужно забраться на эту лестницу. Просто по прямой, вправо-лево.
The thing about summon animations and the fact that we have judgment is just so much nicer in terms of the time we save compared to something longer like Berea.
И как раз демонстрация атаки Judgment.
Yeah, so the point here is
очень мощная.
During the teen levels of your party, like from like 13 through to like 20ish, you kind of lack any useful AoE synergy. So while we have really good single target damage in Megiddo, we don't actually have any damage for parties, so we can't clear them efficiently. So summons just turn out to be the best thing we can use to clear encounters with more than one enemy. I'm looking for 11.
Megiddo, конечно, хороший сингл таргет для Дро.
And if you've seen the speedrun of the first game, this shouldn't be really surprising because that never gets past level 19, so they're kind of permanently stuck in summon mode. But we won't be because they gave us way more experience in this game, so we'll actually get decent levels.
Yeah. These fireworms are paper, and they give you about 158 experience per. That's really good. So,
yeah, do you know why?
Do I know why they give you that much experience?
Когда враги большого уровня, мы, собственно, получаем с них больше урона.
Every other enemy in this dungeon is from Golden
Что мы тут немножко пофармливаем.
They changed their levels, but they didn't change the experience they give. In Golden Sun 1, enemies give about 70% of the experience they would in Golden Sun 2. The worms, however, are a unique addition from Golden Sun 2. So they come with a ton of experience attached to them for some reason.
Окей, теперь Judgment — это моя любимая атака в этой игре, она просто суперская.
This retreat makes me sad, but it is faster.
When you're in reveal, it's like it's laggier to do retreat because of all the sparks flying around. And
я, кажется, слишком быстро себе открутил трансляцию подальше.
There's just so much information on screen that it lags it, but yeah, it's faster than cancelling, which.
It's just because cancelling also induces lag, so it's like, well, I'm gonna get lag either way. So.
А что это такое? Почему это на главной твича, да? Если это действительно на главной, то и, возможно, не получишь ни бан. И как бы главное нам до сих пор не дали, это больная тема.
The gin menu is an experience. It's really something.
Yeah, because I learned TLA first, and I always knew that it was like that. And then I went back to TBS.
Главное, так что, да.
And I was like, oh, this is so good. I can do things. Like, yeah, it is crazy because I was so used to TLA's gin menu.
И что-то Twitch очень много поменял пложников.
What the original is,
Поэтому...
it's just a different story. It's crazy.
So what you're saying is I should never.
Разбираемся в ситуации. Официального ответа они нам не дали, но типа они очень медленно думают, разбираются, там, все дела. Давайте будем удивляться каждой битве, как будто вступаем в нее первый раз.
And if you forget to manage your PP properly, then you cry because it has a long walk back.
Yeah, like it's really horrific to have to get the extra PP back in that room specifically because there's encounters and yeah, it's just low regen encounters, not a good mix.
Еще 2 часа прошло, еще 2 часа, 2 раза столько же. Главное не считать время. Вот. Если вы считаете время, смотрите на этот таймер, вы сойдете с ума. Просто наслаждайтесь тем, что происходит в игре, и она пройдет для вас прям шикарно.
I made the error once of thinking I could flee and failed fleed 7 times in a row and died.
Просто сметаем всех. Сметаем всех. Judgment.
Yeah, we will not be fleeing until we have enough levels, and that's when we get halfway through Akrok usually. That's when we start fleeing again.
Огромные силы нам дали джинны.
I guess whilst we're kind of like, what we need to do. So we should talk about the boss fight coming up.
There is a Moai here, and I'm walking right past it. Sneaky. How did I do that? Well, if you're on the lowest.
Здесь есть очень хитрая техника карабкания.
If you're on the lowest pixel, the Moai don't activate. So that's just a little bit of hidden swag.
Ну это просто свой экстрота. А раннер показывает, что можно по приколу пройти. В очень интересном месте. И продвигаемся к следующему босс-файту. Это Серпент. Неужели это босс-паук? Пожалуйста, не говорите. Он очень, короче, страшный и опасный. Не, это, короче, какая-то штука. Как это называется? Короче, страшная штука. Довольно. Но могу и развалить. Если мы что-то не так сделаем, то мы можем подруинить. Как бы файт, на самом деле, вот файт это такой пазл. Вернее, вот первая такая фаза. Да, Василиск у меня в голове потерялось это слово. Спасибо за подсказочку. Да, такой вот Василиск. Вообще, судя по мифологии, Василиск это нечто неописуемое, но в большинстве случаев его именно так и рисуют. Так что назовем его Василиском.
Be aware of that called Mighty Press, which is kind of like Menardi's death size, right?
Jump scare warning, because I am going to get hit by a Moai on purpose.
Сейчас раннер использует небольшой damage boost, чтобы свалиться на землю.
Just so you know, I wasn't lying.
They exist, truly. They're not in our minds.
Also, you didn't get any encounters while you were climbing, right? So.
Нет способа, короче, заканчивать карабкание, поэтому мы магнитимся. Да? Так, вопрос в чате. Мне этот ли раннер показывал на прошлом GDK какой-то ран на 8-9 часов? Вообще, как раз, возможно, на прошлом GDK была первая часть этой игры. К сожалению, моя память не очень крепка, не так надежна, как то, что делает этот раннер, но да, там, короче, была первая часть, вот эта вторая часть, ее прямое продолжение. И, по-моему, они типа обе на... Первая часть как раз на 3 часа. На 3 часа, да. Как я правильно помню. Они обе на портативной консоли, это такая серия для геймбоя, геймбоя Advance. Ну это известный раннер в определенных кругах.
This is one of the puzzles that is determined by Felix's name. I'm used to Y, so this is B. Wow, I haven't done 100% in a while. That undead didn't die. That's curious. That's actually okay. I'm just gonna get a bunch of recoveries, that's all. So I'm very acutely watching my notes and making sure I'm going through the right path, which I think I am. We'll find out very shortly. Pretty sure this is an up, yeah.
Otherwise, we'll just have to use growth.
Right, yeah, I know where I am now.
Yeah, growth is the canon way to find out, not the Ginny. It's the canon way to find out where to go, because the little plant in the middle points the direction you need to go.
Oh, thank God, I like this room. Whenever you see the zigzag room, you feel good, because you're home. You are finishing the maze. because that's the second to last room in the maze. So it's really nice. All right, second fight. Yeah, you guys can talk all about this while I focus. This is one of those cerebral fights.
Sure thing. It's definitely a pretty tough one, and you can very much still have a character die here if you get really unlucky with like Bowie said, Mighty Press and certain targeting of abilities. It can happen. Hopefully it doesn't. We have a Water of Life in case it does. We'll see. If all goes according to plan, shouldn't be a big deal. We're basically going to be setting up all Venus Djinn on Pierce in order to get access to Wish, so we can heal everybody. And other than that, it's going to be get some summons out right away, build up again to get more summons, specifically back up to Procne and Boreas, and then that should be enough to kill him. So yeah, even in his weakened state, 4 lights, he is still pretty tricky.
I am most definitely making a safety save for this guy.
Oh yeah.
Коварный Василиск. И мы, кажется, доходим до его файта с ним. Ослабляем его вот этой чередой. Так, вопрос в чате, что это за платформа, что значит VC? Платформа, короче, изначально игра вышла на Game Boy Advance, но ее можно купить и поиграть в виртуал-машине Nintendo Wii U. Вот. И это типа легальная штука для спидранов. Потому что ты официально ее покупаешь, официально играешь. Вот. К сожалению, там все эмуляторы забанены на SGDQ. Поэтому люди ранят на Wii U или на PlayStation TV, который тоже предоставляет там много возможностей для эмуляции. Ну, PS TV ранит не конкретно эту игру, а просто там, Metal Gear и прочее. То есть это в наше время это такой доступ к старым играм. На Wii тоже можно поиграть, да и на 3DS тоже есть Virtual консоль. И это, да, это правда, в спидранах Wii U довольно востребовано. Мы очень аккуратно бьем эту штуку, эту Василиска. Первым делом накидываем, короче, на свою пати очень много бафов. Вот, наш первый герой уже отлетел. Враг кастует много аудиоатак, это нехорошо. Мы, кстати, ревайвим члена нашей команды и хилимся. И все под бафами. И юзаете бафы, и вы побеждаете. Это залог успеха во многих JRPG. Перекидываются всякими суператаками. Атланта, Quake. Раннер рассчитывает на крипы. И он надеется на Бориас, и Бориас прокает. Наносит много урона и разваливает эту штуку. Чистая математика, все эти файты, все хпшки, все просчитано. Верно превращается в камень. Василиск, вернее, Василиск. Верно, это, короче, как дракон, но типа с крыльями вместо передних лап. Немного оговорился. И мы получаем странный навык, способность видеть правду. И используем как раз этот глич
because he was fighting and he left the Cloud Brand in there. The Cloud Brand is an amazing weapon with a really, really cool unleash, and
С побегом из данжа.
We don't need to get it. It costs a lot
Не могу варпнуться.
to go and get it, and we can just buy a weapon for Jenna to make up the damage that we're looking for, usually in that one. At this point, we're going to spread out the Ginny again, so we have one of our 3 Jupiter Ginny on 3 different people, so we can have easy casts.
Раскидываем обилки Джинни, чтобы можно было легко кастовать. Всякие штучки.
In the past, it's kind of how to optimally use your Ginny to summon if you are just summon rushing every time.
Ну, то есть мы, короче, раскидываем обилки Джина на троих членов команды, чтобы оптимально.
Use my oil drop. This is why I get that oil drop for this encounter specifically. Like anything with 2 mermen, you use the oil drop and you clear it. I only had 1 though, so well, hopefully we don't see any more of them. But yeah, Judgment is the most efficient thing to use in Gaia, but then it turns out that Judgment stops being efficient outside of Gaia. So on the ocean, we're going to use Procne everywhere. And in Aqua Rock, we'll try and use Procne as well. It turns out Procne will clear a lot more things than Gaia, because Aqua was intended to be...
Вот я вернулся, да. Немножко войс отвалился.
Part of the game is really not clear at all.
Yeah. And this is kind of why it's so good that we can do this. There's actually, in the old route, we used to have to come to Apogee Islands here, and then we'd have to come back to Apogee Islands later. But actually, because we have sand already, we can do everything.
И мы тут приплыли к Apogee Islands.
The biggest thing is going to go and pick up a very, 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 very lovely Jupiter Ginny called Haze.
Можно поднять очень клевого Джинни, который называется Hates.
For one straight turn. And this is going to be used when it's just a Hail Mary of everyone else is going to die, keep that person alive for this turn, and then kind of go on from there.
Он нам поможет выживать, усилит нашу выживаемость на босс-файте.
We don't actually need this with Poseidon. It's nice, but it's not required by any stretch of the imagination. However, on Moapa, oh boy, he's basically...
Он тут смыкан, мы его просто берем. Никакого даже файта, ничего. Джин соглашается с нами идти.
Convenient to have Haze as well, gives us access to Thor, which is the tier 4 Jupiter summon, so we're not complaining.
We complain if we do need to use Thor because Thor is slow.
Валимся отсюда.
It's nice to have as a backup.
Haze is a nice flex play though, like even though, you know, obviously there's the one that Plexa said we're not going to use, it is not really needed for that. However, it's one of those things where it's like, there are some situations where you're like, I really want to use this just to make sure.
Теперь все, что нам нужно здесь.
In case things do tend to go a little bit iffy. So right now we put all of the fire onto Felix.
Not yet. Oh yeah, no, Felix, yeah.
Yeah, fire on Felix, yeah.
I thought you were going to say Jenna, yeah.
No, yeah, that's after this, I think, yeah. When she hits to level 18, I believe.
Немного...
And so yeah, I forgotten to do this once, and that was the saddest speedrun I ever did. But
Смотрим катсценку.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I remember that one very much.
I've forgotten to try it in Peace before, and it was fun when I found out Onobaba. I'll point that out later.
Oh yeah, that's always good. Please tell me it wasn't Tandaria as well.
It was Tandaria.
That's fair. It's an easy one of this. Just go get... Yep.
Да, в старых же РПГ очень много таких моментов, как вроде бы происходит такое магии, рыцари, фэнтези, а потом все просто отправляются в космос. И самолеты летают там, вот это все. И это очень такая характерная для JRPG система развития.
It's actually picked up for Jupiter Lighthouse of all things.
Такое очень много где работает. Ну, в тех же Final Fantasy.
I really want to do some more Shining Force gushing, but I'm not sure if it is really appropriate.
No, it's not, Bowie. Keep it to yourself.
No, that's fair.
Every single stream, guys, you have no idea. Hey, look, it's Primula from Shining Force 3, Scenario 5.
Scenario 3, chapter 5, when she joined, please, come on.
Забегаем в сети, заплываем в святилище, которое мы активировали.
No, but look, Camelot do some
Движемся вот к
series
нему.
of games, especially the Mario sports titles.
Там тоже довольно хитрые, тут всякие водопады.
For all the flack we do give them,
И Райнер очень
punch above their weight.
тонко обходит вот эти потоки воды.
Yeah, but please make an RPG again. We'd love that.
Well,
Входит в цикл.
Mario Golf Super Rush does have a leveling system, just like the old GBA type titles does, and it has boss fights. So
what
they're
you're
gearing
saying
up.
is I can now play
They're gearing
Waluigi in an RPG.
Oh god. Look, it was almost a nice thought, and then you had to ruin it, didn't you?
Yeah. Anyway, this is the only skip in Aqua Rock. It's a little retreat glitch. Gets us past one puzzle, and the rest is just us doing the.
Yeah, for a long time we actually thought this one didn't save time, actually. We thought that this script was like, why would you ever do this? It's really slow. As you can see, it's taken me forever to get an encounter here to get out of retreat mode. What it actually does do is it forces this encounter very clearly. But forcing this encounter, we never factored into the time skip, to the time save, because even if the other puzzle, or doing the skip on the puzzle doesn't actually lose that much time, or gain that much time, or whatever it is, that strat that hasn't had an encounter yet. That encounter should have been factored into the calculations, and it never was. So it turns out that retreat glitch actually does save time, on average to the tune of about 30 seconds, I believe.
Very nice.
Yeah, very cool.
I believe I said it was the only skip, but now it's the
Вот
only.
что удивительно, игра до сих пор подкидывает нам новых врагов.
Now, this is a good point to kind of like, you know, reach over to you, Plexa, and kind
Как вы считаете, если бы такое мероприятие состоялось в России, то сколько бы донатов собрали? Вообще, вы можете чекнуть нас в группе ВКонтакте, мы поедем на один ивент, и у нас будет тоже мероприятие, где мы будем собирать донаты. Ну, вообще, подобные мероприятия уже были, и это был Golden Split'овский марафон, который собирал фонд «Подари жизнь». Мы, кстати, опять в него, по-моему, будем собирать. И да, там где-то 40-50к собрали. Вот. Надеемся, что в этот раз хотя бы что-то соберем. Конечно, популярность спидранов у нас скромная. Культура не наработалась, но мы думаем начинать тоже как ГДК же в свое время тоже начинался просто с посиделок в гараже. И я верю в то, что когда-нибудь можем подняться и до этого уровня. Вот. Так что, ребята, от вас помощи, в принципе, пока что не требуется, кроме того, что вы можете подписаться на группу ВКонтакте и следить за ее анонсами, почитать ее календарь. А как найти популярных русских спидранеров? Ну, вообще, заходишь на сайт speedrun.com, ну, не во время этого ивента, потому что во время ГДК speedrun.com он лежит, короче, он любит падать часто. Но на speedrun.com можно просто увидеть, вообще просто зайти на любую любимую игру, и там наверняка будет какой-нибудь русский раннер, и его посмотреть. Но вообще у нас есть всякие... Ну, у нас не то чтобы много ребят стримят по фултайму, потому что это очень сложное занятие. Когда ты не просто стримишь, но и потеешь над игрой, но... Ну и, в общем-то, спидраны не так приятно смотреть, как вот эти ивенты, поэтому людям, в общем-то, неинтересно спидранеры. К сожалению. То есть у многих очень скилловых ребят, которые держат там очень жесткие мировые рекорды, у них там по одному-двум зрителям. Потому что на самом деле спидран это вот не мировые рекорды, а то, как к ним приходят. И
don't know, a while.
A while. All right, there you go. Official time. We still have a while. We've hit $25,866.70 out of 50,000 needed to hit that. So we still can get it. And speaking of,
Ну вообще вы просто порой можете на Твиче использовать типа теги, поискать по тегам скоростные прохождения и русский язык обычно ребята ставят. Ну вообще реально покопайтесь по спидран.кому, там может быть очень много интересных находок. Конечно, многие игры, они чисто популярны только в России, например, там Sirius Sam, она в основном у русских раннеров популярна. Или там в таком духе.
Plexa, a man greater than I humbly ask you to avenge my childhood. I will be watching, awaiting Dullahan's demise. Good luck to the runner, and super hyped for the run.
Ну, понимаете, ребят, спидран — это очень хардкорная тема. Это вот, скажем, люди, которые там в Dark Souls играют, они вот хардкорщики, они вот могут там вкатиться в спидран-тему. Вот. Почему популярны Dark Souls спидраны? Потому что люди, которые там увлекаются Dark Souls, они привыкли всякую информацию по кусочкам искать. И как бы, если вы хотите вкатиться в тему спидранов, что-то узнать больше, посмотреть ребят, вам нужно сделать, так сказать, домашнее задание и немножко постараться начать разбираться в этом самому. И порой вы можете там найти реально какие-нибудь там всякие дискорды, всякие там раны интересные. И интересных стримеров, да. На самом деле, очень лампово смотреть ребят, у которых маленькая аудитория, у них всегда какие-то свои мемы, своя атмосфера, со всеми можно поговорить, никто не мешает. В этом есть своя красота. То есть, как бы, если вы не можете сами что-то найти, ну, может, возможно, вам и не стоит вкатываться, потому что это, на самом деле, очень сложно все разбирать, все понимать. И очень сложно наслаждаться этим. В полной мере. Ну, я очень люблю смотреть спидраны, и особенно даже очень много... Как каждый спидран, я бы сказал, он имеет какую-то свою магию особую. Там у разных раннеров у них используются свои страты. Что-то вот есть такое авторское в каждом прохождении. И это очень круто.
Yeah, like this one. $50 donation from Justin saying I had to donate for the best GBA game of all time. So happy to see you this year. Let's keep those donations coming in for the Dullahan fight. I don't believe it's possible with only half the gen. I want Plexa to prove me wrong.
У него половина пати отлетела сейчас от энкаунтера.
We got $25 from Sup It's Carry saying had to donate during my favorite series Golden Sun.
Вот звали играть, и если это не вопрос, часто ли вы собираетесь распидранером играть? Да, это так. У нас сплоченный комьюнити, и мы очень много собираемся в разные игры, забывая порой.
Saying so glad to have Golden Sun, the Lost Age at a GDQ event, especially for the 20th anniversary.
То есть это не только какие-то простые игрушки. Я вот, например, иногда во всякие странные японские коопы с ребятами залипаю. И у нас на сервере мы как-то увлеклись по файтингам и даже устроили небольшой турнир. Можете, наверное, на моем канале, кстати, чекнуть. Там в видосах есть, запись подрезанная. аккуратно вот этого мини-турика, который мы проводили русским сообществом. Нам, конечно, порог скилла довольно средний, то есть мы по плану в основном играли, там очень обскурный файтинг. Но это было супер весело. Ну, когда есть что стримить, в принципе, люди стримят, но некоторые вещи тяжело стримить из-за многих условностей Твича. Твич все-таки такая довольно дружелюбная платформа. Вот. Иногда некоторые вещи не постримишь, там какие-нибудь, например, когда играешь в свою игру, а кто-нибудь ставит там НСФВ картинки и вот да, многие ребята там очень любят шутить, вот, и это мешает стримингу. Поэтому в основном многие вещи мы не стримим. Но если мы что-то стримим, то мы это стримим. Да, и помню, мы собирались в обскурный арена-шутер Сунотик у Кукустуса. Тоже подрубали стрим. Но все-таки спидран-контент важнее казуального. Но есть еще более забавная штука. Это можно спидранить игры в коопе. И это почти то же самое, что проходить игры в коопе, но немного требует больше нервов. Вот. Я, конечно, никогда не спидранил в коопе игры, но я думаю, катиться в какой-нибудь, может, модранер. У нас были определенные идеи на этот счет. Еще недавно учил к Мракону Resident Evil 5, но он, к сожалению, не прошел.
We won't give them the Megiddo, but yeah, I feel you. They have the lowercase t and the plus symbol look very suspiciously similar.
Ну там прикольно, да? Враги, конечно, в этом данже очень опасные.
Alright, we got a $25 donation from Reninzo, who's saying the most important fight while fighting Dillahan is not to lose your head. And then a $250 donation from Yariafu, who says, donating towards that super boss fight. Send her head rolling. Oh, wait. So one doesn't want to lose the head, and the other one wants to send the head rolling. Did these people know that there's no head? Like, do we tell them there's no head?
I guess
don't tell them.
There's a head on the shield, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think they're ready for the truth, Argik. Don't tell them.
I don't think they're ready for the truth either. We'll wait and see. We'll see if they meet the fight. Hopefully they will. But we have
Собрали очередную детальку.
train that we had for the Dullahan train. We have $20 from the
Надо уже надо стараться сбегать из файта.
train tickets, please. 2 adults, 1 child,
Надо
1
бежать.
destination, Dullahan fight.
Сколько там уже половину собрали на Dullahan Fight.
All the seal pups are cheering for you, Plexa.
Наверное, ему подкрутят estimate, когда он будет сражаться с Dullahan, потому что бой будет довольно долгий. Вот, тут штуку, которую мы собрали, мы открываем, разводим водопады.
Good luck on the rest of the run.
Don't worry, Argik. It's almost over. We're almost there. We're just getting synergy down, and after that, we're using it once to get out, and then we're tweeting twice. You made it through.
You can get one last one.
One last one. $100 donation from Sam Leonhardt that says, I slept through the start of this. Golden Sun is one of my favorite RPGs of all time, and it's always fantastic.
Сваливаем из этого данжа. Убираем ретрит.
Because I could never do it myself as a kid without a lot of grinding.
Alright, that is Aqua Rock, everybody. incredibly exciting.
И это такой загличенный ретрит, мы немножко скипаем в диалоге.
Yeah, you're really selling it to the people. Plexa is not a big fan.
I do not like this dungeon. I loved it casually. I like downloaded the MP3 file for the soundtrack. I added it to my MP3 player back in the day. It was.
Райан рассказал, что он спиратил саундтрек игры и закинул себе на плеер, скачал. Вот. Говорит, очень крутой саундтрек, но осуждаем пиратство.
Now that we've got the sand and parch signages, we actually have access to all of the places where the trident can be, or trident pieces are. That's Tandaria, which is like all the way down here, and Ankol, which is all the way up here. So we're going to go all the way down to Tandaria and pick up a piece and then do some stuff. And we're going to go to Ankol, do some stuff.
И Райнер рассказывает, что у нас очень закрученный такой путь, где вокруг света за пару минут. Если, конечно, случайные встречи будут к нам благосклонны.
So we have to have Wishwell, otherwise the fight is just straight up unwinnable. This is quite possibly, and Chaos Chimera may disagree with me, but I think Poseidon may be the hardest fight across the entire Golden Sun series. So 22 or deaths, and we're going to try and get there as quickly as we can. So we're going to start taking encounters again. Now we actually have useful synergy, so we switched out our classes into the class setup that we currently have. This full Venus on Piers, Mercury thing on Felix, so that we can do basically this. Storm Ray and Flare Storm. So Flare Storm is extremely powerful, and Tornado and Orc.
Мы не можем особо... Короче, экономим здесь наши способности, поэтому мы используем способности послабее.
Efficient ways to get to level 22. I should probably throw in a heal. Might generate our speed. I don't know.
Тут все посчитано. Поэтому надо, чтобы всего нам хватило. Не можем использовать тут наши суперспособности всякие, особые мощности.
We are not going to like restore PP again until we get to like, you know, I think when we get to Shaman Village, where we were talking about the Moapa fight earlier when Haze is needed. From this point, we are going to be using PP in such a way that at that point, Felix will have, you know, as little as he needs to kind of like do the tricks and skips there, but it's like a massive setup of PP usage, which is really fascinating. And it is why we've also picked up a couple of synergy crystals as well. These are items that restore PP to full, because we're going to be doing a lot of synergy usage with Sheba and with Jenna, and if we do need to, you know, just refresh Piers as well before the Poseidon fight, we do have the hand. But yeah, it's going to be a nice balance of healing and PP usage as well, just to kind of get Felix to a position where he's like optimally managed. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's quite a long setup.
Кто подумал, что поставить предикт на 6 часов хорошая идея? Это чтобы вы не свалили.
Okay, Shiva finally got 18. That's nice. Now Shiva has access to an ability called Tornado. Tornado is stronger than Storm Ray, but uses more PP than Storm Ray. So I'm going to use Tornado when I need to, which is usually on the Dinox fights, but otherwise I'll try to avoid it. Welcome to Zandaria Tower, Cat-Jan.
Oh yeah, the Zandaria Tower soundtrack. So good. So yeah, that was Parch, and it's the only time we use it in the dungeon, but that's fine.
It's the only time we use it in the speedrun even.
Yeah, you use it to get out of Aqua Rock and into the Zandaria
Tower,
and then it's gone.
Израильные враги? Минотавры. Закидываем в торнадо.
I wish I had the Cloud Brand, but oh well.
I wish we always had it. It's just too cool and unleashed, dude. It's too cool. There's some cool tricks in this dungeon. Not only does it have a rocking soundtrack, it does have some very, very cool tricks. We'll talk about the move move trick later on, because move's got a very fascinating property, but it'll happen in just a bit. We got a few fights to get through first, including a Ginny fight, which is, well, I mean, it's not too tricky, but we have to go and pick it up.
It is
a Ginny fight. They can run.
Really? I always just, you know, shade Boreas attack, or well, no, sorry, shade Boreas judgment. Sorry.
It's old strats, that's why.
Oh right, I see.
Someone hasn't read the book.
I've read the book.
Let's plug the book. So I wrote a 150-page guide for this game. You can, if you've played this game once, you can probably pick up the guide and play through the game reasonably fast with the book. It has far too much detail on every dungeon in the game, and I did it because no one runs this game, and they really should. You can find it at speedrun.com.
Oh yeah.
Under the resources tab for Golden Sun.
As someone who has actually read the entire book, I can
Ледяной уровень с ледяной физикой.
Even as someone who already ran it.
Надо поймать Джина, очень неловкая ситуация.
Unfortunately, I do have to do the bad strat.
Где нас несет лед, и, короче, мы по худшей страте идем. Ну у нас нет мана на Бореалис, что ли? Поэтому нам приходится бафаться и пинать его по обычному. А зато у нас есть Judgment, и это тоже хорошо. Ну, не так сильно.
Because the menus are a big part of this game. So if you know what if you have an answer and you just like slam it out without sitting there spending, you know, 10-15 seconds trying to figure it out in the menu, that's going to be better than doing the optimal kill. So if you know something works, then you might as well crack it out if you're not sure on a faster method.
И хватаем этого Джина. Нам в билде пригодятся. В общем, прикольная игра. Собираем джинов. Прикольно, да, типазовая. Каждый джин еще по-хитрому. Кто-то пытается сбежать, кто-то там, в общем-то, не пытается. Кто-то прячется там, с ним вообще сражаться не надо.
So upcoming next is like our next kind of cool trick, which is the move hitbox. The move hitbox goes like one tile forward essentially, and then you can grab onto things. However, a little
живая броня. Здорово, враг.
The hitbox for move is not just like a straight line. You know, it's not like a block. It's actually a cone. So it starts quite thin and it gets wider.
И там тут рассказывают, что в игре очень смешные хитбоксы. Они не совсем, короче, прямые, даже близко не прямые.
Behind it, or further away. So, for
example, вот эта штука у нее немного такой круглый хитбокс. Это не единственный игрок-раннер-разработчик. Нет, это довольно старая игра, это 2003 год. Вот, это просто очень хорошая раннер в этой игре.
So you want to like run below it and then run a little bit right and tap up, and you kind of like essentially face Felix to the right, and then you can grab the second piece and then just move the first piece afterwards. So it's really cool, and it just saves a bunch of time of moving pillars on ice. You have to watch them, and there's pound mechanics. Blah, blah, blah. We will do that one more time.
Two things to say about that. One is rounded hitboxes like the edge of that pillar are really annoying for the reasons that you saw there. I did quite a few excessive spins there with Felix because I kept running into the rounded hitbox and just being turned in the wrong direction, so super fun. The other thing to say is that actually Critical Sid found that, so thank you Sid for this trick, it's really cool.
I didn't actually find this specific application of the trick, but yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, the biggest.
Ребята, расскажите в чате, какие раны вы больше всего ждете.
Basically half of that confidence.
А раз уж речь пошла об интересных ранах, ну, по мне, так этот ран очень интересный, я его ждал. И дождался. Никак не нагляжусь. Краша, о, Краша, это вообще мое почтение.
of like two big places in this category. One of them being the one you just saw, and the other one is coming up in not too long.
У нас пара в комьюнити есть парочка русских раннеров
I
краша.
need to make something really obvious to everybody. There's a huge
Из экранов по команде восклицательный знак буквы R.
donations and so that he can read them off.
Yes. We just grabbed the burst brooch.
Можно посмотреть,
Which is...
поглядеть, может вы что-то пропустили. Пока что можно увидеть то, что пропущено было вот ввода ключа здесь. Просто нажать на канал, там посмотреть видеозаписи и через по-моему, категории там можно свиток открыть и выбрать игру. И он сразу, так сказать, перетянет на нужный раунд. А потом они будут загружены на наш YouTube. Можете его тоже зафоловить. Колокольчик, конечно, лучше не жмите, потому что там очень много видео будет заливаться. Это такой вот YouTube чисто для всего контента. Нашего русского, спидранерского. Вот. Еще, конечно, можно там на группу ВК подписаться, чтобы там все за всем следить, за всеми делами. Потому что у нас тоже будет благотворительный лан-марафон даже. То есть оффлайн марафон. В августе. Конечно, как повезет. Ситуация непростая в наше время, но мы надеемся на лучшее. Ну, в принципе, если что, предлагаю сжигать порядка. Райлер быстренько по карте показывает, куда мы хотим проплыть, добраться. Вот Райнер пытается бежать, but there is no escape. Снова пытается бежать, but there is no escape. И сбежал с 4-й попытки. Враг не дает сбежать, но он, в принципе, не дамажит, кроме того, что он прокнул яд на игроков, и это очень неприятно. А у Райнеров все персонажи покоцаны, и маны у них почти нету, и сейчас убивают нашего персонажа одного, второго убивают. А чё? А куда? А где? Это шутка, это специально сделано было. Они как раз использовали это как варп, чтобы переместиться подальше. Если мы типа умираем в этой игре, мы перемещаемся, так сказать, в специальную локацию. Мы там шараем. И мы теперь можем от нее поближе доплыть. Да. Вот раннеры очень любят шутить в такие моменты, они такие: о нет, мы умерли. Но это всегда еще так наиграно. Да. Так, говорят, Doom Eternal будет топ. А какая будет категория Doom Eternal? ABCD.
Yeah, we're currently sailing on the ocean. We're going to go back to Alhafra.
Ого, Бладшота. NMG Nightmare. Ancient Gods, кстати, спорное дополнение, но NMG в принципе хорош. Ну, окей. Может, это будет весело. Надо поглядеть.
Yeah.
And then we'll do Ankle Ruins, which is really cool.
I love the music in Ankle Ruins. This is why I mentioned earlier as well that you need to be really.
Да, в финалках, если пати умирает, это гамовер. Тут это не гамовер, игра щадящая довольно в этом плане.
And for some reason, you just have to be cognizant of the fact that holding the mast down for the boat is a cracked rock, and that you actually can use burst on it. It took me a while, I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
When I was like 13 or whatever when this game came out. And yeah.
But yeah, I think it's about time we get into some donations because, well, I'm just going to be fixing the boat. So while I fix boat, can read donos. Go for it.
Thank you very much. Quick update first on the Dullahan total. We are currently at $28,391. So we're definitely getting there for Dullahan. You heard you got around 2 hours.
Уже, да, прошла реально больше половины рана.
30 minutes less now. 30 minutes less.
Oh no! On to the
Time is running
donations.
out.
$25 donation from Windex.
Похоже, донаты как-то замедлились.
Golden Sun.
Ребята, расчисляйте шейхов,
And we have
да.
a $25 donation from Nyan
Потому что
saying, looking forward
не
to
а то не
Dullahan
увидим
fight.
этот буспайк
Shout
с
out to the
Дуаханом.
ball with the screaming man inside. And we got a $50 donation here from Epidel saying, have donate during Golden Sun, a series that deserves more than its
Тут
cost.
небольшая секция, мы где мы
The
подготавливаем
runner, thanks to the whole
корабль.
community for keeping love and keeping the series.
Точнее, разбираем, короче, корабль,
And then we got
всякий мусор с него скидываем и используем его для того, чтобы нам сделать путь, расчехляя, да.
Hope this gets the best Game Boy RPG games out there a finish to their story. I think they want a fourth game. I think we all want a fourth game, to be honest.
We
That
all
would
want
be
a fourth
grand.
game. We really do.
And we got a $25 donation from Fate's Guardian saying, have to donate for one of my favorite games on the GBA. So question for Plexa. Will you be playing Dark Dawn for the next GDQ?
We'll see about that. Like I said at the beginning, we are in the process of significantly breaking Dark Dawn. It was a 7-hour speed run. I got a 5:30 over the weekend, so we've already cut.
Же прожимаем вилочку, забиваем свою подводу,
Like I said, we can now jump
делаем из нее платформу.
Unrestricted movement as soon as you get out of the first area is kind of insane to think about. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Now there you have it, folks. We'll see how it
Используем
goes.
просто все возможности наших джинов.
Onwards we go. $100
Ну, не
donation
все,
from
конечно,
Miniman
но
saying, hey Plexa,
у нас очень
looking
большой
forward
арсенал
to a
уже
great
этих
run,
обилок.
as always. Hilarious watching you laying the groundwork for Angry Kraden. Shoutouts to Moloch, the good boy.
Moloch is a very good boy. I'm very sad we don't use it in this run, but Moloch is very important in the all-gen run, all summons all-gen. So shoutouts to the old Yeti dog.
We got a $150 donation from Ace of Spades 159 saying, putting this to
Ну-ка там донат хайп пошел, уже пару тысяч за небольшой промежуток времени задонатили. Счетчик растет, как на дрожжах.
Great SGDQ as always. Take my $50 for this great game and a great runner. Behead this Dullahan.
Ну, ничего себе, у раннера там молочко какое-то или какао.
From Turu saying, is it really a lost age playthrough without Dullahan? Also, there can always be more money given to MSF. They're great. And you are right about that, Turu. MSF are fantastic. Again, all your donations are going to a great cause here, helping Doctors Without Borders here. Help when and where they are needed. You heard it in an interview earlier. Is important indeed. What else is important? Our donations here, of course. We have a $100 donations from Gurnak, who says,
Ну, вот и все, вернулся. Не беспокойтесь, ребят, он нас не так не так сильно отваливается. В общем-то, маленькие гномики, которые занимаются стримом, они работают очень упорно и восстанавливают его работу. Вот, приносят все необходимые материалы для фикса стрима большой обезьяне, которая сидит там и все чинит. Система немного сложная, поэтому стрим немножко Да, на минутку обламывается, там, даже чуть поменьше. Но все работает.
You're all incredibly inspiring. Golden Sun is one of my girlfriend's favorite game series, and since her work is quite overwhelming lately, seeing the Dullahan getting obliterated will surely give her strength. Let's get it. Cheers from France, and shout out to my friends who are likely watching too. And then I'll throw back from earlier here. We got a $20 donation from Pixie One.
Просто огромная череда донатов сейчас была зачитанная.
You should get some rest.
I angry like this donation.
Angry like, oh no.
Yeah.
Quick, somebody can't sleep again. Oh.
I wake up in cold sweats at night sometimes dreaming of pixies.
Oh, terror. I can imagine losing a run to them is just...
Раннер проснулся в холодном поту сегодня.
The scenario is like midnight. There's a
Ему
storm.
приснилось, что он на руине Тран.
A strike of lightning, and then just a face appears at the window. Another flash, and it's gone. And the Plexa is just like
Red eyes in the dark.
Очень тяжело стримить для таких ивентов, это очень круто. Но люди в большей части куда больше волнуются, чем обычно.
How long we got still?
You can get another one in.
Стримов там вот
Well,
это.
instead of doing that, what I will do is I will tell you,
Поэтому
this is a
Аня
really
большой
long
молодец.
and what we are doing is we're going to be swapping donation readers now. So I am going to do as the Pixies suggest and get some rest. No, I'm not. I'm going to sit and watch the rest of the run. I will see you in chat here, folks. But taking over is the ever wonderful Edo Bean. So please do give her all your love as she's going to come in and take over reading donations here. Remember, get that Dullahan fight. We are almost there, folks. A quick update, we are over halfway. We're at 29,826, almost 30k. I believe we can get there. I believe in you folks. For the Golden Sun team.
Thank you, Agak. See you next time. Thank you again. Appreciate
cheers,
it.
fella.
Thank you so much.
Boost.
Yeah, people don't realize that when you commentate a Golden Sun run, you're when you're doing the donation reading for a Golden Sun run, you're basically commentating because we need you to carry the downtime. So it's a big ask, and we're sure can't wait for Edo to get on as well.
Yeah, and that, I mean, but yeah, I was just going to reiterate for the
Плывем на кораблике.
it's going to be one hell of a fight. There's so much to
О,
it.
очень прекрасная музыка.
We can go into it now, but it would just take too much
Когда
time.
мы
It's going to be we're going to reserve that for the fight.
плывем.
A lot of like
Очень много донатов пришло, но
intelligence is going to get
все еще не перебрали и не перешли, так сказать, психологический порог. 30 тысяч бачей.
We're going to be making our way up to Ankle Ruins though, by just going straight north. And Ankle Ruins is really sweet. It's got a nice, soundtrack. Again, I love it very much. The big part of this soundtrack is like the choral sounds, like
Ребят, кстати, очень много сидим. Не забудьте там водички попить, в туалет сходить, может перекусить. Потому что все-таки ран может увлекательный, но стоит не забывать про себя.
And I believe we are joined by the very lovely Edo Bean.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Как про меня можно забыть?
How are you?
Good morning.
Я, наверное, буду в порядке. Не знаю.
Thank you once again, Arjik, for doing the first step because it would have been really early in the morning for me.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We saved plenty of cutscenes for you as well, Edo.
Oh, yay.
Probably probably more cutscenes than
Там,
that.
похоже, хост меняется.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna put you to
No,
one.
that's okay.
Арка
Don't worry about it. But I do realize
отправляет
that
отдохнуть.
we are at
Да, Аргик очень приятный джентльмен, он ранит Соников. И его приятно слушать, но люди, которые смотрят его на пусканке, говорят, что он прям слишком энергичный, и его порой тяжело смотреть. И да, вот пришла Эда Бин, и теперь она будет заниматься чтением донатов, и
Wait,
Редукция.
wait, no, wait.
We've been struggling with this all night, so yeah. We'll cut off the thing and it
Ранее шутят, что у них там полно катсцен еще осталось.
We will
It'll be
hit the
Вот
thing
игре.
until it stops moving. That's basically what we're doing.
That's all we can do. He is a tricky boy. This stone statue had a night out with the lads. Getting absolutely razzed and just, yeah.
He needs to get it out. He needs to get out of his system.
Chundering everywhere.
Избегаем из этого
That
данжа.
little sand flow
Забегаем обратно.
sink into the sand later and then hop
Так
under the wall
быстрее.
to meet, you know, Brett with the lads. And we can continue deeper into this dungeon. I found out in a very recent randomizer run that you can actually pull those statue heads away in that previous room. Not at all relevant to the speedrun. Off we go. Upstairs, that chest contains a really cool weapon, which is a mace, but we're not going to get it because we don't need it.
It's the Thanos mace, quite literally.
Yeah.
Shout out to Marvel.
Well, in fact,
Yeah,
it's Thanatos.
Yeah, it's Thanatos, yeah. But it has like a ability that like can instantly kill things, which is kind of like very appropriate for it. So.
Используя обилку, которая
It's called Heart
может
Rate.
инстатилить врагов иногда.
Fast
И в
animation.
принципе...
Would be great to
У нее
pick
очень
up
хорошая...
the Soul Blade.
А, нет, или мы ее еще
It was a
собираем.
really old 90% route where we picked it up, but
Да.
it's a long time
То есть
ago.
атака такая, Thanatos.
Why has...
So yeah, still just fighting here.
С очень
Make
короткой
sure that
анимацией.
Pierce is either level 22
Мне было
or
бы
at
хорошо
very least
получить.
very close to being level 22, so that he levels
Про
up in
это
the
как
next
раз и
boss.
говорит Райер.
Um,
О, Soul Blade.
that will basically be right around the end of the dungeon.
Давно я не замечал Soul Blade.
And
Yeah.
Та самая обилка, которую мы взяли в начале игры.
I have some awkwardness to deal with here. Like I can't use the Psy Crystal on Shiba. She only has one cast of something left, so I have to be very.
Трансформируем этот даш тем, что засыпаем его песком все больше и больше.
It should be okay.
normally would have used some Psy Crystal that he had to use
Ну и теперь нам открываются новые проходы, достаточно
to be able to cast Frost.
визуально.
All right,
Так
goodbye.
проходится.
You've been useful.
You will be missed.
They defend. Of course they defend.
Of course it. Well, that's alright. So we've been doing half of the dungeon, and like we said earlier, we'll be.
Кстати, мана у
skipping
персонажа не
the
так
other
уж и
half.
много.
And I'm very happy that I've actually found this, considering I only have one other contribution to this game, and they have done me the service of calling it dump skip. So I'm happy to actually have this good thing as well. It makes me happy.
We're really good at naming glitches in our community.
My favourite is obviously the fact that you are the purveyor of magical rivers, sir. Is that it's always
Oh,
going to
yeah,
be one of my
Magic-
favourite ones. Magic River, what a great name.
Magic River. It's great. But yeah,
So,
here it
yeah,
is.
here's-
Flipping into it with sand, and then once again using the
тут
cone from move.
Комментатор говорит, что вот, очень здорово, что я нашел этот скип, называется Dump Skip, и
So you can actually do
он позволяет
and
нам...
it doesn't really matter. Like you can just.
Мы используем вот эту обилку, которую мы превращаемся в песочек,
That way. It's just about 30 seconds of movement faster to do it on the left side than the right side, but
и
it's
клипаемся.
slightly more impressive because you're not meant to do it. Oh well, it's fine.
Тут она
And I will say, it does make
Skip
this
them
dungeon
большая
very nice.
секция.
Like, it used to be quite a bit of a slog
Или
to
меньше.
get through, just because you're
Я
doing
не
this
считал.
something to
Но
dungeon. But now,
которая у нас собрана еще одна голова, которая
Quite
засыпается
literally
песком.
halves the length of the dungeon. It's like in terms of like raw movement, it's like 4 minutes left path, 4:30 for the right side. So it's like, well, literally just cut the dungeon length in half. Thank you, Sid. Well done. Awesome. You can also do that in a couple other places that I feel like I should mention. Treasure Isle, there's a log right near the end where you can do it. This is all on the Golden Sun wiki, by the way. The community wiki, goldensunwiki.com.
Говорят, делать шаталки комьюнити, говорят, очень крутая вики по игре. В принципе, очень много механик разобрано там. Вау! Кстати, я глазом не успел моргнуть, как 29 тысяч донатов превратилось в 35 тысяч. И это удивительно. Магия, так сказать, донатов ГДК Они просто невероятное количество денег собирают порой в краткие сроки. Ну или может люди так на последний момент все свои бабки оставляют, чтобы удивить людей даже.
Stood in Bowie for like, what on earth is he doing? Why is he running from these things? It turns out all you need is level 20 on Felix and everything is fine. And I got that much earlier.
Этой белкой мы можем вообще наверх карабкаться, мы идем влево-вправо. Туда-сюда. Для пущей эффективности. А те голубь позволяют нам забраться на самый верх этой штуки.
It works sometimes.
I'm right here.
Oh, the hitbox of the pedestal is so big compared to the hitbox of the trident piece. It's a nightmare.
Look, if there's a remake of these games,
собираем кусочек.
I want fixed. I don't care about anything else. I will deal with the gin menu.
И сразу под сетапом там выходим из этого данжа.
Yep.
Oi. All right, we have a nice little cutscene here that
oh boy.
you can graciously fill us in on.
Well, I have an anonymous. They don't have anything they written, but they donated $2,500, and that is just
огромные бабки сейчас аноним задонатил.
I guess sometimes, you know, actions speak louder than words. So thank you so much for that
И
donation.
в общем, ничего не сказав, там, по-моему, $2500 огромный донат. Это, прикиньте, за такие бабки можно себе нормальный комп собрать. Даже хороший вполне.
And oh my gosh, we have a $25 donation from
И аноним не оставил никаких сообщений, но порой даже сообщения, такое действие говорят больше, чем слова. И это здорово.
You know what to do, chats. I think that was very clear.
It just kept going and going.
Это еще заспамил с фразой «Gimme Dullahan, gimme Dullahan, gimme Dullahan». Хотят увидеть босса Dullahana.
We just confirmed with them.
I think it was a bit subtle, yeah.
I'll make sure to keep an eye on that person, just to make sure.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
And we have a $250 donation from Rainfall that says, had to donate for one of my favorite games of all time. Glad to see Plexa back at GDQ. And come on, everyone, let's get that Dullahan fight. Yay, we do want that fight. We already, we kicked it up already. We're at 36,000. We're getting there. But I know we can make it happen. So we'll keep on with the if you want to do a $5 train, if you want to do a $10 train, whatever you guys can do, let's make it happen, okay?
Plot is happening.
Yeah, plot tends to happen in this game.
Basically, all you need to know is Barbie died, and those were the baddies. Cool.
Oh no! Boo the baddies. I feel bad because I've only played the first game, so I feel horrible.
It's okay. Don't worry.
At least I know what happened.
But the lore is that the girl baddie is the sister of the baddie from the first game, and she's kind of grumpy that the sister was killed, so she's out on a vengeance spree.
Yes.
But she likes us for now, but she will eventually betray us because we're very betrayable.
Yeah. Always happens. We finally met up with Alex as well. It's been a while since we met up with him. He started off quite early into the game, and we're finally catching up. He's been doing his own thing. It's very clear that Alex has his own goals in mind here, but he's happy.
После катсценок мы прогонимся по деревне и триггерим очередные катсценки.
And he, in all his infinite
катсцена за катсценой.
and confidence, runs away. So we have to go and find him. He's hiding with his grandmother. Be like,
расслабон.
Man, get me! Come on, Briggs.
Chill.
Pirate captain here. What are you gonna do?
Captain of his bathtub, maybe.
Oh, mate, I really want someone to do some fan art of like Briggs with like a rubber ducky, just like playing pirates in like a bath. Being like, arr, matey. Ah, jeez. Oh, that would be... Okay.
So yeah, a little bit of setup right here. You're once again going to be making good use of summons, and Jenna is going to be throwing a nice heal in there at some points.
Небольшой сетап по саммонам.
Martian, she has access to.
Нам пригодится хил.
Line up synergy, which are a nice heal. And other than that, we are setting up in order to cast some sleepy spells. So we have Waft, the Djinn, that is
И как раз...
to maybe put something to sleep. And of course, synergy sleep. And you might think sleeping a boss?
Тут накидали мы заклинание на
just like Kraken.
сон.
It's a little sleepy. He's a little sleepy boy.
It is vulnerable to sleep.
И мы это делаем для того, чтобы завалить босса, который уязвим ко сну.
It happens enough that it's worth going for, even if we don't get it. We need the damage anyway, and there's no better way to do it.
Yeah, it's not a mandatory.
Очень интересный дизайн босса, кстати.
Yeah, it's not mandatory.
Okay, cool.
That's fine.
Just get Waft sleep. He's busy. Never mind.
Делаем бафа первым делом. Мы не хотим, чтобы босс нас побил.
But it's okay. So he's going to sit there and do like 14 million damage with heat stun.
В чате спрашивают, без сейвов, тут подразумевается не сейв, а save and quit. То есть это вот перезаход. То есть это глич, это подразумевается определенный глич через вход и выход в игру. Он может очень много сломать. То есть, если мы сейв-крутимся посреди игры, мы можем... Ну, тут, как любые спидранеры, как бы... Они, в общем-то, любят гличи, но некоторые гличи не очень любят, и... потому что с ними ран становятся менее интересными. Для этого нужны всякие такие разделения на категории, вот. Категории там... Какими-то с прикольными гличами всегда отделяются от неприкольных гличей. Поэтому тут главное кайфовать и игры спидранить.
Nice to point out. Shoutouts to Sour making the zero light serpent a reality. Anyway, that was the Aviamanter fight. Usually it's fine like that, but it does have enough that it can ruin your day. It's certainly not a boss you expect to make you feel sad, but it does. Bowie can attest to this. I saw him brutally get murdered by the Aviamanter on one unfortunate run. It's just a thing.
I think when you get like stun killed, it's one of those things where you're like, I'll always pick up an elixir, it's worth it. He's not like that hard, but it can just go south. And I'm not a fan. But Chorcha, who is Briggs's very headstrong and much cooler wife than him, is like, stop being a baby. Stop being a baby. They're not here to fight you and hurt you. Please. And he decides it's actually a good idea to. Just it's fine. Okay, fine. We'll leave it. Obviously, all we're doing is just trying to find, how to get through. And it turns out that Obaba here, this well here is actually a forge. It's an ancient forge that the champions have, and Obaba is like this awesome, blacksmith of sorts.
Неужели наберут на Дуахана?
Use our
большая интрига.
To forge the trident once again.
Надо было предикшены на Дуахан донаты ставить, хотя на самом деле предикшены на уложителей Вестимейт, они тоже закончатся примерно одинаково.
Yes or no to trusting her with them, doesn't matter. The same result happens, but one way she goes thank you, and the other one she goes it's fine. So.
Ну вот показываем детали вот этого трезубца. В старушке. Отдаем все 3 части.
Duplicate prongs, then we would just give a 3 of the same piece and it would skip probably sand, which would be amazing.
Ну, их выкидывают. Забавно.
Oh well.
Oh well. For now, we just get the trident and go fight Poseidon.
The fun thing about the trident, though, is that it pops up bang in the center and doesn't go anywhere. And so you're like, okay, how are you going to go and do that? Well, we're going to pop the reveal synergy, and she's not at all perturbed by that. What do you say?
Надо использовать обилку, которая раскроет скрытое, и там окажется платформа, в которую можно зайти и взять этот трезубец. Для получения вот этой штуки надо, короче, пройтись по куче локаций и получить кучу способностей. И джин, и все вот это к этому шло, к этому сюжетному моменту.
For a dungeon with really awful movement is not really the kind of thing you want to do. Like, precise tricks with awful movement usually don't mix well. So we'll see how we go.
Just the vibes in Sea of Time are so down as well. They're very fitting. Fits well.
It's quite like a
It makes you really want to not be there.
Yeah, it's like it's really
you, guys. Does it remind you at all of a watery grave?
Сбегаем от боя.
Yes.
That was very well played. That was masterful. That was very good.
It's also in the song that was
Избегаем от боя еще раз.
which is what you're supposed to find out. They're like, follow the path where you end up in a watery grave. It's like, okay, cool. If I follow the path, I'm going to end up in a watery grave.
Забавно, 2 рандом энкаунтера одновременно, это, конечно, шутка.
To the stars. Yeah, I think it's kind of fun though. It's not that difficult or hard or anything, but it's it's just a little bit of fun of a dungeon. Quite small. It's just building like the anticipation to fight the boss. Like, who is this scary beast we're going to be going up against? But there's some cool things you can do to like speed it up. The idea is that you want to spin around these little volcanoes in a certain amount of times in order to kind of stop the flow of water, and then we can actually go straight up here and it's completely fine.
Generally you want to avoid the rivers, but that particular river is fine for some reason. It just goes there. Actually helps us out a little bit. But all the other ones is like, don't touch the lava. If you touch them, you get what we call the cutscene of shame. If I get it in this run, I don't know how I'll live with myself, honestly.
Тут надо очень аккуратно проехать, чтобы не затриггерить катсцену, которая было бы стыдно получить. А раннер потеряет веру в себя, если он ее получит.
But there's a lot of setup that we need to do and a lot of things that we need to have right. So we picked up the festival coat earlier in Izumo. That does have an increased, I believe, water resistance, which is kind of luck, yes. Which is very, very helpful in terms of like the luck stat is also kind of like based on resistance to like state ailments, so it can prevent things like getting one shot. I think it's like 40 is the cap or something like that.
Собираем эти небольшие гейзеры.
Or like immunity. But yeah, so the main thing is that what we're going to try and do is we're going to try and get a buff onto Felix so that his attacks, his Megiddos, and his usage of Trident deals enough damage. Jenna is going to be dropping as many, summons as she can. So she's going to open up with Meteor. We've set this up so that she goes after Felix has to go, because in order to deal damage to Poseidon, he has to have no shield. Now, the Trident itself breaks the shield, so having Felix go first with the Trident breaks the shield, Jenna can use her summon and get...
Ну, осталось всего ничего, часа 3.
And you can see we've got certain Jin in certain ways, so we have set, like spells coming back at the right time. Here's the save. Best of luck, mate. There's a lot of stuff you can do. First off, Watery Grave is an AoE damage that also has a chance to insta-kill. Ocean Fist is single target that can reduce our characters to 1 HP. He has Ice Horn, he has Flywell, he has Counter Rush. All the kinds of things that are just going to make it really, really bad. So opening, we're going to go...
И мы добываем до босса.
We're going to use Wishwell immediately, as well as the impact
onto Poseidon.
So every attack that we deal will be countered, and this sucks. Because the heal should come out before Jenna's turn, so she's going to be a little bit low, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Мы его дебафаем, это атака, типа. Ну, типа силовое поле, которое мы снимаем. Не можно теперь кидаться в него метеоритами и прочим делом. Вот. А уешка этого Посейдона, она, короче, может ваншотнуть симпатия. Поэтому нам нужно сразу зарекавериться. Мы прожимаем бафы, которые снимают 75%, снижают дамаг на 75%. И это позволяет нам выдержать пару тычек, а потом захилиться. И сейчас надо быть очень агрессивным. Поразительная скорость менюинга показывает раннер.
Off script time. Off script time.
Yeah, this is the point when you don't know what you're doing and you have to try and work it out. Typhoon.
О, дела идут плохо.
We have the water. I think. Okay. There was
I didn't do the thing. I didn't do the thing. Okay, that's gonna be fun. Let me double check.
Раннер начинает. Раннер отдушивает, и он начинает руинить. Делает ошибочки. Он не заревайвал барышню и пытался ее хилить. Пошла пипега. Хорошая атака от Посейдона, он для раннера, потому что он типа не убивает их всех, наносит мало урона.
Alright. We're targeting of Jenna though, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah, I'll do that.
Wish well, and we have Shade back again. This is a really good choice by Plexa to rather than summon the Ginny, just bring it straight back, which is something you can do, which is obviously.
Самон очень много бафает на атаку.
Upgrade for all of our attacks. Hopefully Felix can do some big damage with Wheeze. Oh jeez, man.
He is going in on the Water Graves.
Okay.
No procs.
Воу. Он прожимает очень сильную атаку, но она не критует. Это хорошо. Не прокает, не прокает. Было бы грустно, если бы сработали криты, и пати бы шотнули.
Okay, we're going to bring back Shade. Yeah, so this is playing
counter rush turn. Yeah. Well, it's counter rush turn because pattern.
Yeah. His first turn is semi-pattern. Oh, pattern. He's a semi-pattern character. His first turn is kind of like on a set, but his second.
И вот мы забафаны под самый небовый. Ой-ой-ой.
Oh my god, he is going in.
Больно, но жить можно. Напряженный файт.
Winning the fight is more important than having everybody alive.
So here's where Haze is useful. Haze can be used to make someone immune to everything. So if there's any
Призываем Тора против Посейдона.
Which will come out?
Он его ломают.
Megiddo could kill.
That's nice.
Megiddo could kill. Вылетаем. И это происходит. Убивает врага Megiddo. Добивает его. По-быстрому. Жестко. Райан, конечно, красавчик. Я думал, будет вообще беда.
A joke category around this called the Watery Grave Run, where you get to Poseidon and die as quickly as possible. Oh god, it happens way too fast sometimes. But the fact that we saw that many Watery Graves and no procs is unbelievably lucky.
Шутят, что тут есть категория модила процент, в которой ты доходишь до этого места и умираешь.
Gonna go back into the ship here once we get into Lemuria. We're going to be getting the Mist Potion, and that's quite a long way out of the way just to get one potion. And you would be correct. And we are once again going out of our way to get something for Moapa because we do not meet the stat check, so we need other options.
Yeah, we failed the stat check, so we must cheat. This is cheating right here, this misquotation, and you can just retreat out. Also, everybody donated for this wonderful cutscene where Kraden gets angry, so we'll hold off on the donations while we get through the next cutscene, because that's where the Kraden gets angry thing happens. But then we've got the rest of Lemuria, so what's that, give or take 15 minutes?
Yeah, Lemuria is a big lore dump, and there is one cutscene we do want to go through because it's very critical to the narrative of this game, and when we get inside the castle. But until we're inside the castle, it's full on with the donation train.
Это не шутка вообще. В смысле, реально есть такая категория?
The point here is that we've said no strategically to a bunch of text boxes of yes, no's in the game. Most people don't know this, but if you say no to at least 4 of these, there's like 7 opportunities, I think, and if you say no at least 4 of them,
Golden Sun Sausage
a question in this
на
cutscene will
speedrun.com.
make Kraden exceptionally mad at you. Bowie, can I ask you to narrate Kraden for me?
Of course,
we get there.
Of course.
Wonderful.
Вот регрейв процент.
The whole point of the first game
И мне нет ранов.
because Barbie's like, I need immortality because
Мне нет ранов вообще.
also a jerk. Not quite as bad as the Alpha Mare, but he's pretty bad. But this is Lemuria. We made
Ребята, легкий VR.
get to find the secrets of
Просто легчайший.
and alchemy and all that jazz. But they're impressed because we used Move, which is kind of cool, I guess.
They're a Mercury
Something
lot.
about Mercury adepts are impressed by Move for some reason. Mia in the first game, Piers in this game, in this lot, and at this point. I'm just being very careful not to mash past the text box. Shall we let
Просто доходите до Посейдона и умираете.
I beseech you. Alright, here it is. Bowie, you're up.
Okay. What? Are you insane? Or maybe you think you're funny? Because you're not. Maybe this whole quest is just a game to you, but it's not to me. Are you bored? Do you want to go home? Fine, that's it. Then let's go home, yes?
Вот регрейв процент. Категория.
Where Kraden gets angry. Thank you, Bowie.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yay! Good job.
Cheers for letting me do that.
Wonderful.
And if you say yes to that text box with the Kraden counter sufficiently high, he says, "Oh, good. I thought you were going to say no for a moment."
I think that, that's one thing I remember seeing as well. I was like, oh god, there we go.
That's the even lesser known Kraden cutscene, but it's way less funny. All right, we just got to do some gambling. Don't mind me. But is it really gambling if you know you're going to win? I don't know.
That's what they all say, Plexa. You have a problem.
That is called counting cards. Or please, sir, leave my establishment.
Yes, we picked up this lucky medal out of bounds at Yampi Desert a while ago. We throw it into the middle of this fountain, and if you do that, you guaranteed get this summon called Eclipse. This is the only optional summon we get in the game. It is the highest damage to Jin efficiency ratio in the game, aside from Iris, which we may see depending if you meet the incentive or not. It's just busted. Yeah.
It also helps that it's predominantly Jupiter, because basically everything from this point onward is weak to Jupiter for some reason. Not everything, but basically everything.
And now we're into the cutscene Gauntlet of Death, so Edo, you're up.
Oh boy, I just want to remind everyone that right now we're at $37,638 for the Dullahan Super Boss. We need to make it happen. Make sure you guys are sending in those donations, and make sure you are selecting the incentive so we can make it happen. I know we can do it. We have a $5 donation from Atelier TN that says Plexa, more like Flexa. Come on, people, let's make this legend kill Dullahan. We also have another $25 donation from Sunny Muffin that says, good luck on the run, Plexa. Thanks for all you do for the Golden Sun community.
Hey, Sonny. Recent convert from Octopath Traveler. Thank you for joining the Better RPG. No, I love Octopath. Great RPG.
Man, spin!
No, I'm going to get crucified for that. I really genuinely like Octopath's game, so please don't hate me. It's a good game. Team Tressa. Anyway, sorry, continue.
Wow,
No
okay,
problem.
okay.
Кстати, уже 37
It's
тысяч,
okay, it's true. I guess
38
I have a little shade every now and then.
тысяч донатов
We have a $10
собрано.
donation
Ну,
from
для
Anonymous
Вакана.
that says, I know almost nothing about Golden Sun, but this run has been the highlight of my morning, donating for that super boss so we can keep the run going. We also have a $25 donation from Aethershane. Says, Golden Sun, The Lost Age is one of my favorite games of all time. Can we get a $5 tring to get that Dolahan fight? Here's my 5 tickets. More Golden Sun is worth it. I agree. Oh gosh, we have a $5 donation from Boots that says, I'm sure you can Dola handle the boss. I'll see myself out.
Just quick.
Нормально тут прошли.
Finding out
И
that Pierce's mother has died from an unfortunate heart condition in a place of near immortality. Things might have been different if MSF existed.
кругом бутылки раскиданы. Вечеринка, видимо, уже закончилась.
Pierce's mother. Please continue.
Oh, no problem. That was so sad.
It's very sad.
It is.
He's about to run off to the graveyard. Goodbye, Piers.
We have a $5 donation from the Paladin Breakstar that says, we must duel the Dullahan. Yes, we do. Oh my gosh, there's so many. We have a $25 donation from Blue that says, gotta see that Dullahan. Yes, we do. Ooh, Cabbage donates $100 that says, Dullahan fight? Give. Oh gosh, we have a $25 donation from Tim and Paul that says, Edobin has convinced me to put this donation to the Golden Sun Dullahan incentive. Great job on the run and commentary, and thanks again to everyone involved in putting together this wonderful event. Tyler Salt donates $5 that says, this donation is specifically in honor of Plexa's menuing, which frankly gives me feelings I should probably pack. Donation goes to the Dullahan fight.
Чудесная игра.
I'm Say donates $50 that says, I had to donate during the run. I was looking forward to the most. I try to catch Plexa practicing his runs when I can. I know he's just gonna kill it. Definitely have to put this towards Dullahan. Best of luck. And Jonah, thank you so much for your $25 donation that says Arjic and Edobin commentating the same fantastic run. Dullahan incentive. Can I get a hype in chat?
Hype.
That's the canon way to say it during GDQ.
We're
Right.
bringing the audience with us. We're trying.
Раннеры демонстрируют, как правильно говорить слово хайп на GDQ. Хайп.
Sorry, just quickly. This is Lunpa. He's
No, you're
really,
good.
really old, but he looks really, really
Надо,
young.
наверное, попрактиковаться.
Like,
Хайп.
this is what happens when you stay for a long, long time. Because Babby or Barbie or Babai
В голове
is an
оно
old
лучше
man.
звучало.
But Lunpa is not, despite the fact that they came to Lemuria at the same time. So
Ребята, почти 40 тысяч бачаев.
continue, sorry.
Значит, всего 10 тысяч останется.
I love learning plot and
И
lore,
донатят
so
тут
don't
в
feel bad.
геометрической прогрессии.
Snowcone donates $50.
Так что, похоже, мы увидим босса Дуахана.
We also have a $100 donation from Aiko the Blue that says, woke up at 5 a.m. to make sure I wouldn't miss this. Thanks so much, Plexa, Bowie, Sid, and the entire Golden Sun community for all the memes and memories over the years. Hyped for croissants in Lemuria and the Dullahan fight. Croissant sounds really good right now.
Don't worry, you'll get croissants.
Scott Brown donates $25 that says Golden Sun. More like Golden Run. Thanks for everything. $50 from Able65 that says, I'm at work, but had to donate during Golden Sun. Let's get that Dullahan fight. I want to come back later to see that we met that incentive. Let's see where we're at now. Right now, we're almost at 40,000. We are so close. So close.
so close.
Please, please, viewers. I know you can do it. You guys are so amazing. You make so many wonderful things happen, and it's all for a great cause. So keep it in with those donations, okay?
Let's go.
Am I still good to go?
You are still good to
You are.
This is Lemuria, you got time.
This is the lore dump of the game. There's so much more.
Наслаждаемся атмосферой игры.
All the cutscenes we skipped at the beginning, like, this is like the entire plot of the game in one area. It's like, okay, well, fine, I guess.
That's fine. All right,
Почти
we have
две
a
новые Toyota
$250
Camry на
donation
босса.
from
Да.
Just-in-Time
Одна
Easy.
Toyota для
Says,
нашей пати,
"Someone
вторая
said
Toyota для
Dullahan?
босса.
I
Устроим
want
гонки
some Dullahan.
на них.
All right, we'll try to get you that Dullahan.
Победит
We also
быстрейший.
have a $25 donation from Drew, a conclusion that says, we interrupt this broadcast for a surprise. Oh, yeah. It just, it'll never leave me.
It will never leave you, Edo. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's gonna be like SGDQ 2073, and you're
I'm gonna be, oh, hiya. Like back in my day.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
This is the map of Wayard. Well, soon at least.
yeah.
And when I first
Надо же,
as
и
a kid, I genuinely thought my G
прошло 3 часа 40 минут.
The cartridge was broken because the ancient map here didn't look like a map as far as I could tell. So in honor of that occasion, this is the ancient map. I had a special commission made to represent the map. This is the special commission.
Oh wow.
О, ничего себе. Раннер демонстрирует свое кушание.
So what's essentially happening here is like this is the map of the world that Lunpa brought with him.
Пока мы смотрим на карту мира.
The Lemurians have, and you're showing it side by side.
А, он типа демонстрирует, что карта мира похожа на круассан.
Not croissant. Essentially, because of the fact that when the lighthouses were, shut off and
Напоминаю, у нас тут плоский мир.
using the elemental stars,
Все как у
Wayard
Пратчета.
slowly began to die. The power of alchemy waned, and Wayard couldn't support itself. So slowly, it's been breaking away, falling apart, and the great fools at the edge have slowly been making their way in. Wayard is in danger, and so actually, it turns out that what was happening in Golden Sun 1 was correct. By trying to
Приходим к тому, что мир-то в опасности.
we were letting Wayard slip slowly, inexorably towards its doom. However,
Потому что если не поджечь все маяки, то мир покатится к своему разрушению.
Man, ancient Wayard was sure tasty, but thank you, Howard Bakery, for that commission. I really appreciate it.
That is the short version of this cut. That's a short version of this cutscene. That the world used to be a lot tastier.
Yes.
Less buttery now, less buttery.
Тем временем на ГДК уже собрали 500 000, даже больше.
If you have some more, Edo, then
I have a lot.
Keep going. We got that.
So many. We have
Конечно, онлайновые
donation from
ивенты так сильно не набирают.
Words are so difficult. It's so much fun watching Plexa run this amazing game, being accompanied by the commentators and such a great host. Wishing all a great GDQ, and let's see that Dullahan fight. Yes,
Как хотелось
let's
бы,
make it
но
happen.
других ивентов, к сожалению, нельзя проводить сейчас.
We have a $25 donation from Keto.
Тяжело очень перемещаться по миру в наше время. Но зато онлайн-ивент дает нам очень много возможностей. Очень много японских раннеров там появляется. Даже из нашего комьюнити был раннер на этом ивенте Диагон. И это дает возможность не так-то просто приехать в Америку. Вот. Как бы до начала всей эпидемии русские вообще ни разу не попадали на ГДК. Ну, кто-то там ездил, конечно. Вот на ESA наши ребята ездили. Ну, все-таки Мальма не так далеко. И визу в Европу получить куда проще. Буквально, ну, сейчас уже и не просто, но... Типа, уже не знаю, может, можно куда-то летать, нельзя. Я свой загранпаспорт, к слову, постирал. Забыл в штанах.
Lance donates $15 that says, I can't believe how much swag.
Почему бы им на оффлайновых ивентах не разрешить участвовать в онлайн формате? Ну там типа оффлайновые ивенты, они типа с онлайном, да. То есть,
correct regionality of a pain au chocolat. Apparently, there's a region in France where I'd get crucified for saying that, where it should be.
Макати, чините стрим.
Thank you for that factoid, Legrand. I will never forget it.
And now we do
О, починили. Вот это было хорошо. Маленькие обезьянки починили стрим. И все работает. Все круто. Плюс руск. Русская история.
I have a habit of finding myself in horrible positions and having to work my way out of it. Like, I did a 15-hour series playthrough over the weekend. Just why not?
Yeah, why not?
And I had this horrific situation on the Fusion Dragon in the first game, and like everyone's like, "Well, you're dead." I'm like, actually, if I do this, this, and this, and this, I
Да,
might win.
максимально хорошая работа нашей техподдержки.
The sheer amount of Golden Sun knowledge in this man's head is crazy.
That's where the shine in your glasses go in and be like, actually.
Мы заботимся о нашем стриме.
The anime glasses push.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have a $5 donation from Pumpkin that says, I dulla have to see that boss battle. Sorry if my puns are bad. I just lose my head whenever I try to think of one. Oh, wow. We also got a $500 donation from Mr. Horrible. You're not horrible if you're donating that much. They say, why is it called Dullahan if everyone's so
До Дуllahan
about it?
осталось 8
Whatever the
тысяч.
case, I gotta see.
Даже чуть меньше.
Alright, so we are getting into the Western
7621.
like the whole point of this game. It's been teasing you the entire time. Like this is one little thing we have to use grind to get through. You can only get grind from the Moria, so you basically spend the entire game chasing this one thing so you can access to the Western Sea, where the other lighthouses are, which is kind of the point of the game.
Yeah. It should be noted that we have gone the full length of the entire Golden Sun 1 speedrun and haven't seen a single lighthouse yet.
Yeah. It's also worth pointing out that I did write a 150-page.
Наверное, надо закрыть окно, а то у меня тут шумят.
A book, and it's very high quality. I did myself. 2 weeks after I finished writing it, I rerouted this portion of the game, so apologies, I need to update my book.
Oh damn, that is... It's always good, isn't it, when you spend all that time. Because you also did the video guide for Golden Sun.
За окном скребутся души раннеров, которые не уложились в стимейт. Неуспокоенные.
It's fine. It's good enough to get runners going. Anyway, the realization was that running in this part of the ocean is slightly faster than taking encounters, despite what it may look like. It's just they take too long to clear otherwise, which is just very sad. But I need to not do that.
To be fair, it's probably a good idea to save this version of the
Забавная билка.
version because it's a lot safer. It's enough.
I'm not getting rid of the book. I'm making an update to the book, but
that's good.
Взяли, стукнули по кораблю.
Because I realized that
Ну, примерно так же чиним наш стрим, когда что-то ломается.
And I don't know about everybody, but if you're just running away from everything, it's just kind of less interesting because I'm not even thinking like, oh, cool encounter, I'm gonna run away. But then I had a brilliant idea that actually ended up being faster. And we'll show that off in Jupiter Lighthouse, which very, very slightly is faster than just running away from everything. But other than that, there's going to be a lot of running in this part of the game. Poseidon is well and truly the roadblock in this run. Everything we do is for getting past Poseidon, and then the extra stuff we pick up, well, it gets around Moapa's stat check. If we had actual proper levels of Moapa, we wouldn't need any of that stuff, but we don't have actual proper levels. We have these levels, which is like 19.
Проделываем огромное путешествие, игровой мир просто гигантский. Вот прикиньте, как много засунули картридж Game Boy Advance.
So you may have noticed that,
Просто невероятно.
that most of the time we've been doing retreat glitches and the like in dungeons.
И такой он красочный.
We are going to be going through a cave into a village, and wouldn't you know, the cave has no retreat glitch.
Честная игра.
The village does. A very strange thing happened where they kind of like swapped around the properties, or like this kind of like this base property of both of the cave and the village of the
А мы тут приостановились, потому что тут есть Джинни.
So it makes it very easy to get through the cave because there are no Jin ticks on running around the cave because it's meant to be a village, and and then you get all of like the ticks and stuff back in the actual village itself. But it does mean that we can do some cool stuff in the Shaman village, and actually allows for some pretty cool skips.
Хватаем Джинни.
In the meantime, while this fight against this other world map Ginny has gone down, this is Petra. Petra is the TLA version of Ground, which is a priority Ginny that, when used, stops an opponent getting their turn. This is huge. And we actually get both Ground as well, so we can actually stop 2 turns, or 2 characters, or 2 enemies' turns, or consistently roll
Собираем их как покемончиков.
again, which is a funny thing. I bring that up. It might be relevant later. Who knows? But yeah, Petra is grabbed and will be very, very.
Немножко менеджментим наши способности.
Boss fight, as Plexa mentioned. Moapa is a stat check. We don't have those stats.
Виш нам понадобится, чтобы хилиться.
So Shaman Village Cave.
И это пещера шаманской деревни. Стараемся не получить здесь шаманскую порчу.
And it's pretty much been set up so that when we get to this point, Felix will run out of PP. He's currently got 27 here, and he'll be able to heal down the rest of it. So all of that play up until this point to get into retreat glitch mode again. Uh-oh. That is not
the
great.
Second encounter.
That's rare.
Yeah.
Кстати, очень редко тут получается словить 2 энкаунтера. И Райнер чуть не огребает. У него очко уже сжалось. Но... Ничего. Хилимся, живем. Пушим.
Let's just say that was for getting Felix into the proper PP range. That's totally planned.
It's really cool. So yeah, there's no retreat glitches here, but we're going to go straight.
Офигеть, 2/3 рана уже прошло.
The meat of this, we're going to run down these stairs.
Мы в Shaman Village заходим.
It's going to fail. We're going to run through this door to clip to the right-hand side.
И клипаемся при помощи вот этого вот глича с ретритом, способностью свалить. Она фейлится, и мы можем клипаться. Собираем очередного Джинни. Ну, просто тайничок, он такой дружелюбный парень. Поэтому он соглашается с нами идти, никакого файта не устраивает, не сопротивляется. С радостью нам помогает.
And at last it leaves our bloody inventory.
Cat jam.
Говорят, музыка клевая. Райнер прям на кат-джеме.
A banging tune, I believe the kids say these days.
Do the kids say that? I'm sorry. I can feel myself aging, so I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone
can, is saying it indeed it is lit.
Right, yes, of course. That is a banging tune. One would call it lit, yes.
Shout out to Bowie. He did a run earlier this marathon. It was really, really good. The Deedlit Lodos. It's got a very long title. What's the full title?
Record of Lodos War, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth. But yeah.
So Deedlit.
It's very good.
I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. Very, very kind of you. Speaking of amazing runs, though, we're about...
Расчищаем путь при помощи способности.
353 into a... 350 odd into a pretty damn good run. Going very well. This is cool.
Когда говорит, что это вполне себе хороший ран, судя по времени. 354. Это хороший знак.
Remember the first game? It's kind of like Colosso, where you just kind of race against the other team and until you get to the end, and you go through a whole bunch of puzzles. And well, first off, he's going to give you a tutorial for that. He's going to explain you everything about Trial Road. And well, we don't really like tutorials. I think we've made that very clear. Flint, we don't like tutorials. I'm sorry. Sorry. And fortunately, we have the retreat glitch. This is another nice side effect of the fact that we can retreat in Shaman Village. So we, after this cutscene, go into the retreat glitch, and the retreat glitch doesn't actually have to be
Тут очередное обучение, и мы делаем ретрит глич.
It can just be someone else triggering the screen transition for you. In this case, it is going to be these two knights who are going into Trial Road to do the tutorial. So they're gonna walk to the door, we're gonna pop into the sanctum, do a couple more retreat glitches,
И мы начинаем делать гличи,
back to where we want to be fast.
и нас раскурочивает, отправляет прямо прямо в начало этого места.
Tutorial and can now do Trial Road. And Trial Road in and of itself is also very interesting. This is the last remaining reason why we use this specific name for Felix, or another name which gives the same set of puzzles, because the puzzles in Trial Road are random that you get.
И заходим на дорогу
We get all of these
с препятствиями после
two
препятствий.
sides, and we just have to go pick that specific side.
И причины, по которым мы специальное имя для Феликса выбрали, это то, что мы можем манипулировать именно вот этим вот местом. Надо специальный файт, специальный паттерн.
Yes, genuinely is an optimal name. I also need to point out that lore-wise, the whole reason we're doing this is that Moapa does not think a girls are powerful. He's like, I cannot comprehend that the descendant of Yegalast is a woman and that she is powerful. I reject this thoroughly.
Как видите, спидранер обгоняет бота просто с огромной скоростью. Сейчас он еще и клипаться начнет. Да, он откапывает, короче, гейзер. Да. Это как раз не скипчик. Да. И все довольно... Ну, не то чтобы много чего можно скипнуть в этом месте. Оно довольно строгое.
Since we don't match the stat check, we're not gonna bother using actual attacks with any physical attacks, so we're just gonna dump all of our weapons in there.
Нам не очень нужны.
As a matter of fact, we don't need any weapons.
Оружие, кстати,
not
здесь.
even Felix. Let's just
Мы
dump
их
all
снимаем,
of his
кстати.
attack stuff. We don't need it.
Они нам не
Get
нужны.
rid of it. And then set up fortified and do it like
И
that.
мы сетапимся к бою. То снимаем, переназначаем отбилки.
Things to keep a note of: we have mud, we have Petra, we have
The menu was so laggy at this point.
Yeah. And we have shade as well. Yeah, it's horrid. Yeah. So we
И ранее сохраняется на всякий случай.
the Lemurian ship
Перед
when we first
файтом
got to
финальным.
Lemuria. After we had parts, we can do that. So when we crack on with this fight, we're going to open up with Shade. Felix is going to use the Mist Potion, and then we're going to have Mud go out on the first turn. And
Mist
open
Potion,
on
Mud.
the left-hand side. We're going to have to spread this damage very precisely. Shade is so we don't get
Boy,
absolutely one turn wrecked by
защита.
these moves because they're very, very powerful. So this is
Забафались
use
щиты.
the Mist Potion, heal everyone up.
И мы рекаверимся.
We're going to try and dump as much damage into the left-hand side to kill it before it gets a turn. So
Закидываем грязью.
slowed down with mud that halves their speed, so we're going to outturn a bunch of them. So we're going to have Judgment, I think, goes over to sorry,
Кидаем Judgment.
to the left, I think. Judgment cracks on in the center. Petra, Moapa, and then do another Eclipse. All that damage being put in will kill off the left knight. We've stunned Moapa, so he
И тут очень четкий математический расчет. Весь дамаг полетит так, чтобы определенного врага убить.
Annoying, but only one enemy is going to get a turn. If we don't kill off the left-hand knight and we don't stop Moapa, thanks for coming. GG's.
Если у нас это не получится, вот мы убиваем левого, четко убиваем левого. Это очень хороший сетап. Ничего себе, он топором выносит по джерме такой урон.
In this turn here, all we're going to do is make sure that Shiva survives. We're going to haze her, and then everything else is just going to be get your Jin off. This is so that we have access to one final eclipse to win the fight. Haze means that she won't die. Blitz comes out, and there's also going to be a fog, which is very, very lovely. Of course. Oh, well, she's alive. Never mind.
О, потеряли бойца, отряд не заметил потери бойца.
And then Bosch, there we go. I mean, everyone can die, but as long as Shiba survives. Focus the right side. Yeah.
It has to be Shiba that survives, so we put Haze on her. Everybody else can die, and I've had them die. Also, this is the best track in the game.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just...
It's so good.
Oh my god, every single note just... this, to be fair,
Все пошло по плану.
Sakuraba peaked here. Absolute peak.
Yeah. But we should be in silence.
Мы получили нужный предмет.
Of course.
Oh, so good.
Oh, mate, every note.
Getting a bit emotional. It's so good.
Oh, mate, yeah, a tear to my eye.
Oh, now it's ruined. Okay.
Oh man, it's a shame. It's a shame we don't get to hear it for longer.
I know.
So, as Sid mentioned, obviously, when you do the retreat glitch for skipping the trial road tutorial, they actually kind of like change up how some of the music triggers play. This will be at some point, but it'll always be like one track behind for a little bit. It's kind of fun.
Я, кстати, тоже плыву.
We should talk about this now because it'll be relevant later. You're probably wondering why we dropped extra items when we didn't need to in Trial Road. Well, Trial Road, what it actually does is when you're going into Trial Road, it's almost like an instance, if you will, where the game kind of makes a copy of everything that you have when you go into it. So everything that we used, obviously, because the whole mechanic is putting items into the chest, the game needs to give that back to you. So the way that it handles that is just by making a copy of your inventory as you were when you go into it. So everything you use in Trial Road comes back. So that mist potion we used in battle returned to us. All the items that got dropped into the chest returned to us. The items that Felix dropped returned to us. So even though we dropped them, we still have them. The Soul Blade's still there, the War Gloves, the Thorn Crown.
Даже мы выкидываем, даже если мы выкинем наше оружие,
Interesting caveat to this, however,
оно у нас все равно останется.
those items during Trial Road, by dropping them, it actually makes it kind
Кстати, такая оптимизация была небольшая, что мы выкинули оружие, оно к нам вернется после трайла. И после этого мы можем, и таким образом мы можем надюпать оружие.
Simply put, Soul Blade goes brrr.
Для чего мы его, собственно, и снимали.
Because we are eventually getting another character that can use the Soul Blades, so we are giving him one, and we are giving him all of the attack stat boosting items as well, and for good measure...
Всего $5000 осталось до ханбосса.
Reminder as well, this next dungeon is the Jupiter Lighthouse. Nice little movement here, that will be relevant later. The next dungeon is the Jupiter Lighthouse. After Jupiter Lighthouse, that is when we will be cutting off the Dullahan incentive.
Похоже, мы добрались до следующего маяка. И похоже, и после него сразу же идет босс-файт с Дуаханом.
So I mentioned that I did a big reroute and that fleeing was faster everywhere and I got sad. Well, then I found this strategy that I'm about to do. Oh, we got both theme and Contigo. That's so good. Where I pick up this Jin early and can go into the Ninja class. Ninja class is super good because Shuriken is busted. Shuriken does 80% of your attack stat to 3 enemies. It doesn't have any diminishing returns or diminishing ratio on it. It's, not meant to be that good. They nerfed it in Dark Dawn, which is entirely fair, personally speaking, but whatever. We will make use of it while we still can.
Yeah. Just grabbing that extra Ginny essentially means that one person can have 6, and the Ninja class is a tri-element class. Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. And by having 6 on one person, we can give that 6th Ginny to Felix, who's now a ninja. And if there's one thing we know, is ninjas are pretty cool. And the whole thing about the diminishing ratio as you go, we mentioned it a bit earlier.
Похоже, нам нужно поймать еще одного.
The main target of your synergy will take the max damage. There's splash damage that gets less and less as it goes. But as you see there, Shuriken doesn't have that.
Наслаждаемся получением тумаков из случайной встречи.
I am so happy with this reroute. When you said Ninja and Jupiter, I lit up. I don't often have the time to. I don't often have the time to test stuff myself anymore with this kind of stuff. With Ninja, I actually wanted to experience the testing myself and just set up the file for it. Oh, it's so good.
What we used to do was we used to use Eclipse and just Eclipse everything down, and which is fine. You can do that, but it takes so long and things don't die and things are generally off. We'll need this later. It's just that fleeing just was fun. It was very sad. And then Ninja came along and it's just been super fun to be shurikening things down. It actually makes the dungeon kind of fun.
Yeah, I like it.
Kinda, because I still don't like it, but
I like it. It's fine. But yeah, in order to get a little bit of extra damage in just for those extra ranges, we did need a little bit of a better stat stick on Janna though. So that's why we ended up getting the Angelic Gang.
Oh yeah, finally we've got the Jupiter Lighthouse thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
И мы добрались до маяка.
Music. It'll fix itself at the end of Jupiter Lighthouse. For the time being though, it's going to be just uninterrupted Jupiter Lighthouse.
We pointed out one time, like right at the end of this dungeon, where
естественно, маяки в этой игре — это важные штуки, которые необходимы для поддержания мира, плоского мира. В маяках находится сила плоского мира.
Anyway, good time for donations then, I think, probably.
Yeah. Should we maybe explain something about these little blue fellas?
If they come up, yeah, sure.
If they come up, they might come up. We had one just now, and they're a very interesting monster in the sense that their name does not fit actually in the amount of characters that are available for monster names, at least when there's multiple of it. Because when there's multiple, you're gonna have like Devil Scorpion 1, Devil Scorpion 2, Devil Scorpion 3. The numbers, they don't actually fit there, so
пазл-секция с бревнами,
that number will be written into the part of the memory where there is extremely low level Devil Scorpions whenever there is multiples of them. So
the math works out like this, right? Like everything in here is level 28. If you recall the math from earlier, that basically means we're not running from anything, and obviously it's very fast to kill stuff now as well. So the point here is that with 2 Devil Scorpions in play, their effective level gets halved. You should be dead.
Вот я, кстати, на втором часу рано оговорился, что перепутал.
Which we can complete from 100% of the time. So we like seeing multiples of Devil Scorpions, but don't know if it's Devil Scorpion.
Василиска с Виверной, и вот тут как раз появляется враг Виверны.
2, 3, perfect.
Да.
Exactly. If there's multiple Devil Scorpions.
Разнообразный бестиарий достаточно в этой игре. Каждая тварь найдется.
Yay!
Yeah, let's get to Dullahan.
We're so close. We are like $800 away. We are there.
Осталось чуть-чуть до Дуllahana. Похоже, они соберут или не соберут.
We have a $250 donation from Tiberius.
Раннер, помедленнее. Помедленнее давай.
Of the best GBA game.
Выходим на Dullahana.
Time to get that Dullahan incentive. We have $100 from Michael Shadows.
Еще 500 бачей.
Shout out the whole gain of the Golden Sunrise Oldies crew.
Прям в самый последний момент собирают. Самый последний. Ребята, расчисляйте донаты, надо получить этот файт.
There are no hidden messages. Give me Dullahan. I have no ulterior motives. Give me Dullahan. Thanks, GDQ. Give me Dullahan. You guys are awesome. Dullahan!
I have this odd feeling of wanting Dullahan. It's weird.
I know, maybe. I think. Perhaps.
Еще 200 бачей, 200 бачей. Wow.
First of the name was the best GBA game. of my childhood. Hype to see that Dullahan bus fight hype building up. Let's go. We're like under $300. Come on. We're right there, guys. We're right there. We're so close.
Вот как раз появляются всякие рандом энкаунтеры, чтобы дать людям шанс задонатить. ГДК уже включила машину рандом энкаунтеру. Закручивает гайки. Именно после этого маяка. Они набрали $50 000. Дуllahan, поехали!
You won't regret it.
Хайп!
It's an insane fight. You won't regret it.
No, you won't, but I will.
It's funny because like Plexa is both the most qualified person to actually do this in a run as well as to commentate it, because he knows how to do it. Bowie and I, we were just handed an entire document for us. Okay, here's how Dullahan works. Learn it.
Yeah.
I will not be able to commentate it by my own. It's way too intense.
Ранее комментаторы говорят, что
Yeah,
они ничего не понимают за этого босса. Plexa единственный, кто здесь шарит. Поэтому он сам будет все объяснять. Потому что никому даже в голову не приходило сражаться с Dullahan посреди этого рана. Там огромный документ про всякие манипуляции с ним. Рип-ранг 100 раз без сейвов. Не, кстати, рано все-таки с сейвами, но без сейф-квита. Тут подразумевается, в категории подразумевается конкретный глич. Save and quit. Это не без сейвов, сейвы тут присутствуют, короче. И я даже больше скажу, у раннера заготовленные бэкап-сейвы на случай полной задницы. Что в принципе может случиться. Ну, мы обычно, вот, как комментаторы, мы вот не говорим, что там какой-нибудь ТМР там просрал ран и включил сейвы, но ребутнул консоль, но как-то не хочется разрушать магию спидранов. Но это нормальная часть, потому что не все реально показать. Рандом иногда бывает совершенно непредсказуемый. И типа то, что прокает 100 раз, может 101 раз не прокнуть на 101. И многие используют такие штуки, да, это нормально. Абсолютно. Потому что люди показывают скилл, а они показывают скилл. А вот рандом, который происходит, это уже вне контроля любого скилла. Да, иногда невозможно сделать спидран. Иногда можно залочить игру на минут. И как раз большая часть для этого и есть сейвы.
Donates $50 that says, "Thank you, Plexa, for running my favorite RPG of all time. Good luck on the rest of the run." Venom Turtle donates $25 that says, "I'm so excited to get to see more Golden Sun on the GDQ stage. Let's get that Dullahan incentive, which we all have made that. So thank you guys so much."
Ребят, никаких Resident Sleeper'ов.
You will not be disappointed. You will not.
Сейчас будет махач.
Melissa donates $15.
GLVXYJ ZDKN. Отыхаю ВВК ВДЖ. Понял.
There she is.
Thank you, Melissa. There she is. How you doing?
Не, никаких Resident Sleeper, только типа хайп.
let's talk about this for a little bit, then you can get back to donations. You can do diagonal movement over here, so you can just walk past that. It's just kind of unintended. I don't consider it a glitch, it's just an oversight. And we're glitch in a very strange way. There are all these tiles, and the way the game handles the tiles if you fall through them is that it remembers where you were when you fell down, then loads of at those coordinates. We call them falling coordinates. By using the retreat glitch as we fall down one of these tiles, what's going to happen is the game's going to load us.
Снижаем, так сказать, заряжаем статую с лучником, и она стреляет статуей барышню в задницу. Все во всех бы играх такие пазлы.
I'm just going to kill this guy here in a very inefficient way. That's not that inefficient, actually.
Говорит, убиваем вот этого случайного врага не очень эффективным способом, но на самом деле он получается очень эффективным. И это удивительно. 100-часовые игры, которые проходятся всего-то в 10 раз быстрее, в 20. При этом эксплуатируется просто невероятное количество гличей за это время, которые ломают эту игру просто во всех плоскостях.
We have a, oh my gosh, it has, once again, no words, but from Alex X, they donated $1,000. Amazing.
Люди продолжают донатить, кто-то 1000 баксов занес, видимо, парень хотел закинуть туда лохана, но у него не работал сайт ГДК и оплатить не мог. Может, немного опоздал. Я помню, у нас раньше было много проблем с донатами. Не знаю, вы можете проверить, кстати, как донатиться, там кнопка под стримом, донаты есть, они ведут прямо на ГДК. И, кстати говоря, нам придется, наверное, донатить на ГДК. Или на благотворительность, вернее. После этой подписки, которую мы сделали, потому что нас вынудил Twitch это делать. Ну, кстати, все равно ничего не сработало. Twitch так и не поделился главной страницей, что довольно странно. Но правила очень странные, нынешние. Вынудил и обманул. Обман. Сотрудники Твича, мы как бы призываем вас к ответу медленному. И извинения у нас на стриме обязательно. Наслед ГДК, наслед. Если за этот не успеет выдать, да. Но обязательно закинем, да. И надеюсь, это не будет очень сложно, как у них бывает.
Zero that says Golden Sun was a classic game for my childhood. Happy to donate here to the cause. So excited to see Plexa absolutely destroy it. Ooh, and then we have a $100 donation from Angel Ducky that says the Golden Sun games are among my favorite games ever, and I always love seeing the runs of GDQ, especially when it can make the workday go faster.
Вот это эпохальное событие.
Keeper of Light donates $100 that says, "You have the light of the sun in you. Come, show me how bright you shine."
Очень запутанный пазл.
We have an anonymous donation of $200 that says the Ragnarok weapon unleashed.
Тут даже ничего не скипнуть, нигде не заклипаться. Поэтому мы просто оптимально его сетапим.
We're coming up on the glitch point now. So remember, I've got these coordinates stored in.
Хотя нет, тут есть один глitch.
At some point. Well, some point is coming up after we jump across this room and then go up some stairs. If I get an encounter out of bounds, I'm going to be very sad.
То есть как, с вот этим пазлом мы, короче, ничего не можем сделать, но мы можем попасть в УБ уже дальше. Опа. Прямо на переходе между уровнями. И это скипает, наверное, 3 или 4, 5 комнат в этом данже.
It was the only thing we found, and when we found it, we were so happy because Jupiter has resisted us for a long time.
И ранее говорит, что очень счастлив, что нашли этот скип, потому что файты в этих комнатах неприятные. О, сдружаем очередного лучника, стреляет в задницу барышня, тоже статуя, и они начинают лететь, поднимают большую пробку.
This is the part where most speedrunners will tell you, oh, it's such a hard fight, and we're just going to die instead, because this is the one fight in the game where you can actually lose and still progress. I just want everyone to appreciate how great the Agashio and Cast theme is, because we're going to get it very, very, very soon. Then how great the battle theme is, because it's a remix of their theme, and it's like, it's the most metal track in the game, and I love it to pieces.
Ранее говорит, что любит саундтрек. Тут как раз одна тема, которая является ремиксом другой темы.
I remember having a conversation with Plexa about this, and he's been umming and ahhing about whether or not to play up the whole joke of, all right, here we go, we're gonna do it. Oh no, I forgot to set my yeah, exactly, yeah. But I respect the fact you didn't go for it. It's good, yeah.
It's fine. We hammed up the music instead.
Yeah, we did the music too.
Yeah, we did the music thing. Well, let me talk about how you actually beat them. You get the Genie Rhyme from Lemuria. Rhyme has this wonderful ability called that seals the enemy's victory. I'm doing this to preserve the music, by the way, because I really want to get the good music for a long time. This doesn't kill, does it? It does. So where was I?
You get Rhyme for Synergy Seal.
Oh, right, yeah. So you seal Agashio synergy with Rhyme, and then Agashio is like a little puppy dog who can't do anything. So you just keep applying...
Дека, ты еще не уснул? Я на 9-м дыхании уже.
So that's the strat. We do it in 100% because 100% actually does include all boss fights.
Всего-то коротенький ран, всего-то на 6 часов.
Being arbitrary in a sense. You'll see why that restriction was necessary when we get there, because we're almost there. This is the Agashio cast theme. And the music glitch that we enabled through the tutorial skip is going to keep this theme playing through the rest of the dungeon unless we get an encounter. And I think it adds a ton to the ambience in this dungeon rather than the Jupiter Lighthouse theme. I think it really plays up
Наблюдаем
things are going to go down, people. Like,
yeah,
this is
yeah. I love it.
There's also a very important thing you do have to
на Mass Effect 2 выбирают
once again, Garrett is the reason we're in this situation. Thank you very much
Шепарда. На фильм Шепа, кстати, больше накидали. Ощутимо больше.
I will have you know that the most useful use that Garrett has in this run is that we get to sell his gear for money.
That would be true, except I need him for Dillahan, so Garrett will be more useful than normal.
Good job, donators. You have made him useful.
What have we done? You donated to make Garrett useful. Oh god. There's no amount. No. Yeah. But yeah, Garrett sucks. Off we go. We do also get the most inconvenient. Yeah, it's really good.
So ominous. Oh no. What's gonna happen? Oh yeah, so much better. Oh well.
Just don't get an encounter, easy.
Надо постараться тут не получить энкаунтеров. Ранее немного забыл пару вещей делать. И если он получит по щам, ну вот он сейчас менеджментит своих джинов.
Die to Agatio and Cast, but Alex is like, you know what? How about a full heal, my friend?
Give you a full heal. Let's go. You can also use a move clip to get behind Alex at this point and go up to the top of the lighthouse. It just does nothing.
Нас преследуют злодеи с первой части. Кстати, вот этого персонажа мы по Donation Incentive назвали Орб. Орб, да. А другой персонаж это Боб. Вот. По сюжету первой части двух героев из первой части убили. И вот эти вот те, кто остались, продолжают дело. Будет с этими маяками, чтобы наш плоский мир не обвалился.
So it's a base power of like 300 or something, or 200. It's just like hits 200. Yeah, 200. Yeah, that's a disgusting base power. That's before working in his attack or anything like that. It's just going to deal 200 damage, or you know, whatever, you know, minus your defense, whatever. But it's going to deal like 100 damage.
Like everything about this fight is so cool. Like the music, the character design, the abilities they have, the fight design. This is the only fight in the game where you get.
Давай очень хвалит этот файт, его дизайн, его тот урон, который там наносит враги.
This thing that you've been dreaming about since the first game is now like this epic conclusion. It's so good. It's just a shame you can lose. Whatever.
Plus there's also the whole thing about, you know, we know that we're being
жалко, что
and going to meet up with them the first
можно
time.
проиграть.
There's that sense of anxiety about what we're going to do when we finally meet up with them again, because you know we had that, you know, moment at the end of the first game when we did meet up, you know, again fully as a team, and we clashed and it was an epic battle, and we finally see them, and you know it's like there's so much going on.
И вспоминают вот файт из первой части.
One line in the reunion cutscene that gets me every time, because it's just such a good line that Isaac says. I think you guys know the one I'm talking about.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Also,
I
do want to say a thing about Agatio and Cast as well. They're normally kind of like critiqued as being not as interesting or not as cool as like Satoris and Minardi. Excuse me. The thing is about Satoris and Minardi is that Minardi and Cast are pretty much the same. They're both very fierce and like headstrong characters, right? But Satoris is this very kind of cool, cunning, level-headed force that just kind of tempers her anger and like and pushes it and redirects it in really fascinating ways. Whereas Cast doesn't have that. And I think that's a really nice thing to have a look at, is like the separate ways that the two operate, where Cast doesn't have that mitigating force. She's just got another brute who's just like this, like all about the power and all about the strength that they and the pride of their tribe as Proxians, just pushing forward and their desperation to save their people. Whereas Satoris is this very different force. So I think they're both very interesting in different ways how they operate. You know. Anyway.
Also, look at that orb.
Jeez. And it shows up on both sides for some reason.
In both sides, yeah.
Именно имя персонажа Орб — это как раз отсылка к вот этой вот парящей сфере. И начинается файт.
Raising Dragon.
It's fine. Raising Dragon to save the day.
Против меня, как если сравнивать игру с покемонами, то это местная команда R.
Unless Cars gives her a little kiss.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Good fight.
Oh man, I did a challenge playthrough of this game once where I only used Sheba and Jenna wrecked face, of course, but this was the only fight I couldn't do because they are forced to appear in the same place, because normally you separate them to the two ends of the party so that they never get like double damage, really, you know, hurt, but you can't do that there. I tried so hard to do it, but it's so hard. That is a tricky fight, it really is, because of the nature of that 2-3-4. They are powerful. And I think that's why they made it so you could lose, because, you know, it's just really tough.
Очень сильные враги.
Yeah, but they shouldn't have. Oh well.
This is the way it is.
Last chance to get some quick donations in, because then we're going to go into the reunion and then Dullahan.
И как раз после этого момента мы, ребята, увидим то, что мы ждали. Босс-файт с Дуllаханом. Прямо после вот этих донатов.
Hashtag TL win.
Shout out to Team Liquid, my work. They are a great company to work for, and some great people who work there as well, like Cinder the Second. She is fantastic. Everybody is fantastic. Very lucky to go to work with these people. And thank you for the support, everyone. We can get another one in, I think.
We have a $250 donation from Anonymous that says, "Good luck, Plexa. Hope that's a comfy chair."
Донат пришел.
And then the Bluestar because he needs to buy a new chair.
Говорят, мол, удачи, надеюсь, у тебя стул очень мягкий, комфортный.
The Irish above donates $100 that says, "Good luck on the run, Plexa. I want to
Плекса немножко так оперся на стол, выпрямился. И облокотился на него. Да, он довольно такой удобный.
That says Golden Sun is a fantastic series, and I love to see it represented here on GDQ. Donation goes to the Dullahan boss fight.
We can go one more.
О, Ваба проснулся. Ваба, кстати, слышал, на ЕСе будет Томба.
Deverox that says, "So many fun memories from the Golden Sun games. Very excited to see."
Проверил расписание и приятно удивился.
This is a really cool moment. By the way, it's the Isaac learns that everything he's been doing has been in service of destroying the world.
Первая Томба тоже хороша.
Yeah. Oh no!
And he's like, "Oh, all right then."
Прослушал. Да. Бывает.
Like, it's the whole merging of the parties. They're like sorting out their words.
Любимая игра Ваба.
Okay, Felix has been this incredibly noble warrior shouldering an immense burden, betraying his hometown in an effort to save the world.
Конечно, я лукавил, когда говорил, что сейчас будет файт с Лоханом, сейчас будут катсценки. Все базарят.
This is Hama. This is Ivan's sister, which is like, and it's going to be relevant to a story I'll tell after Dullahan. Ivan finds this. Alright, this is the best line. This is the best line in the game.
Listen, this is full quest now. We're doing just you can hope. Are you happy?
Isaac concedes that all his efforts were in now.
Райан говорит, это его любимая фраза.
Help Felix save the world.
Теперь это...
That's what true heroes do.
Yeah.
Как бы...
You donated for this, so this is.
Теперь мы сами себе квесты поручаем, ребята.
Yes, we're not doing
занимаемся всеми делами. Теперь это личное дело. Это не какая-то героическая миссия, уже это просто... Это уже наш долг. Ну, это, вернее, это все еще героическая миссия, но... Да.
Okay, this is a specific thing that Plexa has to do to sort out this as a separate part of the run. The save point that was made earlier will be used to continue the run to mitigate all of the stuff that's happened here. Because there's a lot of stuff that's going on.
I don't want Iris to mess up my menus, basically.
Yeah, it's one of those things. So,
Она немного путается в меню, обычно он быстрее его менеджмент, но вот он отвлекается на гайды, смотрит, что там надо кликнуть.
Turn pattern, the same moveset in every 8 turns. Dullahan has one of these. There are 24 rather than 8, first thing to note. The starting position is determined by both the BRN and the GRN, and the fact that it's both battle and general RNG is something that is only Dullahan has. This is unique to him, which makes him a very, very special fight. And Dullahan will kind of go through that pattern quite smartly. So there's a sense of like AI kind of responding to what's going on. It will use so it has like break is a thing that like removes all kind of buffs from the party, and it will use that only if there are buffs up. It will do something else if it doesn't have it. So that it will kind of react to what you're doing and how you're playing it in that kind of regard.
Тут будут проблемы с бафами.
So there's a note here saying that the BRN from
надо тщательно подбирать
so when we
нашу защиту.
This cannot be non-manipulated, by the way. At this level,
и этот файт вообще никак не манипулируется.
without some form of manipulation going on. Now, obviously, this is
Никаких манипов
separate
нет
to
там.
the run, so
Просто...
it's not kind of falling within that whole thing of no save and quit. So this is one of those things.
We need to save and reset to get into the dungeon at all, because
exactly.
normally you need to have all 72 gen to access the dungeon, but spoiler alert, you don't need to if you do this trick. Speedrunners.
Да, тут нужно достаточное количество гемов, чтобы попасть в этот данж, но мы используем глич и дюкаем все это дело.
I gave that lore story before about Critical Sid and the Iris incentive. All you do is you go into retreat mode and talk to this chest, and you get Iris.
Yay! There we go.
Yay, we did it.
И тут что-то по-эльфийски написано.
So that's the easy way to do this, and now I'm going to do it the hard way.
Мы берем Макарус.
I need silence for a small moment.
Of course.
И, кстати, мы используем save and quit, потому что на файте с Далаханом как раз без этого нельзя. Немножко нелегитимный ран теперь.
So the reason he needed silence is because he's essentially manipulating the general random number as well as the battle random number.
Но иначе нельзя, да, иначе нельзя.
In order to do that, he needs a specific audience.
Люди задонатили на save and quit. Так что за 50 тысяч долларов один save and quit можно сделать.
He will get an encounter in a bit.
Мы клипаемся в ОБ.
Try to see if he can recognize it. And if it is one that he can recognize it, then he can advance with some attacks, and that he then cancels. He can advance.
И сейчас нам надо ждать энкаунтер.
In order to get it to where he needs it for Dullahan, essentially.
If we don't do this, we get destroyed because we don't know where Dullahan is in his pattern. If I've done this correctly, I know where he starts in his pattern, and that's the trick to the fight. Knowing where he is in his pattern.
Если мы его подловим, короче, особенно хитрым способом, да, то мы подловим удачный паттерн, в принципе, который поможет нам его победить. Но если мы тут зароним, то это ГГ. Оригинал, да, ГБА, а раним на вью, виртуалочке, виртуал консоль. Очень крутая игра для портативной консоли бородатого года, 20 века, черного цвета, не 21-го, конечно же. Но вы поняли. Огромное количество манипуляций делается. Много менюинга. И мы уходим на 1-1.
There's a lot of moves that were being mentioned, like forming a sage.
С этим боссом.
Let's go straight into it. So it's turn one is going to be meteor attack, mud, and flash. So flash again mandatory, so we don't die. Meteor is going to be a little bit.
Накидываем на себя бафы, и это позволяет нам не помереть.
Again, this is forcing this is forcing
сильно, он огромный damage resist, да. Ранее просто снимаю тоже наушники. Да.
Wait, did I just cancel that? I might have just canceled that. That could be really bad.
Oh.
Okay. We'll find out very quickly. If I cancelled it, I will need to try this again.
It's okay. So yeah, Fizz, Petra stops one of the moves. Fizz is just to heal.
Далахан решил нам раздать по шее, но мы канцелим его говно. Он теперь из-за этой обилки он не способен двигаться теперь. И это руина.
The thing is, he accidentally canceled a little portion of the summon animation.
Все заново.
Very
Давайте.
Oh yeah, it's extremely hard. And depending on
приходится делать манипуляцию с самого начала, чтобы он дал паттерн.
That animation progresses the general random number. So
нам прям
the only
совсем
consistent way
повезло.
to get exactly what you need is to just let the summon animation play. And since he canceled it a little bit, it just kind of shook everything off, unfortunately. So yeah, trying to get another encounter and see if he can recognize if it's one of the Cs he has. Hopefully it is. One of the things of how he's getting in here, by the way, with Retreat Glitch is that Retreat Glitch also stores your coordinates of where you used it in the previous room, which means that if you then save and reload, you can get on those coordinates in the first room, which can be out of bounds. After which he just goes to a door that takes him right to the end.
There's the GRN setup as well, just to make sure he's on the right seed. Okay, so there are some specific things as well to mention, just so you're kind of like cognizant of it when watching. Elemental swap is an ability that
все то же самое проделает, что делает элемент swap.
It's going to be basically
Джинов местами, но он распределяет обилки джинов по... Ну вообще да, типа джинов меняет.
But it's got a AoE death attached to it as well. Yeah, it has an AoE instant death proc.
Детство удивительное время, когда можно проходить игры и вообще плевать на время, которое на них потрачено. Это круто. Shine Force очень классная игра.
Not quite guaranteed with the right manipulation. You can make sure that it doesn't kill stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Sure. Yes, of course. Yeah. Actually, having characters different base stages chance does avoid it. Yeah. A big turn to look out for is going to be the 9th turn in the fight, which we will talk about a little bit closer. But it's the one turn in the fight where we don't have any real protection, no granite, no shade, no flash. So it's very, very important that turn goes well. So we're back into it again. Turn 1. Meteor attack, flash, mud again.
Снова выходим на файл с Блоканом.
To get some turns in. There's the attack.
Закидываем его грязью. Забафаемся броней, кидаем метеор. Лови, Далхан, метеор. Плеха вообще максимально напряжен. Меняет набор обилок. Кидает Петру, чтобы он не смог двигаться. Потом Эклипс. Большие дома. Виш, чтобы подхилиться. Из. Тоже хилит. Блохан жмет элемент свап, хаунт. И накидывает ужас. Швахила.
So here's where we're going to try and avoid this Karen hit. We're going to have ground's going to come out to stop the first turn, and I'm going to ground Judgment and Flash. So it'll be nothing, then Karen, and then Bind.
О, как получил Дуахан. Закидываем Judgment. Дуахана просто все разносит. Ну, дамаг, кстати, не очень большой. Сравнен там с Метеорит. Хотя в целом они довольно одинаковые. И паттерн в порядке. Как красиво крутится камера. Вот это вот такое псевдо 3D на мощности Game Boy Advance. Очень красиво выглядит. Закидываем просто мощнейшими обилками. Закидываемся защитной аурой, чтобы он нас не шотал. Он очень больно бьет. Нет. Мы свапаем персонажей на здоровых. И кастуем защиту и хилы. А здесь мы больше хилимся, живем, чем атакуем. На самом деле, ну, у нас не так много сильных атакующих шлышек, а вот хилов и брони много. В общем-то, ключ к успеху в RPG это бафы и хилы. Если вы умеете хилиться и бафаться, вам ничего не страшно. Но, конечно, наносить большое количество урона в краткие моменты это тоже очень полезная штука. Эклипс на 2285 урона. Как они хорошо набафались.
Essentially, we're using the TLA party just kind of as a resource to get through Fermina Sage, because Fermina Sage it does so much.
Опять его станем по трое.
So we just make sure it kills our weaker party.
Бьем эклипсом, эклипс тоже набафанный уже. 2000 урона. Короче, крутим пати. У нас, правда, Кити, по-моему, все еще под ужасом или нет. И это баф у нее висит. А, это какая-то бабочка, кстати. Типа того. Дуахан получает 1 урон от милишной атаки. Формула Сейдж.
The scary one is going to be setting flash again. So
Сейчас опасно, сейчас опасно.
But also
Eclipse flash. There we go. So flash is going to come back for the following turn, which is going to be very, very nice. But we should get the first turn is gone, and it should be attack into True Collide.
And you might be wondering why he's switching in a dead party member, and that is specifically because.
Yay.
Yeah, that is
please watch Mia's spooky ghost.
Большой дамаг. Но персонажи еле стоят, строй еле держим. Шейд. Protective Aura пошла. Орб себя хилит. Закидываем грязь. Хан каст курс. Вот a horrible night to have a курс.
Turn 10 down, there, 3 turns to go. It should end on turn 13, so turn 11.
Хилимся живем, хилимся живем.
Defend char. Haze once again to make sure that the person we need alive will remain alive. These buffs are important. It should be noted as well, I should mention it, that actually
Сейчас в основном просто в дефензе сидим. Дуахан тоже, кстати, не особо агрессивно играет, он кидает всякие негативные статусы. Он пытается измотать, взять измотом, уже сменю, так сказать, стратегия.
If you were allowed to that break to not come through, and Dullahan would have skipped it, that would mean that Jin Storm would be pushed to the third action, which means we can no longer pretend it. So it was very important to let it go through and deal with it in a different way in this case.
Eclipse. Вот это урон.
That's very close. I think it should be. This is Meteor. This is turn 12, so 1 turn to go. We've seen the attack. Should be True Collide and 4-minute Sage. There's True Collide.
Fermina Sage больно бьет.
Fieri survives.
Фиери просто на 31 хп стоит. Отряд держится. Джоджби... Кстати, урон уже поменьше, походу, бафы немножко теряются. Просто всем арсеналом дам по Дуахану.
You did it!
Wow!
Oh my gosh.
Incredible.
That's the hard way to get Iris.
Wow!
Way to school me, Plexa.
Good God.
Anyway,
sorry, if you don't just go and sub to Plexa right now for that, I don't know. Just do it. Just do
Amazing.
it. God, jeez.
Hardest fight of the game. No character higher than level 28. 32.
Великолепно. Дуахан повержен.
It's nuts. Thank you.
Yeah, that was off script. So...
Yeah, it was.
Вау, круто, круто.
There was a slight change. I'm pretty sure there was a missed target.
Оно того стоило, оно того стоило.
Curious about. Wasn't sure if that was going to change everything, but I did notice a missed target. But
Вот это да.
Yeah,
Вот это файт.
Words hard.
Just get back into the run whenever you're ready. You can explain it. But
Да, он загрузился в обычный
there was a
сейв.
save done before, so we can crack on with the run as per, because that just changes too
Yeah.
much.
Дуахана он убивал на другом сейве.
To worry about, and I can't be bothered. Just take the reload.
Thank you everyone for your donations. Hope
Просто смотрите, как у раннера уже взъерошены волосы. Он, наверное, на 2 года постарел после этого файта на марафоне.
Like, I mean, like, when it comes to top level routing, yeah, when it comes to top level routing, these guys, they know what's going on in the game, right? They can see everything. They can see the GRN, they can see the BRN, they can see how every single thing affects it. It takes so very, very
У
long.
меня нет слов. Это было круто.
Okay, so war time really quick. Okay, so Shiva is this really cool character in this game. She was taken prisoner and she's kind of sad at the moment, and that at the beginning of the game she's like, oh, I have my own reasons for joining your quest. Like, Barbie kidnaps her at the beginning of Golden Sun 1 or sometime during Golden Sun 1 and basically, yeah, captures a 13-year-old girl for his own devices. Very evil Barbie person. And then she's stolen by Satoru and Minardi, so she's basically had no agency in, like, her entire life, basically. Being raised as an orphan and all that stuff. It's truly terrible. And then she joins this quest of her own volition, right? She joins us because she's like, I feel like I want to find out about myself, and she hopes to find answers in Contigo, but she doesn't. But it's all okay. I need to continue my Shiva story, but I want to try this once because I got to show this off now that we did Dullahan. Anyway, the whole point of Shiva's story is that everybody underestimates her and she never has any agency, but eventually there's this famous cutscene in Garoth where she's like, oh yeah, I am oh, this is the Magic River. This is Magic River. I found this is mine. So yeah, she's never had any agency, but she like steps up through the entire run and just like carries the whole run and like proves Moapa wrong, shows people that the power of wind is really something that you should respect and look after, and she's just a kick-ass character. I love how she's written so much. Anyway, you're not meant to enter the area.
Я все еще не отойду от этого файта на Дуахане.
This is us, by the way. Hi. That's a thing you can do. That's fun to show off. But I love Shiva's story. It's so like, I think it's a story everyone can relate to, where someone, you're like, feel like you never have agency over your life and you've just kind of taken one thing to another, and then everyone consistently thinks like you're not enough and not powerful enough, or just like just writing you off. And that's like Shiva to a T, but she consistently steps up and just does stuff. Like, you saw her destroy Moapa. She's going to carry the fight against Doom Dragon. She's just, what a character. I never appreciated how awesome her story was as a tale of regaining agency and becoming a very, very powerful young woman in this world. It's really cool. I love it. Anyway, I didn't do something.
Локация Магма Рок.
All of that,
Магмовый камень.
It's incredibly cool, and it's very, very true. I mean, every word the Plexa said, it's pretty much how Shiva goes. But yeah, we should crack on with this because it's going to get a little bit more intense as well. So, is it possible to know what Alexis is? Is asking.
No.
First asking.
This is a lie. It doesn't exist. Slido says unite.
You might wonder, how is anything gonna follow up Dullahan? No worry, don't worry, Magma Rock will deliver. It will deliver.
Magma Rock, I just touched Aqua for some reason. I mean, Magma Rock's got some real cool stuff to it. The fact that it just checks to make sure that you're in the right Y and X axis, and it goes, is it right? Sweet. It doesn't matter how high up it is.
Тут тоже специальная голуба,
great skip.
которую надо активировать, но...
As I'd say,
Вот, который делал такой магмовый гейзер
rocks for sure, but Magma's got
и закидывают нас наверх.
And
It's
majority of it.
unique tech. Like it's unique to Magma Rock. We can do it elsewhere. Just doesn't. It's not useful elsewhere. We can do it in like.
Нам тут особо не погличить.
This is really going to be obviously wrong. Like, that is obviously wrong, but it works. It doesn't work to the same extreme degree anywhere else. Yumpy Desert is like a usage of it, but yeah, it's just... What is the Z-axis, guys? Like, who cares? Who cares about 3D things?
It's really, really helpful. It should be noted as well that we're staying in Felix's team to run away because we're going to do a retreat glitch in like a little bit. But the best way to get into a retreat glitch state is to kill off one of the parties. At this point, we're going to be doing a lot of fleeing because Isaac and his Isaac and his team are level 28. So they have a much better chance of fleeing than Felix's team does. So what we're going to try and do is be in Felix's team, try and flee, fail, have them all be downed, and then we can use the fact that they're downed to revive them.
Ждем немного, пока что-то нас не подкинет.
Like a low PB count quickly so that we can retreat glitch again. At that point, it'll also auto swap to Isaac's team so that we can then run away a lot better.
I should also address we have a flying boat. So I feel like we kind of
glossed right over that. Yeah.
and the cutscene skipping.
Yes, we kind of also skip the cutscene that explains the flying boats, but yes.
Нам тут косвенно объясняют. Небольшой такой туториал, мы ее скипаем. То есть он очень хороший цикл заходит, этой штуки. Аккуратно сразу спрыгивает, залезает обратно, уже готов прыгать на плавовую штуку.
We're also going to do another
Что он, собственно, и делает.
as well. So if you remember all the way back to that first hour of the game when we were in RUSC, I keep saying we. Well, I'm not doing anything. It's all you, Plexa.
We are living vicariously through Plexa.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were in RUSC and there was that blind screen that Plexa did where he climbed up the...
Кстати, ребят, главная интрига, задонатить ли на третьего Хитмана? Теперь.
We're going to do something similar, but we're not going to be any like major puzzle fixing. It's just we're going to get to the right-hand side and skip a bunch of stuff. Because normally what you'd need to do is on this screen above, you need to be on the west side and kind of sort out a puzzle to get everything to break a particular rock. But because of the retreat glitch removing the...
точно, там подразумевается третий Хитман, который самый новый. Я уже забыл, что он существует. Я думал, они старого Хитмана будут проходить. Точно. А это донатят прям на новую часть. Это интересно. Не так часто... Ну, эта игра не такая уж и новая, наверное, уже. Но не так часто донатят на... Светятся прям свежие игры. Все-таки надо, чтобы был ран, там в них устаканился, вот это все дела. Это интересно. Новые Хитманы вполне хорошие, очень Зашли, кстати, в ОБ. Делаем немножко, то есть, короче, мы зашли на другой экран, но нам этот экран не показали. И, короче... Но мы как бы экран не поднялся. Поэтому в загличенном экране мы можем делать всякие штуки, но при этом там работают энкаунтеры. И враги могут нас за жопу схватить.
Yeah, again, the order of priority is Felix, Isaac, Jenna. So if, you know, all three of them are in the party, Isaac's will play. Felix's will play. Take out Felix, then it'll be Isaac. Take out Isaac, then it'll be Jenna.
Now we're almost done with the outside.
Yeah, the battle strategy here, if you haven't worked it out already, is run away.
Yeah.
They gave us a level 28 party. It's like a good 8 levels higher than everything else.
Ну, ран очень хороший. Мне кажется, ранее уложится в стимейт, несмотря на то, что мы все проголосовали за то, что он не уложится. И... у нас, наверное, не осталось модераторов канала, которые могли бы решить исход этого рана, рассудить. Я надеюсь, кто-то не сделал глупости, как мы сделали.
Every rock has a great score, but Magnus is up another level. You can see that I'm getting slightly better slightly less turns per each encounter with Isaac's party rather than when I had Felix's party. And again, it's the fact that they're just coming in at a higher level, which gives it more probability to flee. So it's
Не, кстати, в отец канал может голосовать, просто ему скажут там, типа... А, нет, возможно, не может, кстати, да. Да, похоже на правду. Inside info.
Panels that will slowly move around, so you can like get around. And the idea is to kind of like raise and lower the lava level so that you can, you know, traverse. Keep that in mind as we progress, because it's going to be quite fascinating. We obviously
we're doing it intentionally, right?
Yeah,
we're doing it intentionally, right?
Everyone, look, this is the Team Liquid's very own Sir Dr. Mr. Jesse Plexa Hart. Of course he's going to do this run and this dungeon completely. Sorry.
Very important.
Grandmaster of Going Faster, Master of Bridges, and Purveyor of Magical Rivers. Sorry. Of course he's going to do it very legitimately. That's just how it goes when you run Golden Sun. It's all about legitimacy. So, you know, absolutely, why on earth would we ever just randomly end up walking on lava? I mean, that isn't going to happen. You know, and that makes no sense. I mean, what happened there?
5 часов. 5 часов. Ран пролетел вообще незаметно. Я не почувствовал. Не знаю, как вы, ребята. Я просто на расслабоне.
So you pretty much have to do a little bit of the first floor before crystal lava, then do the third floor. Very nice.
Все хорошо идет.
It's good to know that in Dark Dawn, we have the protagonist is called Matthew, and Matthew is the son, canonically, of Isaac and Jenna. And part of the Dark Dawn speedrun is that Matthew runs across the water a whole bunch. It's very clear where he got those genes from. He got them from Jenna's side of the family. As Felix has clearly got the lava walking ability, and the water walking ability is just going to pass down. Let me see if I can get this.
This is a very... Yeah, don't. Well, it's not really a soft lock. It's one of the things where it goes really slow, right, for like a million years.
Yeah.
Basically, so either you get it, or Hedobin has to read a lot of donations. As we wait for the club
we do need a few of those anyway, soonish. We do need a few.
Hey, we got it.
Ну, тут довольно...
Shout out to the Regnitors for pointing that one out. We've praised them.
Простая секция.
That actually was possible. You get that janky jump, and it works. It's so cool. Yeah, we can get a donation in.
Тут пока ничего не будет происходить, можете, кстати, чеку сделать, ребят. Не забывайте, что вы, в отличие от этого раннера, обычный человек, и вам надо пить воду и выводить ее из организма, и там кушать что-то. Да.
That is an ability. It's basically instant death, as you saw.
Кстати,
Not at all scarred by that.
враг прожал обилку, которая любит смерть давать.
When I had to sacrifice my TLA team members. It's just like the Lahan's AI is like, I can kill you, and he does. So it's like, yeah. Oh well, thank you, Shiva, for your contribution of dying. Very sad.
Страшный сон, понимаю.
Very sad. Oh well.
But yeah,
she gets back to her normal contributions of whirlwinds and getting us to places we need to go, because, well, we have more lava to run on, honestly.
Exactly. So now we're going to cast Burst from below again, and this time we're going to get vomited on by the statue, and we're going to walk on lava again. Yeah. Good times with Felix.
У меня тоже такое бывает часто, когда ты засыпаешь за каким-то стримом и... И тебе снится какая-нибудь страшная штука.
But yeah, you can get a couple donations in as we finish this up. There's some fun stuff at the end. But yeah,
бегаем в загличенном состоянии по лаве.
Okay, we have a $25 donation from Adam the Feverish that says SGDQ is back, and boy, does that light a fire under me to send in donations. Something in the air just makes me want to give money to a great cause. And there's no better cause than to help fund doctors all around the earth. So, water, you waiting for?
Well played.
You could see what they were going for. Pseudonymous donates $25 that says Golden Sun is lit. Oops. Spoilers.
that was pretty good.
I like that. That's creative.
Sodium 7.
Return ratio поинтов 1,36, да?
Donates
А
$100.
коэффициент тут слабая. Так, математика работает. О, кстати,
Ryan donates $50.
нас
That says, excited for
на
this
этом
golden
энкаунтере
sun,
накидывают
one of my
смерть, и
favorite
она
series
убивает
as a
нас.
kid.
Are you doing okay?
Костюм супернова.
Condemn is just a fantastic ability. How
Oh,
many
it's
more props
brilliant.
can we get? They both have condemn. It's hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Ой, еле сбежал.
Big deal. We expect people to die. It's fine.
Могли бы тут
Yeah,
рипнуться.
it's right. Let's go. Flip. Heal up. Oh goodness.
Earlier on in the run, that would be catastrophic, but now we have revive as a basic ability, so it's nothing. It's whatever. Okay, we got one last trick in Magma Rock. This rock is fantastic. You too can just cast burst from the low ground and walk on lava if you like. You can also do this trick. Caught by surprise. That's not the trick I'm referring to. Don't do that.
And now for the enemy's next trick.
Yeah. I
О,
recommend doing this trick.
смерть выехал за
How many more
нами.
condemns can we get? No,
Лич просто кастует смерть, когда
change our retreat
неприятная
point to something
штука.
else, and then that's going to allow us to do a fun little skip.
Oh yeah.
So jump over here.
If you thought some of these
Продолжаем путешествие.
this one, don't ask.
It does make sense. It's just.
If you
alright.
say so.
Yeah.
It's like it's left over from development basically. It's like a couple doors that were used as placeholders and then just never done anything with, and then we can access. Anyway, so we're at that point now. So I don't want you to have revive. I want you to heal people.
Хилимся, живем, хилимся.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just do it the slow way.
Дюпаем
So I'm gonna go to
хилки.
retreat mode with my retreat pointer sent to the first room I just came from, and then I'm gonna walk through this door, and that's gonna take me to the
Он,
blaze.
кстати, ретрибиль сделал, и
Same thing.
его
And when
варпнул
we get
проход
blazed,
прям.
that's awesome. That's a huge
концу.
skip in terms of like skipping some fixed cutscenes, skipping encounters and stuff. It's really, really convenient. But we're not done with this dungeon. Unlike Aqua and
И мы здесь еще не
Gears,
закончили.
we do actually need to get a key item here called the Magma Ball, which we will then use to fire into a wall of ice for reasons. So we can exit out through this way.
Кстати,
which is
опасное
significantly faster
место.
than doing the Blaze tutorial, which is awesome.
Платформу за нами
We have a
пропадаем,
chance of an
падают
encounter
в
skip
лаву.
here. Hopefully we get it. And please. Yeah, we've got the encounter skip. Lovely. And now I'm going to do my favorite trick. This is called Felix the Magician. This is where we pull a magma ball out of thin air. Because you're not
Кстати,
meant to be able
любимый
to
трюк
access this
ранее.
location through normal means. It's after you do, because we never activated the cutscene here, which causes fire to spew everywhere.
Используем магму блоу, ретрит.
Basically, the developers were like, "There's no way they'll ever get here except through the conventional method. So we're just going to put the orb here all the time, and then fine, whatever."
И
Really,
свалим
but,
отсюда, из этого данжа.
Well, seeing as we can use the retreat glitch and get behind the cutscene and never activate it, we can just walk right up to the tile and get the magma ball, which is really convenient. And now we're rapidly approaching the end of the game. We have one dungeon left, but it's literally the longest dungeon of the game.
Yeah.
As it should be.
But
Before
yeah,
we
one
go
more-
straight there,
one
we need to do a
less-
couple of things.
Yeah, I got a couple of gin to get, and one last hurrah for Magma Rock because it was full of surprises until the very end. For a while, we didn't even know about that Magma Ball thing. That's crazy.
So-
There's no reason that should work, but it does. But
Yeah.
whatever, we take those.
So this is a two-part thing. We're going to use the magma ball here, or the magma orb, to break down this wall. And first of all, they're like, wow, a cannon. Let's put that onto your ship because we don't need it. So we're going to get a cannon on the front
Мы
of the ship.
используем
And then
магма
we
бол.
get to
Вот
the-
мужики, короче, разбираются с пушкой,
and the Mars
а мы туда закидываем магма бол.
by
И они такие,
breaking down this wall,
ого, а что ты сделал? Давай мы тебе эту пушку отправим, мы-то не знаем, что с ней делать. Вот эта труба непонятная. Забираю себе, дружище. Взорвал какую-то стену, дурак.
Lull is one of the most
Все,
broken
конечно, в
Ginny in
шоке.
the entire game. Like, it is so good, but the specificity by which you have to use it to get the most effect from it is quite tricky. So, you know, awesome Gin, but you know, you need to use it right. But you know, again, we're speedrunners. We know how to use it, right?
Yeah, young kid me did not figure out how to properly use that Jin, so it was just summon fodder for me. But now that I know its power, I can never look back. LOL is incredibly powerful.
How are we looking at
Ну
time,
тут,
by the way?
кстати, давно у нас не было джинов.
Yeah.
Добрый
I
такой
mean, I'm
джин.
going to have a look at the stream being played back, which is about
Он
5
прыгает сразу нам в карман.
when the wall came down, or rather when the cannon was taken
Okay.
away.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Мужики вам загрузили пушку на наш корабль. Полезный апгрейд.
Very friendly people.
Alright, last chance for some donations for a bit. So let's get them in while we go through the northern reaches.
All right, so we have a $25 donation from Kario Mart that says, so glad to see such a great game finally being able to be showcased in GDQ. Good luck with the run, Plexa, and hi, Bowie.
Hi, Kario Mart, how are you? You won't recognize that name when it pops
Там
up.
донатил Коверт Маффин.
We have a
Следующим раном у нас будет ран
Ursa Major that says,
Геогессера.
love me,
Представьте
the
себе.
Golden Sun. Sagabayan, I once again, I'm butchering names, I'm so sorry. They donated $15 saying Golden Sun, The Lost Age, was the JRPG that got me into JRPGs, so I had to donate during it. Teolero donates $25 that says, I wake up and what do I see? A Golden Sun run? What a wonderful day already.
Alright, into Proc. The hometown of the villains of this game. They're not actually bad people, they're just misunderstood.
Well, they are in a tricky position, of course, because they are the ones who are seeing the immediate effects of that, the death of Wayard. Because, like, behind Prox is just this massive chasm, just slowly encroaching upon their land. Do we have any lost caps in this? I can't remember actually. Do they bother making snowmen?
No,
I think
they're not very happy people.
Зимняя локация. Чудесное разнообразие миров.
It's like they're misunderstood people, yes, but they really should use their big boy words more often.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of conflict
Yes.
could have been avoided.
You are not wrong.
Desperation does a lot to people.
It does a
A lot
lot.
to people. First of all,
У них есть летающий корабль, им понадобилась пушка, чтобы преодолеть стену. Им понадобилась пушка, потому что они собираются стрелять.
We did a cheeky thing called dropping and duplicating the Soul Blade, the War Gloves, and the Thorn Crown. I'm going to pick that up
This is
right.
my favorite. Sorry, bro, but this is my favorite strat in the game. It's called Naked Garrett. You go to Garrett, you sell everything on him so that you can afford to do the shopping trip that we're about to do. Thank you, Garrett, for your contribution to the run. Here's the Soul Blade that Bo was referencing. And we can buy the War Gloves.
Идем к торговцу и вообще все продаем.
The Lucky Pepper, the sea god's here. There we go. The
We
Thorn
don't
Crown.
want that junk. And the Cypress, which will be quite useful, I think.
И закупаемся.
Oh, there's more of them. Oh, fantastic.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, there's one in the store by default as well.
Yeah. Forgot about that one. Good strat, that one.
Alright, gonna get one more gin from here as well, from the house that's previously Felix and Jenna's parents were being kept in. And there is one gin there, where it can be like one of 3 gin, depending on how you did the manipulation. And you have basically no control which of 3 you get. It just creates a set of 3, and you just need to make sure that you notice which one you got. And it will be pretty easy to notice in the menu, because it will be on standby.
Yeah, I probably should do my minion outfit.
Тут даже флаги вон
There
анимированные.
we go.
Прикольно.
We're going to be setting up for not 1, but 2 ninjas. Both Isaac and Felix are going to be ninjas, because A, ninjas are cool, and B, shuriken.
Ну, справедливости ради стоит сказать, что это низколетающий корабль.
of course, has 5 levels on Felix at this point.
Поэтому
So he's dealing lots of damage.
не может
We'll
летать
get levels
высоко.
slowly, they will hit a point where actually the straps might change, like in a minor
Так,
way.
немножко парит.
Optimal fights because we don't need to like pepper some extra damage in order to cover, you know, damage requirements because of the extra levels being handed over to Felix and Isaac just to make sure that their damage increases a little bit. It's very, very minor, but
This is orb.
This is an interesting cutscene because Isaac
Забавно, конечно, в игре тут не особо видны диалоги. Ну да, тут представляется герой, это орб. Классно так его назвали, конечно. Честь орба. Это орб. Прикольно.
Alright. And you're about to see the destruction of Way Out firsthand. And why the Proxians were so worried about it, because, well, that's the end of the world right there.
Yeah.
Alright, catch you, by the way.
Yeah. Remember the direction to go?
Yeah, left.
we had this conversation last night because he was always going left, but I remember that he used to go right all the time, but it would always say that it was wrong. So then I started going the wrong way because I thought that I was already going the right way, and then I had to swap, and it just, we ended up confusing each other like 3 times.
Опа. Получаем инферно в лицо.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's completely minor.
Орб, каст, шурикен. Это как раз с Джина Ниндзя.
It's like 5k for a firebird. There are like metal slimes in this game. There was the Phoenix in Magma Rock. There's the Firebirds here in Mars Lighthouse, and there's Wonderbirds in the Islet Cave somewhere in the Eastern Sea, which is like a secret dungeon with a big boss. But yeah, those are the 3 thingies. Doesn't matter, but we don't really need any experience here, really. But we'll just take whatever we get.
Yeah, I don't really want to see them. They're slow. But everything from here on out is routed assuming you get the minimum possible experience. So if we see them, yay. Enjoy hearing the level up.
Все, что дальше в рауте, мы тут стараемся особо экспу не утать и стараться сбегать из файтов. Вот.
Megiddo's still here. It's always been here.
Megiddo? Yeah, we actually get to use that again. It's kind of cool. Grind still has some relevance apparently, which is kind of cool. So coming up soon, actually, this is something that you want to talk about, I think, Sid, because this is yours, right? This is yours.
I guess.
Джинни сидит, но мы его не берем.
It's called dumb skip.
У нас уже достаточно.
So, remember how I was happy about the really cool thing I found? I found something really dumb as well.
Вернее, все, кто нам нужны, они у нас есть.
You did it, Plexa, I saw that.
I went right.
А почему экспу утать нежелательно? Ну так ранее рассказал. Я думаю, они провели какую-то математику, сделали на этот счет и решили, что так эффективнее. В общем-то. Я, к сожалению, не раню эту чудесную игру, но... Вы всегда можете меня забайтить на какой-нибудь угар, если хорошо попросите.
What I found was that whenever you loaded in from a save, or and fortunately we also found a way to do it without saving, is that
Руинит
has to load from its origin point again. However, there is still some lingering hitboxes from the fire.
У меня смешно немного хитбокс.
Which means that you can fail it. There's only a certain amount of frames that work. And you
И если мы сделаем в этот моменте сейв, то мы можем проскочить. Ооо, найс. Не, это он ничего не заруинил, он типа все так вот скипал. Первый раз забежал, потом второй раз забежал, и там уже засейвился, и поэтому он сделал скип. Изям.
The reason it's called dumb skip as well is because it can just not work.
It can just not work. It can just not work. That's why it's dumb skip. And we have to do that 3 times.
We have to do it 3 times, but basically there's a 1 in 9 chance.
Красивые штуки делают красивые вещи. Вот в этой игре решение пазлов, они очень визуально себя выделяют. И это круто. Крутая игра. Во всех смыслах. Все крошится, ломается. Потенциал Game Boy Advance просто раскручивается на максималочку. Я уже хочу себе Game Boy Advance. Да. Это было бы круто. Поехать куда-нибудь на дачу, достать портативную консольку и поиграть. Круто. Вау, дело ваше.
We like to have fun here.
We do.
Coming up though, I hope you have you ever played chicken with a fireball?
Yes.
No.
No?
Really? I do it all the
Like,
time.
well, actually, I have a very interesting past that you might want to know about. Well, yeah, we're just gonna shortcut pound here just to break these ice rocks because we actually have the ability to run straight up to the next one, and it's gonna be fine. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
It's unbelievably free, by the way. Like,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Все в порядке.
Like no one's ever been caught. It's not that hard.
Так. Кстати, ранее говорили, что часть не очень сложная.
Oh right, this room exists. Okay.
Можно ему поверить, наверное, но...
You remember it this time? I'm impressed. Everyone forgets it.
Half the time.
Everyone forgets it like half the time.
Yeah, everyone just
like...
everyone runs down and never uses moves. It's just the thing. Alright, here's teleport.
Yep.
This isn't a great ability. If only we had.
Да,
it
Golden Sun
maybe
крутая
2 hours
штука.
ago. This is the teleport is the it's a spell that when you use it in dungeons that has this symbol, you teleport from one symbol to another. They're linked, right? If you use it on the world map, you can teleport to any like village you visited in the entire game. Just teleport anywhere. But you get it at the very end of the game. I mean, it's used so you can kind of at this
И мы очень близки к концу игры.
boss go and do all of the side quests and stuff. So that's why it's there. But it would have been nice to get.
Очередная секция
Jupiter.
Would be nice, yeah.
с
It's nice that the movement
дышащими драконами.
like at all. At first, you just walk everywhere on your legs like some scrub. Here's another dumb skip. Then you get the boats. Then your boat starts flying, and then you fail dumb skip. Maybe we'll find out.
Да, почти конец рана, всего там часик, может полтора. Вот.
Yes, the save and quit you wouldn't.
Всего ничего.
Oh god, it's just a marathon run, and that's about a minute. Wow, there you go. It's like a minute, so it's like, yeah, we can't be bothered with that. So let's just move on. Again, because the only main way that we can at this point manipulate is through battle RNG. The fact that a soft reset is used doesn't really affect the inherent spirit of what this run is. Really.
That we already did Dullahan, so...
Yeah, I mean, we don't... Yeah.
The run was invalid at that point, but that's fine. It was worth it. But it does mean that I'm going to go for a trick that I like to call extremely stupid skip. It's a 2-frame window of a 4-frame window, and I'm probably going to fail it. But I'm going to try it anyway, and if it works,
Говорит, сейчас попробует сделать скип,
there's a teleport coming up, and
в котором окно, двухфреймовое окно, 2 фрейма, короче, в 4-фреймовом окне.
It barely saves time. I go for it in any percent because I just hate myself.
Он делает это в any percent, потому что он ненавидит себя.
Yeah, this requires. Yeah, I'll let you focus for the attempt first, obviously, but watch out.
Holy crap! I actually got the frame. Well, I may have got the frame. We'll see.
That's the first bit.
I could have got one of the. Yeah, we're not done yet. Hey, we got it.
У него получилось.
Of course he did.
О, отлично. Очень маленькое окошко. Сделал все фрейм перфект.
We've already got 2.
Красава.
I can't believe I got that first try. Wow.
С первой попытки.
I guess it wasn't as extremely stupid.
Yeah.
It's very dumb. You should never go for it, but... whatever.
Now,
We do
what's-
these things.
Скип вообще того не стоит, но
Dullahan or extremely stupid skip?
оно того стоило.
Both very
If you
flexer.
ask me, it's
mean,
probably stupid skip is more flex, but that's just me. It saves like no time as well. It's really slow. This is the
Ничего
Plexa
не
dragons. I
сейвит,
wonder
он
who they
скип,
could be.
да.
Yeah, two dragons of
Oh.
fire descent, one slightly bigger than the other. We're gonna do a quick setup here just to make sure that it's. Are you right, mate? Oh, the menus. The
No,
menu
it's the
setting.
menu is so laggy. Oh,
It's okay.
please,
You're gonna be
leave.
fine.
We'll get there.
So we have two turn-stopping moves, ground and Petra, and we also have lull. Now, what lull does is lull ends the turn. At the point of its usage, it ends the turn. So the really interesting thing that you can do here.
И тут следует
is
босс-файт
have everyone
с
of your
двумя
players go first. The
драконами.
last person who goes uses lull and ends the turn. So what we're going to do first turn is ground both of the dragons, so neither of them get their
Ой,
turn.
драгоны.
Ground and Petra on one and then on the other. Hammer them with summons. And then
Закидываем
use
саммонов,
second
там
and
все
then
дела.
Any turns at all. Well, we're going to use Zephyr to make sure we outspeed. You can use Mud, but Zephyr does the same thing in your favor rather than to their detriment.
Where are you, Shiva?
Просто балдеж.
There we go. Eclipse. Lol. So Jenna is fast, but she's also the slowest in this team.
Даже жалко, что этот ран скоро заканчивается.
Eclipse is going to slam out some sick dams. Boreas is going to further up the deeps with...
Драконы получают вообще огонь из всех наших пушек.
And this is why LOL is broken. And I hope you're all spamming LOL in chat, because this is stupid. They did a difficulty mod of this game, and they left LOL untouched. Like, what?
Yeah, that's not a difficulty mod. No.
They adjusted everything in the game. Like, Flash was way weaker, Jin did worse damage, but LOL was unchanged. Like, oh boy. Anyway,
Nice
that's the
fight.
Flame Dragon fight.
И это очень легкий файт. Нарисованная обилка, лав.
I
И
can confirm that there are lulls in the chat right now.
Fantastic. Love it. It's very silly. Shoutouts to Total Biscuit. What a legend. Miss him every day. He was a huge part of the StarCraft community when I was big in the StarCraft for TLNet, so I had the opportunity to work with him a few times. I'm glad that he's been immortalized in that emote. What a legend. Absolute legend.
Absolute legends. Yeah, I followed him very closely and watched a lot of StarCraft during that days. I do really miss Total Biscuit.
Yeah.
Great lad.
Alright.
Okay,
We are
so-
done with this in time to do the final part of the final dungeon. Oh.
Yeah, by
И
facing
пусть к финальному бою, в финальном данже,
of that dragon, you kind of like light the fires under Mars Lighthouse, so we can now access.
идем просто по финальным пикселям игры.
Start cracking on with lighting the wings, so we can reach.
Ну, это уже
proper.
то место, где мы уже были тут. Это финальный бэктрек по этому месту. Финальный настройка. Менеджмент меню тоже финальный. Да.
I think we might have some time for some donations as we kind of like prepare to crack on with this. But yeah.
Yeah, we actually do. I mean, this is a really cool moment where you go up the right side. God damn it! Every time. 7 years of bad habits, guys. It's really hard to break. Anyway, we're gonna go up here. It's a cool moment. Games like, rawr, do these elemental challenges so you can progress. Yeah, that's basically it. We're gonna clear through encounters, do some puzzles. We'll complain about the Mars wing a bit. But yeah, let's get some donations in while we get pounded by encounters for a while.
We have a $25 donation from Daddy Do that says, "Let's make it do it."
О,
We also
Soul
have a
Blade.
$10 donation from Alex that says, "Hey GDQ, so glad to have woken up to this run this morning and watch it through the afternoon. Plexa is absolutely killing it, and it's been amazing to watch this with some of my favorite commentators in the GDQ roster. Thank you for bringing love to this incredibly ambitious series."
Пытаются ранее разбежать из этого рандом энкаунтера,
Sarah
но не
Nichols,
дают. Не
$50 that
дают.
says, "Good luck, Plexa. Very glad to see you here.
Зарезнули скейт.
Next year."
Еще и кастуют всякую бяку.
I really don't like this encounter.
Но Райер смог убежать, правда,
Dun, dun,
теперь ему
donates
приходится
$10 that says, "Hi everyone.
прожимать
Hey,
юки.
Plexa. Great to see you as always. Good luck on the run." This run's gonna be S tier. I can feel it.
I want to point out that I have done the math on that Arkamana encounter, and it is faster to run away, but it never feels like it. So
Never feels like it. Yeah.
I'll probably just fight them to save my sanity. They're just like 3 times as strong as anything else in this dungeon. It doesn't make any sense, but oh well. That's fine.
So these Minos warriors, or minus warriors, however you want to say it, they can be killed with just shurikens after a few levels gained. That was the one I was mentioning earlier. You can just take out the prism after a point.
Yeah, well, the point of the Mars Wing is to drive speedrunners insane. For some ungodly reason, the encounter rate in the next room is like 3 times the rate anywhere else in the game. So this ginormous, stupid room gives you about 5-6 encounters on a good day. Really? Okay.
Короче говоря, encounter rate дальше по игре он просто огромный.
And we'll feel good about being tortured by Mars Wing.
It's all for charity.
All for charity.
Oh my goodness.
Просто здоровый, подкрученный encounter rate в финальном этаже.
Golden Sun games are one of my favorite games of all time. It's been a joy to revisit this part of my adolescence together with the runners. It says, don't die to cruel ruin. I'm assuming I'm missing something.
That's a very smart thing to do. We will do our best.
We have a $50 donation from the casual scrub gamer that says, I've never played Golden Sun, so I want to know what their super boss is like. Well, you saw how it was. It was really interesting.
It was super.
Unfair.
We have a $15 donation, and I really do apologize. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this name. I'm just going to say Bloomin', because it's very long, so I'm so sorry. I love Golden Sun, and I'm so proud.
Забавно, пазл, откуда игра столько пазлов придумывает? Причем, по сути, она реюзает одни и те же объекты, вот эти бочки, точнее, эти штуки, которые были колоннами там или бревнами, здесь это трубы, и они присоединяются к другим трубам и фиксят вот это вот огонь. Насколько богато воображение японских геймдизайнеров, вот это, конечно, мое почтение.
Okay, Kindle just donated $150 that says, I can't see the run because I'm at work, but from the way things feel, it seems like Mars's lighthouse was lit first. It's like the Sahola out there, Plexa. Go light Mercury lighthouse, please. Good luck and good RNG. Don't die.
Очень много энкаунтеров.
And that was it.
Ну просто не дает продохнуть.
I just wanted to quickly remind that, because this is something I wanted to get in. I've thought about it a few times, but I was like, I kept forgetting to do it. But one thing that Plexa and I forgot to do last time, we can't forget this time, can we?
У меня, по-моему, даже покушать ничего не осталось уже.
It's all good. There is, there was,
Нет, купить осталось.
During AGDQ, Plexa and I forgot to do one thing, and that was shill the fantastic shirts available at the Yeti. Specifically because JMV is one of the artists who has been doing some of the designs and has designed an incredible Golden Sun The Lost Age shirt. So remember that all of your purchases at the Yeti do go towards, a portion of it does go towards the donation total that goes towards MSF. And we forgot to shill the shirt last time, so I wanted to make sure that we do shill it this time. JMV's designs are really cool, and it'll be awesome if you picked up a shirt to support Golden Sun, support JMV, support MSF, and support the Yeti. Yeah, we didn't.
And also to just own a really cool Golden Sun shirt.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love it. I'm getting it.
Same. I definitely want it myself as well.
I've already got mine. They outdid themselves this time. The AGDQ one was really good.
Да. Теперь каждая с таким encounter рейтом, каждая комната будет в разы дольше в этой игре.
Now we get to do dumb skip again, because if you didn't like it the first time, well, now it's dumber.
Теперь мы делаем еще один тупой скип. Теперь он становится еще тупее.
Thank you. Thank you. Save
Sorry.
the tile of movement. Good job. Thank you, Bowie.
No worries. If
Тут, когда ранее сюда приходил, ему говорили, мол, иди там, типа, направо. И он оговорился. Теперь он ему left side, left side.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time before
Поправился.
Gotcha. We have a $30 donation from Karasu that says, donating for the first time for my favorite game of all time. Golden Sun left a huge impression on me when I was younger, and I'm so happy to see it being run. Seeing that Dullahan fight, and don't forget that Kidding Shiva is the most powerful play you can perform in this game. Moogle Mage donates $100, saying, hello Plexa and all of the Golden Sun community. Been a big fan of Golden Sun 1 and 2 for years. No Dark Dawn yet. It has been a joy to watch the runners over the months and seeing the times lower in a crazy pace. Mostly the money went towards Dullahan, which we did have it happen, so it was really cool.
Подняться наверх.
And then Kido Raja donates $25 and said, Golden Sun The Lost Age was the first game in the series I found, and I thought it was amazing from the start. Love seeing it at GDQ, and can't wait to see all the ways it can be absolutely destroyed at the many points I struggled with as a child. Take my money for Doctors Without Borders and keep up the good work. Devin donates $25 that says Golden Sun at HGDQ, The Lost Age at SGDQ. Sign me up.
И выше летим, выше, все выше.
87 donates $15 that says I recently have played through this game
Тут
casually,
пока
and I
читают
recall
донаты.
how horrible the Dullahan fight was. Curious how this turns out.
Там поднимаемся,
This is
опускаемся
and
на торнадо.
one of the many times I'll be donating during this run.
На
Best
специальных
of luck
штуках.
to the runner.
Ну, кстати, ой-ой-ой, ой-ой-ой,
It's the way of the blade.
нельзя, нельзя.
every game that has some
Боб вообще 1 хп.
I'm playing a lot
Боб
of
живи.
a lot of FF5, and it's like whenever you
А
get
сейчас
a match, it's like a
даже
20% chance to proc free for
дофилится.
you. And you'll always attack when you're trying to flee from encounters, but you get to the boss
Попасту.
fight, it's just can't run. Like,
Can't do it. It's impossible.
sod's law, man. Sod's law.
Alright, here comes Dumb Skip 3, the Dummening, the Dumber Skip. It goes by a lot of names, but there's dumb in there somewhere because it's the same principle as before. We're going to open the menu, close the menu, and hopefully we run past the thing. Here's the thing, it's moving, it makes it harder.
О, бой. Сейчас надо сделать как раз скип с огнем,
Hey, we did it.
но он при этом движется.
Fortunately,
И это еще сложнее.
That skips a lot of stuff. It's really quite boring, so...
И это очень много скипает.
fortunately, that one, if you fail it, you only have to climb back up a ladder. So
Если бы он его зафейлил, там,
It's not even close to as bad as the
конечно,
one.
очень, очень сложно пришлось бы.
Don't want to do that.
don't put the fire out. You need that.
Yeah, I do. I think it's on the wrong way.
That's 2 out of 4. We're halfway there.
Halfway.
О, пожгли очередную штуку. Это 2 из 4.
You saved the best for last, though. I really like these last.
Еще чуть подъема.
Yeah, the last two. The Venus one is
Еще 2.
I do like it a lot. I mean,
Нужно активировать маяк.
like, you know, good job.
Спасти мир.
Considering we've just done the fire one, which is just such a drag, and the wind one just feels long because of all of the cyclones. So it's nice to kind of like have Mercury and Venus to kind of like finish off with.
Yeah,
just 'cause they're-
these last two are much faster. So we are almost to the Doom Dragon. So if you have a friend that you'd like to call for Doom Dragon,
Комната с дельфином открылась.
because it's going to get real really quickly, and the Doom Dragon fight is theoretically the most impressive fight that I think has ever been developed in this speedrun. Dullahan aside,
Потеем.
Trace's
Да.
original concept for this was
Не то слово.
like it wasn't faster at the time, but it was brilliant and the right ideas were there. And then between me and him, we've taken that
С движущими легче же.
to what it is today.
На самом деле это выглядит легче, но
Considerably, and it's
по зверению раннера сложнее.
And I'm sure Bowie and Sip will walk you through the technical details when we get there, but if you do have a friend who is interested in how you get around with the Doom Dragon, now's the time to give them a call.
I will gush all over that strat and explain it the best I can. I love it so much.
Yeah, I think I'll preface it by saying that it's got a really sweet name because the strategy for Fusion Dragon at the end of Golden Sun 1 also has a sweet name. So whilst we do come up with really stupid names for skips, strategies usually have some pretty cool stuff going on for it. So in Golden Sun 1, when we're fighting Fusion Dragon, we have the courthouse strats because the idea is that we use a lot of judgment and rotate judgment.
Подкатываем трубы куда нужно.
The strategy for Doom Dragon, the dark side. The dark side of the moon. It's so sweet. But you know, we'll expand upon that a little bit later on. But
все пазлы уже разгаданы, циклы записаны.
Of course.
Of course. Of course.
Come on. I don't think I've ever.
Комментаторы ранее разояла, они говорят, of course.
There's always just so many that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Looks cool.
Круто выглядит.
Sounds cool.
И звучит тоже.
In casual paper, I would never.
It's just really slow.
Yeah. If in any other situation than a speedrun, it's great. Okay, so 3 down, 1 more to go. We're just going to quickly blaze this one, and then off we go.
И третья уже штука.
There we go.
Осталось совсем чуть. Осталась последняя часть этого пазла.
Yeah, so we'll quickly go to the Venus one, and nice.
Done.
Good job.
Yeah, so that retreat glitch for some reason enables the Venus wing. So you do 3 out of the 4 wings, so we're actually done with elemental wings off of that.
Yep.
And Baal found that like many years ago.
И он использует, кстати, вот этот глич с ретритом.
The OOT randomizer community, so we miss you, Baal. Please come back. But yeah, his one contribution's a pretty big one. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's really cool that it works, but it does. There we go. This is a big menu, so focus on that one.
И мы скипнули одну штуку, получается, да, он 2 раза зажег крупный факел. Он типа сделал вот этот глич, который использовал Мисран.
So the way Doom Dragon works is he has three heads, which each represent a phase and each represent one of the
нам помог здесь.
The last one having 2 attacks. And those attacks are essentially on a pattern, much like Dullahan, except this time we aren't manipulated to see where in the pattern we are. So we're just gonna make sure that we never have to worry about where in the pattern we are. The nice thing about the pattern is
определенный паттерн, но мы о нем не паримся, потому что тут главное самые опасные штуки не словить.
Which means that throughout this entire fight, we will always either be using Petra to remove the first action, Ground to remove the first action, or Lull in order to end the turn before Doom Dragon can even have it. We're also using the Trainer's Whip here, finally, picked it up all the way in Yumpy Desert. I said we would explain it. And we don't actually... Trainer's Whip is a item that gives you a certain class. There are a couple of items like that, and in this case it's a Trainer class series. We don't actually care about the abilities of that class itself. What we do care about is its agility.
Большая интрига, кстати, выживет ли раннер в Estimate.
Mia, on Mia, she is exactly fast enough, and only Mia, she is exactly, only Mia, she's exactly fast enough to fulfill her role in this particular fight.
Yeah,
otherwise, then Isaac would outspeed, and then yeah.
I have to point out that every character in this fight
И
has
это
to be that character.
4-я башня.
Really rare because a lot of these characters are clones of each other.
4-й маяк в мире Golden Sun.
It has to be these exact characters doing what they're doing. The only 2 that you can interchange are Garrett and Piers because they do nothing.
И то, что оттуда вылезает, оно вообще страшное.
it's the unique combination of stats and elemental affinity that makes this strat work. It's very, very cool.
And also, I don't know what Motoi Sakuraba did, but something happened, and he composed the Doom Dragon theme, and woo, it's high
Yeah, he was
quality.
having a good day.
Он нас говаривает, говорит, это неизбежность,
So yeah, as it mentioned,
гибель нашего
the
мира.
first action is the one that we're really critically trying to get rid of. It's not just Ginstorm. Things like Haunt, which can eventually give you a spooky friend, and the spooky friend will have a chance to proc damage back based on the amount of damage you deal, which can kill people. Guard Aura, so you know all the things like Flash, Granite, and Shade that we use to reduce damage down. Doom Dragon has one as well, so we want to stop that too. Which is very, very important when we're doing, you know, certain strats and all that kind of stuff. So, again, there's 3 phases. At this point, Kraden says, "Wait, Isaac, stop! You don't know what you're doing, because there's something going on here about the why on earth exactly does the Doom Dragon have 3 heads, and why are 2 yellow and 1 red? I wonder why." There is a quite an obvious reason there.
Doom Dragon.
Shortly, but phase 1, immediately we're going to bring Shiva in here. I think these are slightly different.
Надо накидывать бафики. Тут без вариантов. Первая фаза мы просто... И его станем тем временем. Накидываем на него негативный эффекты. Можно выпустить Тора, призывать. Закидать грязью. Бафы такие, что персонажи почти не получают урона. Накидываем еще гранит. Граунд и атакующий джаджмент. Самоним тоже дракона, Тиамат.
So it's super nice.
And one thing that I actually didn't even touch upon yet is that even though we can remove one of his actions, he still does quite a lot of damage. So throughout this entire fight, we always make sure that on the turns where we do get attacked, where we don't end the Doom Dragon's turn before he can do it with lull, we actually have either Flash or Granite or Shade up just to get that damage reduction, because Cruel Ruin goes in, which is an ability that will come into play in the next phase.
2 turns down, not so bad. We'll bring Ivan back in. Ivan has Kite, I believe, so we want to pop that on. So Shade's going to come out.
Бафаемся. Дебафаемся. Дебафаем.
Basically make this fight completely free. Sorry, continue, Bowie.
No, you were right, yeah. There's just cycling those 3 is essentially what we're trying to do. In between those turns, what we're trying to achieve is just trying to ready up more eclipses. So you'll see things like, you know, Shade will be the particular defense up we use. You know, things like Spritz to heal, a little bit of Fizz here and there, and, you know, Kite to give those 2 turns. These are all Mercury and Jupiter Ginny, which are the exact elements we need for Eclipse. So we're also going to be cycling in, you know, things like Ground and Petra being used, and then Flint, and then because he used Kite, we're going to Flint into Judgment immediately afterwards. What this means is that we have immediately got the Jin ready to be reset. So when we're also using Petra and Ground, we're readying up a Judgment to come in. So we're building up Eclipse, we're building up Judgment, and then when we have Lull ready, we then use the Judgment so we can reset. Lull comes back into right now. On these turns again, when we have Lull, we use this opportunity to heal. And it just keeps resetting and rotating, similarly to how we did Courthouse, where we have 1 turn attacking, 1 turn preparing, 1 turn attacking again like that. So that's cool.
And then we just try to get as many eclipses in as possible. Get the dark side on the moon in there.
That's why.
Damn eclipse.
Yeah. In case it went straight over anyone's head, you know, just whoo! Yeah, eclipse. The dark side of them.
You said the thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is the final turn of the first phase, and after that, the first phase is the longest because we have to do a lot of setup. We have to get Shiva powerful enough that her eclipse to extra damage, which was like Thor was born, and just have to do a whole bunch of setup to get the ball rolling. Essentially, 7 turns.
Очень стабильный файт.
So, even though things get more difficult, yeah, we are about to blast him away. once again going to start
Раздам Dragon вообще.
use our judgments in order to get our Phoenix Gym back. The Phoenix Gym are also very essential to this, just because we have Granite, we have Petro, we have Ground. So Granite for protection, Petro and Ground for disabling his moves. So a little bit of courthouse featured in this strat. It's very nice.
Should be noted as well that for the longest time, there was like a breakthrough that Plexa made a few years back when he finally figured out exactly how the dragon worked. I remember him kind of like being like, right, guys, I've cracked it, I figured it out. To note that the first turn was where the pattern was. And for the longest time, like even no SNQ before we had Darkside, we did have, there was like 8 pages of notes of like varying different fights based on what the first 2 turns were.
Раскидываемся обилками и импакт можно только на наших супер обилках увидеть. А дракон, вот чем больше с ним сражаешься, он все хуже и хуже выдавать будет паттерны.
If it starts with this, you do this, and then when you see it change to this, you go to this set of notes. And it was incredible routing, but and it's not a shame that we lost that because it was tricky, but at the same time there's a lot of work put in, so it's a thing.
I'm a tiny bit worried that I've got something in the wrong place, but we'll see how we go.
Just save it.
Okay.
You've been saving crazy things all run. It's fine.
One Ginny in the wrong place can literally cost everything. I did a run where I had swapped Forge.
Ему не так уж много урона наносится.
Those 2 were swapped, and the runs, the strats died. On turn 1 it died. Great, fantastic. But okay, phase 3. Now the cruel ruins are going to come in a lot.
И получается третья фаза. Видите, голову у него дополнительно уже отвалились.
Any takers? You in the back there? Yes.
No, yes? Sorry, don't understand.
Oh, okay, sure, no worries, that's completely fine. Anyone else? You with the glasses, with the mic.
Ребят, уже, кстати, количество донатов, оно плавно близится к 600 тысячам на ГДК. Это круто.
So yeah, the elements, the colors of the elements: blue for water, purple for wind, red for fire, and yellow for earth. There's Cruel Ruin. Cruel Ruin hurts. Look at these HP values. Yay, that's good damage. That's with protection, I think. So yeah, pretty tricky. So you do have to make sure you have these heals coming through.
Something is definitely off. Oh, maybe it's...
Гасит зверушку.
Waters there. I don't know. Something is not quite right. But that's okay. I think we're fine.
Yeah, it should be fine. It seems like you're putting out the damage and it's rotating nicely.
Вот это экшон.
Awesome.
Alright.
Almost there, only 2 turns to go.
Конечно, даже бафы не помогают наносить достаточно много урона. У дракона, видимо, очень большой резист.
You could probably just try and find a way to burst it down anyway, so...
Yeah. Case in point, this Zephyr is completely unneeded.
Когда просто ждем. Дракона, кстати, обновления немного, он сам прожал на себя баф. Это уже жестко. А может он еще и хилиться начнет? Раз такое дело пошло. Просто раннеры типа пользуются этим моментом и немножко приводит в порядок в файте, подхиливает.
Of damage, and that is Golden Sun, the last stage.
And time will not be after this.
It's not time is not yet. Time is not yet. But this is the last hard thing to do.
We beat him with a Tiamat with Jenna. My dragon beats your
dragon. Also же самона готова.
Watch the whole animation because why not?
Yeah, we can. Jenna gets the kill, so really it's all her that did it. Well done, dude. Really good job.
Но самона может мало.
I'd like to note that by complete accident I am wearing my pink
Floyd. И Dragon разваливается.
Fantastic.
Of course it's accident.
Perfect.
So upon defeating the boss, we realize, well, it reveals that there are 3 people who are the 3 heads of the doomed dragon. Jenna's mother, who's the fire side of the family. Jenna and Felix's mother. Jenna and Felix's father, the earth side, and Kyle, Isaac's father, who again is an Earth adept, because Isaac is all Earth.
Да, у него было 3 главы, потому что
the
это
three people that we
наши
thought we lost at the
оказались
storm,
товарищи,
of
которых мы
Vale at the
спасаем.
beginning of Golden Sun 1 didn't die, as we mentioned earlier, but Wise One used them as a catalyst to create the Doom Dragon as a final challenge. The Wise One was considered, is he bad, is he good, what is he? He's the custodian of Wayard, as Plexa likes to call him.
Да, хорошо, что хорошо кончается. И пора
He
уже...
knows that once, well, it knows, I should say, it knows that when alchemy is restored to the world,
Возжечь
in
этот
Golden Sun,
маяк.
that there's going to be war and chaos and all kinds of things. And we see some of the consequences of that in Dark Dawn. But the world is going to need like very strong warriors to look after it, as well, otherwise the world will just descend into chaos once again. So this was the final test for Felix and Isaac to basically say, if you, Isaac has this line which says, I knew who I was fighting as soon as I raised my sword, basically implying that they will sacrifice everything to save the world. And that's what the Wise One was looking for. And since they're willing to do that, everybody gets out alive and it's all very good.
So another cracking line from Isaac. Like, it's a real shame that we don't hear him speak in the first one, because the kids...
В башне немного...
but yeah.
Маяк немного разделяется, и появляется он.
He is a good kid.
So Wise One, that one.
Yeah. Felix is much more stoic in general, much more quiet, a reserved kind of hero.
Но он, кстати, немного нестабильный.
So I have to mention it. I'm sorry. Camelot haven't done this before, where they have like different games show different perspectives of the characters. There are 3 scenarios in Shining Force 3, and you hear different sides of the story. And I would have loved to see the opposite side of things, like Golden Sun 1 from Felix's perspective and hearing what Isaac's saying, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, the final jobby is lit, and we're hearing, support and voices from around the world as, the power of alchemy is, starting this, beginning the start of this return is happening. And those who we have connected with, and those who we have supported over the course of the journey, are backing us.
И тут большая катсцена, где герои разбираются в получившейся ситуации.
Yeah.
Well,
Golden Sun.
Now that we're here, just once again, I cannot express enough gratitude that we were able to raise 50 grand for Dullahan. That is insane. I hope it was worth it. Just an absolute honor and a privilege to be here showcasing a game that is very long for a marathon. So to be given the responsibility of the time slot, I hope we all proud. So thank you for having us. And lots of people I got to shout out. I got to shout out my dad, because I didn't shout about
Ран заканчивается.
So I spent 3 years in Australia. I'm from New Zealand. I live in New Zealand, but I spent 3 years in Australia, and I was speedrunning stuff in Australia, which is really cool. But he'd get a little bit lonely sometimes because all the kids have moved away from home. So he'd actually just tune into my stream just to watch me speedrun, just to hear my voice, because like he's all alone. And he knows nothing about Golden Sun, absolutely nothing. So I think this is like really sweet that he would do that. So thank you, Dad. You're amazing. So thank you very much.
Раннер как раз пользуется временем вот этого скипа катсцен, чтобы передать привет вообще всем друзьям, маме, папе, всем спидранерам. Мир спасен.
It takes a very understanding wife to let you do this. So thank you, Neela. You're the best.
Все хорошо, что хорошо кончается, и что идет по 6 часов. Это тоже хорошо.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, definitely seeing.
Coming up, by the way. Yeah, once they raise their fist, it's time. So I'll call it out. I gotta say no on this next yes/no to save half a second, because that's the kinds of things that we think about in the epilogue. There we go. We saved a little bit of time. And time.
И это время. ГГ.
Fantastic job, dude.
What was the final time on that?
Final time looks like it's a 5:50.
Классная игра.
I don't quite see that. I think the streams are a little bit behind.
Ребята, клапа. Это И это хорошо. Это хороший ран. Очень крутой. Очень веселый.
Like little thing while we do our epilogues. So Bowie said, is there anything you'd like to say before we get to the best scene of the game?
I'll just quickly do
Ну, такой небольшой эпилог показывает Райан.
It's an incredibly important series to not obviously not just, you know, to everyone, but, you know, to me it's a very, very important series. It's Camelot as a company are very, very precious to my heart. They gave me so much, including my name. And yeah, to have this game showcased by the best runner it has on this stage is incredibly humbling. So thank you very much for, again, as Plexa said, giving us the responsibility, and I hope we did you proud.
Дулахан уже был.
And thanks to everyone watching, the GS community, for being awesome. And yeah, cheers.
Yeah, and jumping on that, thank you for the community, because they have been popping off in the Discord for this entire run. They've been great. And we've mentioned a lot of names before already. That doesn't even begin to cut it. How much the community has grown is absolutely crazy. It's been wonderful to see. I do wish more people would also run TLA rather than just scolding someone. Yeah. There's a really good guide for it. There is a book. It's great. But I'm sure
speedrun.com/GSunTLA resources section. Golden Sun pictorial guide. There are pictures. It's a picture book.
It's a
150-page picture book.
They're pretty pictures. And
Picture books are the best.
Oh yeah,
they are. They're really good.
It's absolutely amazing, though, how much.
Спасибо, ребята, кто сидел здесь с самого начала до самого конца. Вы молодцы. Плюс уважение.
This category, because
100%.
Only just started. It's absolutely crazy. So, thank you, everyone in the community. You've been doing great, and I know I can be rather quiet. Life's very busy, but I'm watching from the shadows. All of you. I don't know if that's creepy, but if it is, I don't care. You're doing great. Love you.
All right. Best thing in the game. Here it is. This actually does make me emotional. I love this screen so much. It's so good. Wow. I love this game. Yeah, this is my favorite game of all time. It's a pleasure to speedrun it, and that end. Thank you very much.
Спасибо Райнеру за этот ран. Спасибо всем, кто здесь сидел. Ух.